The league is on the air. It's Thursday, April 25th, 1946. We continue. Here are the top 3 performances so far. Stan Musial of the White Sox, Al Benton of the Phillies, and Dizzy Trout of the Braves. 3 contests remain at the 2:05 time slot and the 3:05 time slot Eastern Time. We'll begin in Pittsburgh. The Pirates host the Cardinals. The Pirates are undefeated, 9-0. The Cardinals are 4-4 in third place. 18,000 fans in the stands. Let's take a look at our game. That's better. Welcome to Forbes Field. Today is Pittsburgh taking on St. Louis. St. Louis is currently 3rd in the National League with a mark of 4-4. Pittsburgh holds down first place with a record of 9-0. St. Louis is playing well. They've won 4 straight. Based on a 9-game win streak, Pittsburgh has found its groove. Pittsburgh has won 3 of 3 from St. Louis this season. Temperature is 52. Swirling wind should give the fielders a challenge. First pitch is up. Hit in the air. Foul territory. Third baseman makes the catch for the first out. Ken Keltner is the batter. Now we'll advance to the runner in scoring position. Bottom of the first inning. Top of the second inning. Top of the second inning. Runner in scoring position, Bama Rao for St. Louis. Snuffy Sternweiss at the plate. The payoff pitch. In the air to right field. And he makes the catch. 2 out. Bill Dickey the batter. .320 hitter. 5 runs batted in. The pitch. In the air to center. He makes the catch to retire the side. The game is still scoreless. Advance to the next runner in scoring position. Bottom of the second. Top of the third. Top of the third inning. St. Louis with runners in scoring position. Cliff Farnham at first. Cliff Farnham at second. Jim Russell at first. Ken Keltner at the plate. Here's the pitch. Hit in the air on the infield. Shortstop catches the pop-up. 2 out. Frank McCormick, the number 3 hitter. .226 hitter. 5 runs batted in. The pitch. Hit in the air, right fielder makes the catch to retire the side. Still no score. We advance bottom of the third, top of the fourth. Top of the fourth inning, St. Louis again with a runner in scoring position. It's Bama Rao. Bill Dickey at the plate. The pitch. Ground ball to first. Throws to the pitcher covering for the out. That retires the side. Still no score. Bottom of the fourth. Top of the fifth. Top of the fifth inning, St. Louis with Bobby Sturgeon at second. Jim Russell at the plate, 200 hitter, leadoff man. The pitch. Hit in the air, right field, base hit. Runner on third, stops at third. Runners on the corners, run out, one out. Tim Keltner at the plate. Sturgeon at third, Russell at first. Pitch from Ed Husser. Hit in the air to center, base hit, run scores. Sturgeon scores on the single. St. Louis leads 1-0. Ken Keltner with the RBI. Frank McCormick steps in. Number 3 hitter, 219. The pitch. Hit in the air to right field. He makes the catch. Second out. Roy Cullenbine steps in, cleanup hitter, 176 hitter, 4 runs batted in. Russell at second, Keltner at first, 2 out. The pitch. Hit in the air. Shortstop has it on the infield to retire the side. St. Louis scores. Lead 1-0. Bottom of the fifth inning. Advancing. Runners in scoring position for the Pittsburgh Pirates. Skippy Roberge at third. Ed Husser, the pitcher, at first. Johnny Ryrostek at the plate. 316 hitter. 2 runs batted in. The pitch from Cliff Fannin, right-hander versus left-hander. Hit on the ground to short. Goes to second for the force play to retire the side. No runs. A hit, no errors. St. Louis leads 1-0. Top of the sixth, bottom of the sixth, top of the seventh, bottom of the seventh, bottom of the seventh inning, Pittsburgh with runners in scoring position. Buster Adams at second, Ed Hosser, the pitcher, at first, Johnny Ryrostek at the plate. 0 for 2 today. The pitch from new pitcher, Herman Bessie. The pitch. Ground ball. Second baseman throws to second base for the out. To retire the side. 2 base runners, but the Pirates do not score. Cardinals lead 1-0. Top of the 8th inning. Bottom of the 8th inning. Top of the 9th inning. Bottom of the 9th inning. Pittsburgh with their last chance to remain undefeated. Koskarat, Adams, and Roberge due up. Pitch from Herman Bessie. Hit in the air to center. He makes the catch for the first out. Buster Adams, 269 hitter, 4 runs batted in, 1 home run. The pitch from Bessie. Hit in the air, base hit. 1 out single for Adams. Adams at first. Skippy Roberge, the batter. 091 hitter, 2 runs batted in. Lefty pitcher, righty batter. The pitch. Hit on the ground to short. Error. No, they scored a single. Buster Adams to second base. Roberge at first. Winning run at first base, tying run at second. Eddie Lucan, pinch hitter, 0 for 4 on the season. Pitch, lefty versus lefty. Hit in the air, right fielder makes the catch. 2 out. 2 out, 2 on. Al Evans, leadoff hitter, pinch hitter, comes in. He's 0 for 6 for the season. Right-hand hitter, left-hand pitcher. 2 on, 2 out. The pitch. Ball 4, bases loaded. Bob Elliott, 289 hitter, 1 homer, 5 runs batted in. Bases loaded, 2 out, bottom of the 9th, trailing by 1 run. 9-0 record on the line. The pitch. Hit in the air, left field, makes the catch. Game over. First loss for the Pittsburgh Pirates. St. Louis shuts them out 1-0. For St. Louis, 1 run on 7 hits, 1 error. For Pittsburgh, no runs, 6 hits, no errors. St. Louis topples Pittsburgh 1-0. Starting pitcher Cliff Farning did his part in helping St. Louis Cardinals thwart the Pittsburgh Pirates 1-0. The winning pitcher was Fannin, now 1-0. He tossed 6 2/3 innings, a 4-hit ball, while walking 3 and batting 4. Pittsburgh falls to 9-1. Ken Keltner, who is a 5-time All-Star, had a direct impact on the outcome. Keltner contributed a run-scoring single in the top of the 5th inning to put St. Louis up 1-0. Nice win for us, said Fannin. Now we'll go after the next one. Next contest. Let's see. Tulsa makes the number 3 performance of the day for the Pirates so far. To St. Louis, Tigers at 6-2 face the Browns at 3-5. $13,000 fans in the stands. Play ball. Hello, baseball fans. Today, St. Louis meets Detroit. Detroit is first in the AL at 6-2. The last place Browns are 3-5. Detroit has taken 2 of 3 from St. Louis this year. It's 61 degrees. There's not a single cloud in sight. Wind blowing right to left. For this game, we're all set for baseball. On the mound is Phil Machardry. He's got a 2.29 whip, 5 strikeouts in 7 innings pitched. The batter is Luke Appling. 3-1 pitch is a walk, and we're underway. We advance to runner in scoring position. Top of the first inning. Appling at second. Stan Spence at the plate for Detroit. The pitch from Bill Marchildon. Ground ball to first. Takes it himself. 2 out. Appling advances to third. Eddie Robinson steps in. Cleanup hitter, hitting 182, 1 homer, 1 run batted in. The pitch from Marchildon.
Strike 3.
Strike 3 called. Inning over. No score. Advancing, bottom of the first. Runners in scoring position in the bottom of the first for the Browns. Eddie Stanky at second base. Andy Pafko at first. Joe Medwick, right-hand hitter. Cleanup hitter. Hitting 385, 1 homer, 3 runs batted in. At the plate, Fritz Ostermuller. The pitcher, left-hand pitcher for Detroit. Here's the pitch. Hit in the air, center field. Makes the catch. 2 out. Buddy Lewis, the batter. Number 5 hitter, 324, 1 homer, 2 runs batted in. Pitch. Hit in the air. Base hit, right field. Runner on third, hit it home. The throw to the cutoff man. Throw home is in time. He is out at the plate. Inning over. No runs, 1 hit, no errors. 2 runners left on. No score at the end of the first inning. Advancing, top of the second inning. Bottom of the second inning. Top of the third inning. Bottom of the third inning. Runners in scoring position for the St. Louis Browns. Bottom of the third inning. Bill Marchildon, the pitcher, at second. Eddie Stanky at first. Grady Hatton, the number 2 hitter, at the plate. Left-hand hitter, left-hand pitcher, Ostermuller. Hatton hitting 290, 1 homer, 4 runs batted in. The pitch. Ground ball to first. Throw to second for 1. Relay to first. In time. Double play. 3-6-3. Marchildon to third. Andy Pafko, the number 3 hitter, steps in. Right-hand hitter versus the left-hand pitching Ostermuller. Pafko hitting 267, 1 homer, 5 runs batted in. The pitch. misses ball 4. 2 out, runners at the corner. Joe Medwick, the cleanup hitter, at the plate. Right-hand hitter versus left-hand pitcher. Austin Mueller hitting .370. 1 home run, 3 runs batted in. The pitch. Hit in the air. On the infield. Third baseman makes the catch in fair territory. Inning over. No runs, 1 hit, no errors. 2 runners left on. No score. Advancing until runner in scoring position. Top of the 4th. Detroit, runner in scoring position. Eddie Robinson at second. Tommy Heinrich at the plate. Right-hand pitcher, Marchildon. Left-hand hitter, Heinrich. The pitch, Henry. That's a base hit to right field. Runner on third will stop there. 1 out, runners at the corners. Connie Ryan, the batter, number 6 hitter, hitting .152 with 1 run batted in. 0 for 1 today. The pitch. Misses ball 4. Bases loaded. Chet Lobbs, hitting .176, 4 home runs, 7 runs batted in. 1 out, no score. The pitch from right-hander Marchildon to right-hand hitting Chet Lobbs. Ground ball, second base. Throws to second to force. Run scores. Detroit on the board. Robinson scores. Fielder's choice for Chet Lobbs. 2 out, runners on the corner. Hank Majeski, number 8 hitter. .296 hitter. No home runs. 2 runs batted in. 0 for 1 today. The pitch, righty versus righty. Hit in the air. Left fielder makes the catch to retire the side. Detroit now leads 1-0. Advancing until runner in scoring position. Bottom of the 4th. Top of the 5th. Top of the 5th inning, Detroit has Austin Mueller at second, Appling at first, Bill Salkeld at the plate, right-hand pitcher Marchildon versus left-hand hitting Salkeld. The pitch. Misses ball 4, bases loaded. Stan Spence, .433 hitter, number 3 hitter. 2 runs batted in, 0 for 2 today. Bases loaded, Detroit leads by 1. The pitch. Hit in the air, left field, base hit, 1 run scores. Second runner hitter for the plate. Safe! And safe, 2 run scores. Detroit leads 3-0. Salkeld at second, Spence at first. Robinson at the plate, Eddie Robinson. Left-hand hitter against right-hander Marchildon. Pitch. In the air. Left field. Carrying. Out of the park. 3-run home run for Eddie Robinson. Detroit leads 6-0. .395 feet. Fastball, 90 miles an hour from Phil Marchildon. Eddie Robinson touches them all. 6-0 lead. We finish the inning. Bottom of the 5th inning. We see if the Browns make a comeback. Half inning. Top of the 6th. Detroit scores 2 more runs. Now lead 8-0. Bottom of the 6th. St. Louis scores 1 run. It's 8-1. Top of the 7th. No score. Bottom of the 7th. No score. Top of the 8th inning. Detroit scores 2 more runs. It's 10-1. Bottom of the 8th. St. Louis does not score. Top of the 9th. Detroit does not score. Bottom of the 9th. Final score, Detroit 10, St. Louis 1. For Detroit, 10 runs on 12 hits, 1 error. For St. Louis, 1 run on 5 hits, no errors. Detroit tops St. Louis 10-1. Bill Sawkill, the 8th overall pick in the 1946 draft, started for Detroit. He was 2 for 4 with a home run and a walk. He scored 2 times and drove in 3. The loss lowers St. Louis record to 3-6. The Detroit Tigers beat the St. Louis Browns 10-1 at Sportsman Park. Chet Lobbs drove in 1 run for Detroit. The 33-year-old left fielder had a key at-bat in the top of the 4th, with 1 out and the bases loaded. He broke a 0-0 tie with a run-scoring ground out off of Phil Machilden. It was his 8th RBI of the season. They just got us, said St. Louis manager Luke Sewell, and that's all I can say. Player of the game, Bill Sawkill. Fritz Ostermuller is 2-0. Phil Machilden of St. Louis is 0-2. That's it for the American League. And we finish with the National League's final contest of the day from Wrigley Field. The Cubs face the Reds. $11,000 fans in the stands. Cincinnati is 2-8. Chicago is 2-5. Play ball. Okay. Welcome to this afternoon's game at Wrigley Field. Today, Chicago plays Cincinnati. Cincinnati has a record of 2-8. Chicago at 2-5 is perched in 7th in the National League. The Reds will try to end a 7-game slide. Cincinnati is 2-1 versus Chicago this year. The game time temperature is 51 degrees, very few clouds, the wind blowing. Let's play ball. Hank Wise for Chicago. He comes into the game with a record of 0-1. And an earned run average of 1.12. The umpire dusts off home plate, steps back, adjusts the mask, and hollers play ball. Frankie Gustine stands in, a 171 hitter. First pitch is grounded out from the third baseman to the first baseman, and that's the first out of the game. We're underway. We advance until a runner is in scoring position. Top of the first inning. Bottom of the first inning. The Cubs have 2 men on. Johnny Pesky at second. Carl Furillo at first. With Ted Williams at the plate. The cleanup hitter, hitting .227, 1 home run, 7 runs batted in. Facing the right-hander Bobo Newsom. Left hand hitting Ted Williams. The pitch. On the ground through the center for a base hit. The runner on third is headed home. He will slide in safely. The throw is not in time. Williams will advance to second on the throw. It's a run-scoring single, and Chicago goes ahead 1-0. Furillo at third, Williams at second. Ray Sanders, the left-hand hitter, steps in. .222 hitter, no homers, 2 runs batted in. Right-hand pitcher Newsom. Here's the pitch. That's in the air to left field. The left fielder makes the catch. Runner tagging and hit it home. The throw is not in time. He scores. Second run for Chicago. They lead 2-0. Ted Williams stays at second base. Peanuts Lowry, the batter, right-hand hitter, against the right-hand pitching Bobo Newsom. Lowry hitting .190 with 1 run batted in. Here's the pitch. Hit on the ground to third. Goes the first in time to retire the side. Cubs score 2 in the inning. Lead 2-0. Advance to the top of the second. Bottom of the second. Top of the third. Cincinnati have runners in scoring position. Guy Curtright at third. Maurice Van Robes at first. Bobo Newsom, the pitcher, at the plate. Nobody out. Here's the pitch from Hank Wise for the Cubs. Righty versus righty. Lays down a bunt. Catcher picks it up. Throws to first. Sacrifice successful. Van Robles the second. Curtright at third. Van Robles at second. Frankie Gustine at the plate. 1 out. Righty versus righty. The pitch from Hank Wise. Hit on the ground. First baseman has it. Throws to first for the pitcher. Covering for the out. Runners do not advance. 2 out. Number 2 hitter Eddie Miller. He's cold. At the plate, righty versus righty. Runners at second and third, 2 out. The pitch. Hit in the air. Catcher makes the catch in foul territory to retire the side. Cincinnati gets a hit and a walk, but cannot produce a run. The Cubs remain in front, 2-0. Advancing until a runner in scoring position, bottom of the third. Top of the fourth, bottom of the fourth, top of the fifth, top of the fifth innings. Cincinnati have runners in scoring position. Maurice Van Robes at second, Bobo Newsom at first, Frankie Gustine at the plate, the leadoff hitter, hitting .162, 2 runs batted in. 2 out. Pitch from Hank Wise. Strike 3 called. That ends the inning. 1 hit and 1 error. Reds do not score. Cubs lead 2-0. Bottom of the 5th, advancing. Pesky at second. Buddy Blattner at the plate. Righty versus righty. The pitch from Newsom. Hit in the air on the infield. No. They say the center fielder caught that. That was an infielder. Oh well. It says F8, so the center fielder caught it. We advance to 2 outs. Pesky at second. Ferrillo at the plate. Righty versus righty. The pitch. Checks his swing. Strike 3 called. Inning over. Cubs do not cash in. Still lead 2-0. Advancing. Top of the 6th. Cincinnati have runners in scoring position. Babe Young at second. Danny Litweiler at first. Frankie Hayes at the plate. Righty versus righty. Hank Wise on the mound for Chicago. The pitch. Hit on the ground to third. Throws to first in time to retire the side. No runs, 2 hits, no errors. 2 runners left on. Cubs still lead 2-0. Bottom of the 6th. Top of the 7th. Bottom of the 7th. Top of the 8th. 2-run homer. Cincinnati has tied the game. There was not a runner in scoring position when that happened. Trying to see if I can see it on a replay. But I see a ground ball on the replay. Is that a replay or was that the end of the inning? That was a replay. Okay. I don't understand. All right. So that happened with no runner on scoring position. The runner on first, somebody hit a home run. Let's see what happened. Whitey Kurowski hit a 2-run home run. Galan singled. Kurowski 2-run home run. Okay. So we advance. Score tied 2-2. Runner in scoring position. Bottom of the 8th. Still tied 2-2. Let's play it out. Pesky at the plate. Newsom on the mound. Left-hand hitter. Right-hand pitcher. The pitch. Hit in the air. Left fielder makes the catch. 1 out. Buddy Blattner, right-hand hitter, against right-hand pitching Bobo Newsom. Bobo Newsom, 7 1/3 innings, 1 walk, 5 strikeouts. Allowed 6 earned runs. For the year, 2 earned runs today. Righty versus righty. The pitch. Ground ball to short. He boots it. Error on the shortstop. Lenny Marullo for Cincinnati, E6. 3rd error for Cincinnati today. Blattner at first. Ferrillo at the plate, right-hand hitter, right-hand pitcher, Newsom. The pitch. Checks his swing, runner going, throw down, safe. Buddy Blattner steals second base. Runner in scoring position for Chicago. Bottom of the 8th inning. Score tied 2-2. 1 out. Righty versus righty. Ferrillo steps in. Newsom now ready. The pitch. Hit on the ground to second. Throws the first in time for the out. 2 out. Flatner advances to third. Ted Williams steps in, left-hand hitter. Right-handed pitching Bobo Newsom. Flatner at third base, 2 out. Score tied 2-2. The pitch. Ball 4. Williams walks, runners at the corners, 2 out. Score tied 2-2. Ray Sanders steps in, left-hand hitter. Right-hand pitching Newsom. Sanders cold, hitting 207. 3 runs batted in. The pitch. Line drive to first. Inning over. Score still tied 2-2. Top of the 9th inning. Let's play it out. Leadoff hitter Joe Garagiola for Cincinnati. Pinch hitter, hitting 182. 2 runs batted in. He'll be followed by Kurt Wright and Van Robe, 7 and 8 hitters. Hank Wise on the mound, 8 innings of work. 1 walk, 1 strikeout. 3 earned runs on the year, 2 earned runs today. Here's the pitch. Righty versus lefty. Base hit, left field. Leadoff man on. Garagiola gets a hit. Guy Kurt Wright steps in. Right-hand hitter. Right-hand pitching Wise on the mound. Score tied 2-2. Nobody out. Here's the pitch. Oh, I did run into scoring position by accident. The Cubs do not, the Reds do not score. Bottom of the 9th inning. Score still tied 2-2. For the Cubs, it'll be Lowry, Moses, and McCullough. Enos Lowry, right-hand hitter. Bobo Newsom, right-hand pitcher. The pitch. Base hit, center field. Leadoff man on. Wally Moses steps in, left-hand hitter. Facing right-hand pitching, Bobo Newsom. Enos Lowry at first, nobody out. Score tied 2-2, bottom of the 9th. Pitch. Plays out a bunt. Third baseman throws the first in time. Sacrifice works. Lowry to second. 1 out. Runner in scoring position. Clyde McCullough at the plate. Right-hand hitter facing right-hand pitching Bobo Newsom. 138 hitter. 2 runs batted in. The pitch. Strike 3 call. 2 out. Lowry at second. 2 out. Bottom of the 9th. Score tied 2-2. Eddie Mayo steps in. Pinch hitter, left-hand hitter, against the right-handed Bobo Newsom. The pitch. Ground ball. Shortstop dives, gets it, throws the first. Bad throw. And that's the game. It's an error on the shortstop, which allows Lowry to score, and the Cubs win 3-2. For the Cubs, 3 runs on 5 hits, 1 error. For the Reds, 2 runs on 7 hits, 4 errors. Cubs are in late win. The Chicago Cubs beat the Cincinnati Reds 3-2. Chicago pitcher and the United States native Hank Wise led the way in 9 innings. Wise surrendered 7 hits while striking out 1, walking 1. He allowed 2 runs. The loss dropped Cincinnati to 2-9. A defensive lapse proved costly in the contest. With the game tied at the bottom of the 9th, an error by the Reds allowed the Cubs to score the winning run. No names. Hey, quiet. We put some tough at-bats on some tough pitches, said Chicago manager Charlie Grimm. Player of the game, Hank Wise. Starting pitcher for the Cubs. Wise gets the win, he's 1-1. Newsom gets the loss, he's 0-3. That completes Thursday, April 25th. Top 3 performances stand usual for the White Sox, Al Benton for the Phillies, and Ed Hoser for the Pirates. We finished today. And advance to Friday. The league is on the air. It's Friday, April 26, 1946. The Detroit Tigers lead the American League, and the Pittsburgh Pirates lead the National League. Our first game will be from Cleveland as the Guardians host the White Sox. For the Sox, Dom DiMaggio, George Kell, Stan Musial, Ron Northey, Willard Marshall, Andy Seminick, Cecil Travis, Lonnie Fry, and Joe Dobson, the pitcher. Dobson is 1-1 with a 3.38 ERA. He's 29 years old. For Cleveland, Eddie Waitkus, Eddie Lake, Johnny Lindell, Joe Gordon, Clyde Klutz, Bobby Kennedy, Hoot Evers, Rip Russell, Al Newhouser, the pitcher. He's 1-1 with a 2.50 ERA. He's 24 years old. The Indians are 3-5 in 7th place. The White Sox are 4-4 in 4th place. Let's play ball. Welcome to the action. Today, the Guardians will host the White Sox. Chicago has posted a record of 4-4, good enough for 4th in the American League. With a record of 3-5, Cleveland is 7th in the American League. Head-to-head, Cleveland is 2-1 against Chicago. Sunny and 47 right now. Hitter-friendly conditions with the wind blowing out to left. Let's get started. Al Newhouser starts for Cleveland. This year he's 1-1 with a 2.50 ERA. Al has allowed 1 home run in 18 innings of work. Dom DiMaggio leads it off. He's hitting .382 with no home runs and 6 runs batted in. The 0-1 pitch, ground ball to the shortstop. He'll throw to first in time, and that's the first out of the inning. Proceeding until the next runner in scoring position. Bottom of the first inning. Bottom of the first inning, Cleveland has a runner in scoring position. Eddie Yankees at third base, Eddie Lake at the plate. Eddie Lake is hitting .323, 10 hits out of 31 at-bats, 6 runs batted in. Right-hand pitcher Joe Dobson on the mound for Chicago. The pitch. Ground ball past the diving second baseman. The run will score. Base hit. Yankees scores. Lake has an RBI single. The score is 1-0. Guardians in front. Now we'll proceed until the next runner in scoring position. Eddie Lake is at second base. Joe Gordon at the plate. Gordon is the cleanup hitter, second baseman, hitting .219, 7 hits and 32 at-bats, no runs batted in. Here's the pitch from right-handed Joe Dobson to right-hand hitter Joe Gordon. Hit in the air, left field. He makes the catch. 2 out. Clyde Klutz steps up, right-hand hitter. Eddie Lake at second, 2 out. Cleveland leads 1-0. The pitch. Misses, ball 4. 2 on, 2 out. Bob Kennedy, the number 6 hitter, left fielder, hitting .258 with 2 runs batted in. Righty versus righty, pitch from Joe Dobson. Little fly ball. The first baseman will catch it on the infield, and that's the inning. Guardians pick up a run and lead the White Sox 1-0. Advancing onto a runner in scoring position. Top of the second inning. Bottom of the second inning. Top of the third inning. Bottom of the third inning. Bottom of the third inning, Cleveland has a runner in scoring position. Johnny Lindell is at third base. Joe Gordon at the plate. Gordon hitting .212. He's the cleanup hitter, second baseman. Pitch from right-hand pitching Joe Dobson to right-hand hitting Joe Gordon. Hit in the air, left field. He makes the catch to retire the side. Nothing on 1 hit for Cleveland. Guardians still lead 1-0. Advancing onto a runner in scoring position. Top of the 4th inning. Bottom of the 4th inning. Bottom of the 4th inning, Cleveland has runners in scoring position. A runner in scoring position. Clyde Klutz is at second. Bob Kennedy is at first. Boot Evers at the plate. Evers hitting .138. Number 7 hitter, center fielder. 1 home run, 3 runs batted in. Righty versus righty. Pitch from Joe Dobson. On the ground in front of the plate. Catcher picks it up, throws to second. Fielder's choice at second base. Clyde Klutz advances to third. 1 out. Runners on the corners. Klutz at third, Evers at first. Rip Russell at the plate. Number 8 hitter, third baseman, hitting 111, no home runs, 2 runs batted in. Righty versus righty. The pitch from Joe Dobson. Hit in the air, in the gap, all the way to the wall, extra bases. 1 run is in. Another runner rounding third and hit it home. He will score standing up. It's a triple. Klutz and Evers score. Triple for Russell, 2 RBI. Guardians increase their lead to 3-0. Al Newhouser, the pitcher, comes to the plate. Left-hand hitter. Rip Russell at third. 1 out. Cleveland leads 3-0. Pitch from Joe Dobson, righty versus lefty. Strike 3 called. 2 out. Top of the order, Eddie Wakes at the plate. First baseman, hitting 289. No home runs, 3 runs batted in. Rip Russell at third, 2 outs. Cleveland leads 3-0. Pitch from Dobson, righty versus lefty. Hit on the ground to first. Throws to the pitcher covering. Inning over. 2 runs on 1 hit, 1 error, 1 left. Cleveland extends their lead, 3-0. Advancing until runner in scoring position. Top of the 5th inning. White Sox have a runner in scoring position. Willard Marshall at second. Lonnie Frey at second. Fry at second. Joe Dobson at the plate. Joe Dobson, the pitcher, is 0 for 7 on the season, 0 for 1 today. Left-hand pitching Hal Newhouser on the mound for Cleveland. Lefty versus righty. The pitch. Strike 3 called. Bat retires the side. 2 walks in the inning, but no runs. 2 runners left on. Score still 3-0 Guardians. Advancing until runner in scoring position. Bottom of the 5th inning. Top of the 6th inning. Bottom of the 6th inning. Top of the 7th inning. Bottom of the 7th inning. Bottom of the 7th inning, Cleveland has a runner in scoring position. The pitcher, Hal Newhouser at second. Eddie Wakes at the plate, the leadoff hitter. 1 for 3 today. Pitch from right-hander Joe Dobson to left-hand hitting Wakes. Misses, ball 4. Hal Newhouser at second. Eddie Wakes at first. Eddie Lake at the plate, number 2 hitter, shortstop, hitting .324, 7 runs batted in. Pitch from Dobson, righty versus righty. Strike 3 called. Out number 1. Newhouser at second, Wakes at first. Lindell at the plate, number 3 hitter, right fielder, .351 hitter, 1 homer, 6 runs batted in. Righty versus righty. Pitch from Joe Dobson. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. 2 out. Joe Gordon at the plate. Cleanup hitter, second baseman, hitting .200. 0 for 3 today. 2 on, 2 out. Pitch from Joe Dobson. Righty versus righty. On the ground to the pitcher. Throws the first to retire the side. That ends the Cleveland 7th. 2 walks in the inning, but that's it. Cleveland up 3-0. Advancing until runner in scoring position. Top of the 8th. Bottom of the 8th. Top of the 9th. And that's the game. Final score, Cleveland 3, White Sox nothing. For Cleveland, 3 runs on 5 hits, no errors. For the White Sox, no runs, 1 hit, 1 error. Newhouser shines, shuts out Chicago 3-0. In a remarkable performance, Cleveland Guardians starter Hal Newhouser beat the Chicago White Sox 3-0 in an impressive one-hit shutout. My arm felt good, mechanics were good, and my stuff was working, he said later. It doesn't get any better than this. The Guardians hurler finished with 9 strikeouts and 2 walks. He showed pinpoint control and a sharp fastball. It was a rough one for my guys, Chicago manager Jimmy Dykes said following the game. We weren't at our best, and their guy was. Player of the game, Hal Newhouser. Starting pitcher for Cleveland. He gets the win, 2-1. Earned run average of 1.67. Losing pitcher, Joe Dobson, 1-2. ERA 3.13. Next, from Philadelphia, the Athletics host the Boston Red Sox. For the Boston Red Sox, Hack at third, Caravetta at first, Mazzy at catcher, Keller at left, Walker in center, Gene Hermansky the right fielder, George Myatt the second baseman, Billy Jurgis the shortstop, Bill Lee the starter. Lee has no record of 5.87 ERA. He's 36 years old. For the A's, Hank Edwards in right, Billy Cox the shortstop, Yogi Berra the catcher, Sid Gordon in left, Les Fleming at first, Dane Clay center fielder, Don Ross at third, Sherry Robinson second base, starting pitcher Tex Houston. Houston is 2-0 with a 1.00 ERA, 0.94 WHIP. He's 30 years old. Philadelphia is 5-5 in third place. Boston is 4-6 in seventh place. Let's play ball. From Shibe Park. Welcome to Philadelphia. Today, Philadelphia will host Boston, the 7th place Red Sox at 4-6. Philadelphia has a record of 5-5, putting them at third in the American League. The Red Sox have a 4-game losing streak. Head-to-head, Boston has won 2 of 3 from Philadelphia. Plenty of sunshine for this game. Wind is blowing in from left at 7 miles an hour. Let's play ball. Taking the mound for the Athletics is Tex Houston. He's registered at 0.94 WHIP, 13 strikeouts in 18 innings pitched. Stan Hack is the third baseman for Boston, and he bats leadoff, hitting .293. Hitting .357 against Philadelphia in 14 at-bats. The 3-0 pitch misses, ball 4, and we're underway. Advancing until a runner is in scoring position. Top of the first inning. Hack at second base for Boston. Top of the first inning. Phil Mazzy at the plate. 1 out. Tex Houston on the mound for Philadelphia. Righty versus righty. Here's the pitch. Hit on the ground to second. Throw to first in time. 1 out. Hack advances to third. 2 out, rather. Charlie Keller at the plate. Cleanup hitter, left fielder, hitting .211. Stan Hack at third, 2 out. The pitch. by pitched ball, he'll take first base. Stan Hack at third, Charlie Keller at first, Harry Walker at the plate, left-hand hitter, facing the righty Tex Houston. Walker hitting .333, 2 runs batted in. The pitch. Hit up the middle, base hit. Center fielder has it, run will score. Man headed for third. The throw to third is not in time. The score is 1-0 Red Sox. Top of the first inning. 2 out. Keller at third, Walker at first. Gene Hermansky, the number 6 hitter, right fielder, steps to the plate, left-hand hitter, hitting .100. 1 homer, 4 runs batted in. Pitch from right-hander Tex Houston. Hit on the ground the first. He'll take it himself to retire the side. 1 run, 2 runners left on. Boston ahead, 1-0. Advancing until runner in scoring position. Bottom of the first. Philadelphia has 2 runners in scoring position. Edwards at third, Cox at second. Yogi Berra at the plate. First base is open. Right-hand pitcher Bill Lee for Boston. Berra hitting .174. 4 hits and 23 at-bats. 3 runs batted in. Righty versus lefty. The pitch. Hit on the ground to the pitcher. Throws the first in time. Runners do not advance. 1 out. Sid Gordon, the number 4 hitter, steps up, left fielder, hitting .263, 2 home runs, 7 runs batted in. Righty versus righty. Pitch from Bill Lee. Hit on the ground in front of the plate. Catcher picks it up, throws the first in time for the out. Runners do not advance. 2 out. Left-hand hitting Les Fleming steps up. Number 5 hitter, first baseman, hitting .366, 7 runs batted in. Righty versus lefty. The pitch. Hit in the air. Base hit right field. 1 run scores. Second man hit it home. The throw not in time. Offline. Runner will advance to second on the throw. 2 runs score for the Athletics, and they lead 2-1. That's Fleming with the RBI. Dane Clay at the plate. Right-hand hitter, hitting .342. Center fielder, facing right-hander Bill Lee. 2 out, runner at second. Philadelphia leads by 1. The pitch. Hit in the air on the infield. Short pitcher makes the catch. Side retired. 2 runs, 3 hits, no errors, and a runner left on. The A's lead 2-1. Advancing until runner in scoring position. Top of the second inning. Boston has a runner in scoring position. George Wyatt at second base. Stan Hack at the plate. Hack is the leadoff hitter, third baseman, hitting .293. 6 runs batted in. Left-hand hitter versus the right-hand pitching Tex Houston. The pitch. Ball 4. Hack at first base. George Wyatt remains at second base. Phil Cavarretta, left-hand hitter, steps in. Number 2 hitter, first baseman, hitting .302, 5 runs batted in. Righty versus left-hand hitter. The pitch. Hit in the air to the second baseman, right behind second base. He'll make the catch. The inning is over. No runs, 1 hit, no errors. Two runners left on. The Athletics still have the lead, 2-1. Advancing until runner in scoring position. Bottom of the second. The A's have a runner in scoring position. Sherry Robertson at second base. Left-hand hitting Hank Edwards at the plate. Leadoff man, right fielder, hitting .362, 1 homer, 10 runs batted in. Right-hand pitcher versus left-hand hitter. Delivery from Bill Lee. Hit on the ground to first. Throws to the pitcher covering for the out. That retires the side. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, a runner left on. The score remains the same. A's lead 2-1. Advancing until runner in scoring position. Top of the third. Bottom of the third. Philadelphia has a runner in scoring position. Billy Cox at third base. Sid Gordon at the plate. The cleanup hitter, left fielder, hitting .256. 2 home runs, 7 runs batted in. Righty versus righty. The pitch from Bill Lee. Hit on the ground to third. Throws the first in time for the out. The run will score. Billy Cox scores. Philadelphia now leads 3-1. Advancing until runner in scoring position. Bottom of the third. Top of the fourth. Bottom of the fourth. Top of the fifth. Bottom of the fifth. Top of the sixth. Bottom of the sixth. Top of the seventh. Boston has a runner in scoring position in the top of the 7th inning. Gene Hermansky at second base with Hal Peck at the plate. The pinch hitter hitting .500 on the season. 5 hits and 10 at-bats. Left-hand hitter against the right-hand pitching Tex Houston. The pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. 2 out. The pitcher, Bill Lee, steps in. Right-hand hitter against the right-hand pitching Tex Houston. Hermansky at second base. Boston trails by 2. The pitch. On the ground to short. Throws the first in time. Side retired.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is 7-inning stretch time. We invite you to join in singing "Take Me Out to the Ball Game."
Advancing until runner in scoring position. Bottom of the 7th. Top of the 8th. Boston has a runner in scoring position. Stan Hack is at second base with Charlie Keller at the plate, the cleanup hitter. The left fielder is hitting .200, 0 for 2 today. Left-hand hitter, right-hand pitcher, Tex Houston. Pitch.
Strike 3.
Strike 3 call. That, he retires the side on strikes. That ends the top of the 8th. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, a runner left on base. Score remains 3-1 Philadelphia. Advancing until a runner in scoring position, bottom of the 8th. Philadelphia has a runner in scoring position. Yogi Berra at second base, Sid Gordon at first, Les Fleming at the plate. The number 5 hitter, the first baseman, hitting .386, 9 runs batted in. 2 for 3 today with 2 runs batted in. The pitch from Bill Lee to left-hand hitting Les Fleming. Hit in the air to right field, base hit. Bases are loaded. Dane Clay, number 6 hitter, center fielder, steps in. Right-hand hitter, hitting .317, 7 runs batted in. 0 for 3 today. Righty versus righty. Pitch from Bill Lee. Misses, ball 4. He walks in a run. Philadelphia now leads 4-1. Don Ross at the plate, number 7 hitter, third baseman, hitting .308. He's 1 for 3 today. The pitch, righty versus righty. Hitting sharply to left field base hit. That'll score 2 runs. And he'll take second base on the throw home. Athletics now lead 6-1. I will advance past this half inning. And the Athletics scores 6 runs. The score is 6-1. Top of the 9th inning. Let's see if Boston responds. They do not. Boston scores 1 run. The final score, Philadelphia 6, Boston 2. The totals for the Philadelphia Athletics: 6 runs, 12 hits, and no errors. For the Boston Red Sox, 2 runs, 7 hits, and no errors. Athletics pin 6-2 loss on Boston. The Philadelphia Athletics got a stellar effort from pitcher Tex Houston, helping Philadelphia score a win over the visiting Boston Red Sox 6-2. Houston got the win, improving to 3-0. He gave up 7 hits and walked 2 over 9 innings. He allowed 2 runs. Boston with the loss, is 4-7. In the bottom of the first, Philadelphia took the lead on a 2-run single by Les Fleming. At the time, the Athletics were trailing 1-0, but Fleming's hit with 2 outs against Boston pitcher Bill Lee put them in front 2-1. In post-game comments to the Philadelphia Bulletin, Fleming said, "If effort is there, the wins will come." Player of the game, Tex Houston, starting pitcher for the Athletics. He is now 3-0. ERA 1.33. Losing pitcher Bill Lee, now 0-1. Players of the performances of the day so far. Number 1, Hal Newhouser of the Guardians. Number 2, Tex Houston of the Athletics. Number 3, Les Fleming of the Athletics, going 3 for 4 with 2 runs batted in and a run scored in the 6-2 win versus Boston. Next game. From Washington, the Senators host the New York Yankees. For the New York Yankees, Ralph Kiner in left, Thurman Tucker in center, Ernie Lombardi the catcher, Hank Greenberg at first, Mickey Witek at second, Dick Culler at short, Bill Rigney at third, Pat Mullen in right, Dutch Leonard the starting pitcher. 1-1 record, 1.42 ERA, 0.74 WHIP. He's 37 years old. For the Senators, Case at left. Marty Marion at short. Tommy Holmes in right. Mickey Vernon at first. Bobby Dorr at second. Jim Tabor at third. Mickey Livingston, the catcher. Mike McCormick, the center fielder. Starting pitcher, Jesse Flores. He's 0-1 with a 3.00 ERA, a 1.33 whip. He's 31 years old. "17,000 fans in the stands at Griffith Stadium. The Senators are in fourth place with a 5-5 record. The New York Yankees are in second place with a 6-4 record. Let's play ball." Welcome, baseball fans. Today, Washington goes up against New York. New York is second in the AL with a 6-4 record. Washington at 5-5 and is fourth in the AL. The season series stands at 2-1 in favor of Washington. A cool, dreary day. The wind's blowing in from center at 10 miles an hour. Ladies and gentlemen, the first pitch is coming up. Jesse Flores takes the mound for the Senators. Up to bat is Ralph Kiner. He's generated a WAR of -0.1 so far this season. The 0-2 pitch, he strikes out looking, and we're underway. Advancing onto a runner in scoring position, top of the first inning. New York has a runner in scoring position. Thurman Tucker is at second base. Ernie Lombardi, the number 3 hitter, the catcher, is at the plate, batting .182. The right-hand hitter against the right-hand pitching Jesse Flores. 1 out, the pitch. Misses, ball 4. Tucker at second, Lombardi at first. Hank Greenberg steps in, the cleanup hitter, hitting .231, 2 home runs, 4 runs batted in. Righty versus righty. The pitch from Jesse Flores. Hit on the ground to short. Goes to second for the force play. Second out. Tucker at third base. Hank Greenberg at first on the fielder's choice. 2 out. Mickey Witek at the plate, the number 5 hitter, the second baseman, hitting .220, 5 runs batted in. Righty versus righty. The pitch from Flores. Hit on the ground to third. Throw to second base for the force to retire the side. New York gets a hit and a walk, but nothing more. There's no score. Advancing until runner is in scoring position. Bottom of the first inning. Top of the second inning. Top of the second inning, New York has 2 runners in scoring position. Culler at third, Bill Rickney at second. Pat Mullen at the plate, left-hand hitter. The right fielder, the number 8 hitter, hitting .100 on the season. 1 home run, 1 run batted in. Righty versus lefty, the pitch. Hit in the air. The shortstop has it. 1 out. Runners do not advance. Marty Marion makes the catch for the Washington Senators at short. Dutch Leonard at the plate, right-hand hitter versus right-hand pitching Jesse Flores. Culler at third, Rigney at second, 1 out. The pitch. Hit in the air to center field. He makes the catch. Runner on third tags, and he will score. No throw by the center fielder. The Yankees lead 1-0. Rigney at second base. Ralph Kiner steps to the plate, right-hand hitter. The leadoff man, left fielder, hitting .162, 1 home run, 1 run batted in. 0 for 1 today. 2 out. The pitch from Flores. Hit in the air. Short center field. Shortstop makes the catch. Side retired. The Yankees get a run on 1 hit and an error. A runner left on. It's 1-0 New York. Advancing until runner in scoring position. Bottom of the second. Washington has a runner in scoring position. Mickey Vernon at second base. Bobby Doerr at the plate, right-hand hitter versus the right-hand pitching Dutch Leonard. Here's the pitch. Little fly ball on the infield. First baseman runs in and makes the catch. 1 out. Vernon remains at second. The batter, Jim Tabor. Number 6 hitter, third baseman, hitting .194. 3 home runs, 6 runs batted in. Righty versus righty, the pitch. Hit in the air to right field, base hit. Runner rounding third and will stop. Throw comes into the cutoff man. 1 out, runners at the corners. Vernon at third, Tabor at first, Mickey Livingston at the plate. Number 7 hitter, catcher, hitting .429, 3 hits and 7 at-bats. Righty versus righty, the pitch. Hit in the air to right field. Makes the catch, runner tags at third. No throw, he will score. The game is tied, 1-1. Bottom of the second inning, 2 out. Tabor at first. Mike McCormick at the plate. Advancing until runner in scoring position. Bottom of the second. Run has scored. Washington leads 2-1. Mike McCormick is at third base. Jesse Flowers at the plate, the pitcher, Flores. Jesse Flores at the plate. Righty versus righty, the pitch. Hit on the ground to second. Throw to first. In time for the out. End of the inning. Senators get 2 runs, and they now lead 2-1. Advancing until runner in scoring position. Top of the third. Yankees have a runner in scoring position. Greenberg at second base. Mickey Witek at the plate, the number 5 hitter, the second baseman, hitting .214. 5 runs batted in. Righty versus righty, the pitch. Hit in the air to right field. He makes the catch. Runner at second does not advance. 2 out. Dick Culler, the batter, number 6 hitter, shortstop, hitting .258, 2 runs batted in. 1 for 1 today. Righty versus righty. Greenberg at second. The pitch. Misses, ball 4. Bill Rigney steps in, number 7 hitter, third baseman, hitting .417. 15 hits and 36 at-bats, 1 homer, 6 runs batted in. Righty versus righty. 2 on, 2 out. The pitch. Hit in the air. Foul territory. Third baseman makes the catch. Side retired. One run on 2 hits. Yankees tie the game. It is 2-2. Let me me see how the Yankees tied the game. Greenberg scored on the double. Okay. All right. 2-2 tie, bottom of the third. Advancing until runner in scoring position. Bottom of the third. Senators have a runner in scoring position, Tommy Holmes at second, Mickey Vernon at first, Bobby Doerr at the plate, number 5 hitter, second baseman, hitting .359, 1 home run, 11 runs batted in. Righty versus righty. Pitch from Dutch Leonard. And on the ground to third. Throws the second for the force play to retire the side. 2 base runners in the inning, but the Senators do nothing with them. Still tied 2-2. Advancing until runner in scoring position. Top of the fourth. Bottom of the fourth. Top of the fifth. Bottom of the fifth. Top of the sixth. A run scores without a runner being in scoring position. The Yankees lead 3-2. Let's see how the run scored. Solo home run by Bill Rigney. Now it just happened. Let's see if I can replay it. No, see, it's a ground out. So I don't understand that. Okay. That's the last play. Okay. So I do see the out here, so that's why. All right. So Matt Mullins at the plate will advance until runner in scoring position. Yankees now lead 3-2 on the solo home run. Bottom of the 6th inning. Advancing. Top of the 7th inning. In the top of the 7th inning, the Yankees have a runner in scoring position. Tucker is at second. Lombardi is at the plate, the number 3 hitter, the catcher, hitting .171, 1 home run, 4 runs batted in, 0 for 2 today. Yankees lead by a run. Pitch from right-hand pitching Flores to right-hand hitting Lombardi. Intentional walk. Hank Greenberg steps in. Tucker at second, Lombardi at first. Greenberg, the cleanup hitter, hitting .238, 2 home runs, 5 runs batted in. 1 for 3 today with a run batted in. The pitch, righty versus righty. Hit in the air to right field. Running toward the line, makes the catch. 2 out. Mickey Whitetek steps in, number 5 hitter. Second baseman is 0 for 3 today. Pitch from Flores. Righty versus righty. Hit in the air to left field. He'll make the catch to retire the side. New York gets nothing and strands a pair. Yankees still out in front, 3-2. 7th inning stretch time. Advancing until runner in scoring position. Bottom of the 7th. Top of the 8th. Bottom of the 8th. Bottom of the 8th inning. Washington has 2 runners in scoring position. Marion at third, Holmes at second, first base open, Mickey Vernon at the plate. Left-hand hitter versus right-handed Dutch Leonard. Vernon hits .409, the first baseman. 1 home run, 10 runs batted in. Righty versus lefty, the pitch. Nobody out. Hit on the ground to short. Throws home. And he's safe on the fielder's choice. Fielder's choice attempt at home, and he's safe. That ties the game. Nobody out. Holmes at third base for the Senators. Vernon at first. Bobby Doerr steps up, the number 5 hitter. The second baseman, hitting .341, 1 homer, 11 runs batted in. He's 0 for 3 today. Righty versus righty. Score tied. The pitch. Hit on the ground to second base. Throws the first, and it's a bad throw. Error on the second baseman. Tommy Holmes will score, giving Washington the lead. Mickey Vernon goes to third base. The runner is on second on the error. Bottom of the 8th inning. No outs. Vernon at third. Doerr at second. Tabor at the plate. The number 6 hitter, third baseman, hitting .205. 3 home runs, 6 runs batted in, 1 for 3 today. Righty versus righty, the pitch. Hit on the ground to second base. He dives for it, picks it up, and makes another bad throw. The second error in this inning, charged to the second baseman. Bases are loaded. Mickey Whitecheck, the second baseman for the New York Yankees, has committed 2 errors in the bottom of the 8th inning. Mickey Livingston steps to the plate for Washington. The number 7 hitter, the catcher, he is hitting .556 on the season. He's 5 for 9, 2 for 2 today with a run batted in. Righty versus righty. Leonard delivers. Hit on the ground past the shortstop who is playing in. Vernon scores. Doerr to third. Tabor to second. Livingston brings home 1 with a single. Washington now leads by 2, 5-3. We're going to complete the half inning, see what the damage is done. They score 9 runs in that half inning and lead 11-3. The Senators have a new pitcher, Frank Barrett. We'll play the half inning of the top of the 9th to see if New York makes a comeback. They do not. They do not score in the top of the 9th. Final score, Washington 11, New York 3. For the Senators, 11 runs on 11 hits, 3 errors. For the Yankees, 3 runs on 6 hits, 3 errors. Senators win 11-3 versus New York. The Washington Senators scored a convincing win at Griffith Stadium, defeating the New York Yankees 11-3. One of the hitting stars was 31-year-old catcher Mickey Livingston, who went 3 for 3 with 3 singles. He drove in 2 runs and scored once. Jesse Flores picked up the win, lifting his record to 1-1 on the season. He struck out 2 and walked 3 in 8 innings, while yielding 3 runs. The loss makes New York 6-5. Mickey Vernon, who was drafted in the second round of the 1946 draft, helped out the Washington Cause in the bottom of the 8th inning with a run-scoring groundout. For the game, the first baseman drew 2 walks in 5 plate appearances. He scored 2 runs. It's nice to step up when your team needs you, says Livingston. Player of the game is Mickey Livingston, the catcher for the Washington Senators. The winning pitcher is Jesse Flores. He's 1-1. His earned run average is 2.45. The losing pitcher is Dutch Leonard for the New York Yankees. He's 1-2. His ERA is 1.69. Mickey Livingston makes the number 3 performance of the day with his 3 for 3, 2 RBI, run scored performance in the 11-3 win versus New York. Now we move to the National League games, scheduled for a 2:05 Eastern start. From New York, the Giants host the Brooklyn Dodgers. From the Polo Grounds, 20,000 fans in the stands, clear skies, 51 degrees, wind blowing out to center at 11 miles an hour. For the Dodgers, Bert Haas at first, Pete Reiser at third, Enos Slaughter at right, Sam Chapman in left, Bernie McCoskey in center, Phil Rizzuto at short, Bruce Edwards the catcher, Bobby Adams the second baseman, starting pitcher Max Lanier. 1-1 with a 1.50 ERA, a 1.28 whip. He's 30 years old. For the New York Giants, Taffy Wright in right field, Lou Boudreau at shortstop, Dick Wakefield in left, Goody Rosen in center, Nick Etten at first base, Buddy Rozar the catcher, Benny Zientara the second baseman, Eddie Yost at third base, Nick Strincevic, the pitcher. He has no record. He's 31 years old. The New York Giants are in second place with a 6-3 record. The Brooklyn Dodgers are in fifth place with a 4-5 record. Let's play ball. Welcome to the Polo Grounds. Today it's New York versus Brooklyn. For the season, Brooklyn is 4-5, placing them fifth in the National League. The second place Giants own a 6-3 record. New York leads the season series 3-0. Should be a sunshine all day. The game time temperature is 51. The wind is blowing out to center. Game on. Nick Strincevic gets the pitching assignment for New York. Bert Haas steps into the batter's box, hitting .240 with 1 homer and 4 runs batted in. The 1-1 pitch, grounded to the second baseman, throws the first in time for the first out of the game, and we're underway. Advancing until runners in scoring position. Top of the first. Bottom of the first. In the bottom of the first inning, the New York Giants have a runner in scoring position. Taffy Wright is at second base. Lou Boudreau at the plate, the number 2 hitter, hitting .184, 2 runs batted in. The left-hand pitcher Max Lanier is on the mound. Lefty versus righty. The pitch. Hit on the ground to third. He dives, picks it up, throws the first. Bad throw. Error on the third baseman. No, error on the first baseman. The throw was dropped. Taffy Wright to third. First baseman Bert Haas of the Brooklyn Dodgers dropped the throw from third baseman Pete Reiser. Bottom of the first inning, no outs. Wright at third, Boudreau at first. Dick Wakefield steps to the plate, the number 3 hitter, left fielder, hitting .303, 2 home runs, 4 runs batted in. Lefty versus lefty, the pitch. Hit on the air, past the shortstop, into center for a base hit. 1 run scores. Taffy Wright scores. Wakefield single scores 1, and the Giants are now in front 1-0. Here's Goody Rosen, left-hand hitter, against the left-hand pitching Max Lanier. Boudreau at second, Wakefield at first. Giants lead by a run. No outs. Here's the pitch. Hit in the air, left field. He makes the catch. Runners do not advance. First out of the inning. Here's Nick Etten. Hitting .258, 5 runs batted in. 1 out. The pitch. Lefty versus lefty. Up the middle, base hit. Into center field. Runner on third will stop there as the throw comes in. Bases loaded, 1 out. Buddy Rosar steps in, the number 6 hitter, the catcher, hitting .296. 1 run batted in. Lefty versus the right-hand pitch, the right-hand hitting Buddy Rosar. Here's the pitch. That's on the ground, the first. Past him for a base hit. 1 run is in. Another man hit it home. Throw home is not in time. 2 runs score. Rosar with a 2-run single, and New York extends the lead to 3-0. Bottom of the first inning, 1 out. Etten at second, Rosar at first. Benny Zintara steps in, the number 7 hitter, second baseman, hitting .250, 1 for 4 on the season. Here's the pitch. Lefty versus righty. He lays one down. Pitcher picks it up, throws to third. He's safe at third. Rosar advances to second. The bases are loaded. The number 8 hitter, Eddie Yost, steps in, hitting .185, the third baseman. He has 4 runs batted in. Right-hand hitting versus the left-hand pitching Max Lanier. Pitch. Hits it in the air, and that's a base hit to right field. That'll score 1 run. And it's station to station. And they take a 4-0 lead. Bases still loaded. 1 out. Nick Strenchevic steps in. The pitcher. Giants lead 4-0. The pitch from left-hander Max Lanier. Right-hand hitting, hits it to left field, and he'll make the catch. He throws quickly to the home plate, and the runner cannot score from third. 2 out. Taffy Wright steps in, the leadoff hitter, right fielder, hitting .222, hitting from the left side. He's 1 for 1 today. Lefty versus lefty. The pitch. Hit on the ground to short. He'll take it himself to second base to retire the side. That ends the New York first. The Giants bat around and score 4 times. They lead 4-0. Advancing until a runner in scoring position. Top of the second inning. A run has scored, and Rizzuto is on second base. I assume he doubled in the run. Let's check the log. McCoskey reached on an error, and the double he scored. Okay. So it's 4-1 now. Giants lead. Rizzuto at second base. Bruce Edwards at the plate for the Dodgers. the catcher. He's hitting .312, 6 runs batted in. Righty versus righty against Nick Strincevic. The pitch. Hit in the air. That's in the gap. That's going to be extra bases. The run will score. He is hit it to second with a double. It's now 4-2 Giants. Here's Bobby Adams, the right-hand hitter. Second baseman, he's cold, hitting .129, 4 for 31 on the season. Righty versus righty, the pitch. Brooklyn trails by 2. Hit on the ground to third. Throws the first in time. 2 out. Edwards at second. Lanier, the pitcher, steps in. Righty versus righty. Strincevic delivers. Hit on the ground to third. Throws the first in time, and that retires the side. Inning over. Dodgers get 2 runs. Cut the lead in half. It's now 4-2. Advancing until scoring, runner in scoring position. Bottom of the second. Top of the third. Top of the third inning. The Dodgers have a runner in scoring position. Bert Haas is second. Pete Reeser at first. Enos Slaughter steps in, the left-hand hitter. Hitting hitting .211. 4 runs batted in. Right-hand pitcher against the left-hand hitter. The pitch. Nobody out. Hit on the ground to first. Goes to second for 1. The relay in time. 3-6-1. The pitcher covers on that relay. And Haas advances to third on the double play. 2 out. Haas at third. Here's Sam Chapman. The pitch. That's hit on the ground to the pitcher. Throws the first. And not in time. The run will score. And now it's 4-3. The Giants' lead is 1. They scored a single. Chapman at first base. Barney McCoskey steps in, left-hand hitter, against the right-hand pitching Strincevic. Here's the pitch. Oh, wait, I did runner in scoring position. So now, the Dodgers do have a runner in scoring position. Chapman is second. McCoskey is at first. And Rizzuto's the batter, number 6 hitter, shortstop, hitting .265. He's 1 for 1 today with a run batted in. Here's the pitch from Strincevic, righty versus righty. Hit in the air to center. He makes the catch to retire the side. Dodgers pick up a run. Pull closer. They now trail 4-3. Bottom of the third inning, advancing until there's a runner in scoring position. Top of the fourth. Top of the fourth inning, the Dodgers have a runner at third base. Edwards. Bobby Adams will step in. He's the number 8 hitter. He's cold, hitting .125 on the season, 0 for 1 today. Here's the pitch. Hit in the air to the shortstop. He makes the catch. 1 out. Here's the pitcher, Lanier. 0 for 1. 1 for 7 on the season. The pitch. Righty versus righty. In the air. Center field. He makes the catch. Runner tags up and hit it home. The throw home is cut off. No throw. That ties the game. It's 4-4. Brooklyn has worked their way back. New ball game. 2 out here in the top of the fourth. Will advance until runner in scoring position. Bottom of the fourth. Top of the fifth. Bottom of the fifth. Top of the sixth. Bottom of the sixth. Top of the seventh. Bottom of the seventh. Bottom of the seventh inning, the New York Giants have a runner in scoring position. The pitcher, Strincevic, is at second base. The leadoff man, Billy Herman, steps in. He's pinch hitting. He's slightly tired. Hitting .282 with 4 runs batted in. Here's the pitch from Lanier, left-hander, to the right-hand hitting Herman. Score tied 4-4, no outs. That ball misses, and he'll take his base. 2 men on, nobody out, bottom of the 7th, score tied 4-4. Lou Boudreau steps in. Number 2 hitter, he's cold, hitting .171, 0 for 3 today. Lefty versus right-hand hitting Boudreau. The pitch. It's on the ground, shortstop has it. Goes to first for the out. That's 1 out. Strincevic advances to third. Herman advances to second. Batter is Dick Wakefield, left-hand hitter, hitting .306 with 2 homers, 5 runs batted in. The left fielder. Lefty versus lefty. 2 men in scoring position with 1 out. Bottom of the 7th. Here's the pitch. Swing and miss. Strike 3. That's 2 outs. Left-hand hitting Goody Rosen steps in. The center fielder, hitting .256, 7 runs batted in. Strincevic, the pitcher, at third. Herman at second. 2 out. Here's the pitch from left-hand pitching Lanier to left-hand hitting. Hits it in the air. Third baseman catches the line drive. And that's the inning. The score is tied 4-4. Top of the 8th inning, advancing onto a runner in scoring position. Top of the 8th inning, the Dodgers have a runner in scoring position. Reeser at second base, Enos Slaughter at first. Sam Chapman steps to the plate, the cleanup hitter, hitting .289. No homers, 10 runs batted in. He's 1 for 3 today with a run batted in. Strincevic, the right-hander versus the right-hand hitting Chapman. The pitch. Hit in the air, left field, that's a base hit. Not enough to score to run, but the bases are loaded with nobody out. Here's Barney McCoskey. Score tied 4-4. Top of the 8th inning. Dodgers with the bases loaded. Here's the pitch. Righty versus lefty. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. 1 out. Phil Rizzuto, right-hand hitter, steps in, shortstop, hitting .250, 1 for 3 today, with a run batted in. Reeser at third, Slaughter at second, Chapman at first. The pitch. New pitcher. Bill Dietrich is in, right-hander, righty versus righty. Here's the pitch to Rizzuto. Misses, ball 4, and he walks in a run. That's the go-ahead run. And the Dodgers lead 5-4. Bases still loaded, 1 out. Bruce Edwards steps in, the number 7 hitter, the catcher, hitting .343, 7 runs batted in. 2 for 3 today with a run batted in. Righty versus righty. Here's the pitch from Dietrich. That's it on the ground to third. He'll throw home. The force play, fielder's choice, he's out at home. Chapman to third, Rizzuto to second. 2 out now, and the base is still loaded. Adams will step in, the right-hand hitter. He's cold. 0 for 3 today. Here's the pitch from Dietrich, righty versus righty. Hit in, base hit, left field. Run will score. Another man hit it home. There's a throw home, and he is out at home. The second runner is out at the plate, but the first run does score. And it's now 6-4 in favor of the Brooklyn Dodgers. Bottom of the 8th inning. Will advance until there's a runner in scoring position. Top of the 9th inning. Let's see if Brooklyn can add to their lead. We go to the bottom of the 9th inning. Let's look at the last wraps for the Giants. First is Gus Nerhos, pinch hitter. He is 0 for 2 on the season. The pitch. They trail by 2. That's hit in the air on the infield. First baseman will make the catch near first base for the first out. 1 out is Mike Tresh, pinch hitter. He's 0 for 4. The pitch. That's it on the ground to third. He dives, gets it, throws the first. Bad throw, and the first baseman dropped it. E3. Second error for Brooklyn today. Tresh is at first base with 1 out. Here's Boudreaux, right-hand hitter against the left-hand pitcher Laniers. That's it in the air to right field. Near the track, he'll make the catch. 2 outs. Tresh at first base, 2 out. Giants trail by 2. Tying run at the plate in Dick Wakefield. Last chance for the Giants. Lefty versus lefty. Lanier has thrown 8 2/3 innings. 8 hits allowed, 3 earned runs. He's walked 1 and struck out 3. Here's the pitch. Oh, that's it. Game over. I did runner in scoring position. Dodgers defeat the Giants 6-4. For the Brooklyn Dodgers, 6 runs on 9 hits, 2 errors. For the New York Giants, 4 runs on 8 hits, 1 error. New York beaten 6-4 by Brooklyn. The Brooklyn Dodgers picked up a win at Polo Grounds, knocking off the New York Giants 6-4. On the mound for Brooklyn was left-hander Max Lanier. He played a key role in the triumph. Lanier yielded 4 runs over 9 innings to notch the win. He scattered 8 hits, walked 1, and struck out 3. His record improves to 2-1. New York now has a record of 6-4. Brooklyn used the timely hitting of Bobby Adams to seize the win. The second baseman stroked a run-scoring single in the top of the 8th inning to put the Dodgers on top 6-4. It was his only hit in 4 at-bats, but it was a game changer. It's the best feeling when you come through for your teammate, said Adams. Player of the game, Max Lanier, starting pitcher for the Brooklyn Dodgers. He is 2-1, an ERA of 2.00. The losing pitcher is Nick Strincevic. He's 0-1. Earned run average of 5.19. Our next National League contest is from Pittsburgh. The Pirates host the St. Louis Cardinals. For the St. Louis Cardinals, Jim Russell at center, Ken Keltner at third, Frank McCormick at first. Roy Cullenbine at right. Snuffy Sternweiss at second. Bobby Sturgeon at short. Bama Rowell at left field. Bill Dickey at the catcher. Starting pitcher Fred Hutchinson. He's 1-1 with a 3.57 ERA, a whip of 1.47. He's 26 years old. For the Pirates, Johnny Wyrostek at center. Bob Elliott in right. Walker Cooper, the catcher. Johnny Mize at first. Vern Stevens at short. Jerry Pretty at second. Buster Adams in left. Skippy Roberge at third. And Johnny Schmitz, the starter. He's 2-0 with a 3.63 ERA, a 1.50 whip. He's 25 years old. From Forbes Field, it's 21,000 fans in the stand. It's cloudy, 56 degrees, wind blowing left to right at 10 miles an hour. The Pirates are in first place. They lost their first game. They've won 9 out of 10. The Cardinals are in third place, 5 wins and 4 losses. Let's play ball. Good afternoon. Welcome to Forbes Field in Pittsburgh. Today the Pirates meet the Cardinals. St. Louis sits third in the National League with a season record of 5-4. Pirates entered the game with a 9-1 record, puts them in first place in the National League. Cardinals look to extend their 5-game win streak. Pittsburgh has won 3 of 4 games from St. Louis this season. Despite the cloud cover, there's no rain in the forecast. The wind is blowing left to right at 10 miles an hour. First pitch is coming up. Johnny Schmitz will get the call for the Pirates. Johnny has made 2 starts this season. Overall, he's 2-0 with a 3.63 ERA. Opponents are hitting .241 on balls in play. First up will be Jim Russell. St. Louis center fielder is hitting .243 with no home runs and no runs batted in. The 3-2 pitch, it's an error on the third baseman, and he reaches base. Unusual start to this game. Russell is at first base. Will advance until there's a runner in scoring position. Russell is now at second base, top of the first inning. Frank McCormick at the plate. He's the number 3 hitter, first baseman, hitting .206. Here's the pitch from the left-hander Johnny Schmitz. Lefty versus righty. The pitch. Hitting sharply to left field. That's all the way into the corner. That'll score the run. It's a stand-up double for the hitter. Russell scores. McCormick knocks in 1, and St. Louis is on the board in the top of the first inning. Here's the cleanup hitter, Roy Cullenbine, with a runner in scoring position, 1 out. Lefty versus the right-hand hitter. Here's the pitch. That misses, ball 4. McCormick at second, Cullenbine at first. Snuffy Sternweiss steps in, the right-hand hitter, against the lefty Johnny Schmitz. 1 out. St. Louis already leads 1-0. The pitch. That's hit in the air on the infield. Short right field. And the second baseman makes the catch. 2 out. Here's Sturgeon, the number 6 hitter, the shortstop, hitting .281. 1 run batted in, 1 homer. Here's the pitch. Lefty versus righty. In the air, deep. And that is in the gap and to the wall. 1 run is in. Another man rounding third and hit it home. He'll score without a throw. And he's on third with a triple. McCormick and Cullenbine score on the 2-run triple by Sturgeon. And the Cardinals now lead 3-0. Here's Bama Rowell with Sturgeon at third. Rowell is the number 7 hitter, the left fielder, hitting .321, 3 runs batted in. Lefty versus lefty. The pitch. That's it in the air to left field. He's there to make the catch, and he makes it. That retires the side. St. Louis half of the first is over, and the Cardinals get 2 runs, including a home run, and post a 3-run inning. They lead 3-0. Bottom of the first inning, advancing until there's a runner in scoring position. Top of the second. Top of the second inning, St. Louis has a runner in scoring position. Bill Dickey at second base. Left-hand hitting Fred Hutchinson, the pitcher, steps in. Lefty versus lefty as the pitcher Schmitz delivers. That's hit in the air to left field. Left fielder racing toward the line, and he'll make the catch. 1 out. Dickey at second. Russell steps in, the leadoff man, the center fielder, hitting .237. 0 for 1. Ground ball to third base. Slow roller. Throws the first in time. Runner advances to second. No, runner's already at second. 2 out. Dickey at second. Here's Keltner, the number 2 hitter, third baseman, hitting .273. The pitch. Lefty versus righty. Up the middle. Base hit. Runner on third is hit it home. The throw home is cut off. Now the throw is made from the cutoff man. It's too late. Cardinals lead 4-0. Keltner at second. Number 3 hitter McCormick, first baseman, steps in. He's 1 for 1 with a run batted in, hitting .229. Lefty versus righty. The pitch. That's in the air. Center field. Makes the catch to retire the side. Another run put on the board by the Cardinals. It's 4-0. Bottom of the second. Advancing until there's a runner in scoring position. Top of the third. Top of the third inning, St. Louis again has a runner in scoring position. We'll do the half inning since they're ahead by 4 runs. See what the damage is. No run scored. Bottom of the third, runner in scoring position. Pittsburgh has a runner in scoring position. Skippy Roberge is at second base. Johnny Wyrostek is at the plate. Left-hand hitter against the right-hand pitching Hutchinson. Here's the pitch. 2 out. Ball gets away. It's 2-0. Pitch. That's hit in the air to center field. He's racing back for it, and he won't get it. It's a double, and that'll score the run. Pittsburgh is on the board. It's 4-1 now. Wyrostek with a double. Here's Bob Elliott, right-hand hitter against the right-hand pitching Hutchinson. 2 out, bottom of the third. Pittsburgh trails by 3. The pitch. That's in the air. That's deep. I think it's in the gap, and it'll go all the way to the wall. That'll score another run. He's rounding second, and he's headed for third. The throw to third is not in time. It's a triple for Elliott. Wyrostek scores from second, and the lead is cut in half. It's now 4-2. Elliott at third. Walker Cooper steps in, the number 3 hitter, the catcher. He's 0 for 1 today. Righty versus righty. Here's the pitch from Hutchinson. He swings and misses, strike 3, and the inning is over. Pirates get 2, and they creep closer. It's 4-2. Advancing until there's a runner in scoring position. Top of the 4th inning. Bottom of the 4th inning. Bottom of the 4th inning, the Pirates have a man in scoring position. Johnny Mize at second base. Vern Stevens at first. Jerry Pretty at the plate, the right-hand hitter. The second baseman hitting .258 with a homer and 4 runs batted in. 0 for 1 today. Righty versus righty. Here's the pitch from Hutchinson. In the air, center field. He makes the catch. The line drive is caught by the center fielder. Jim Russell for St. Louis. Buster Adams steps to the plate. Mize at second. Stevens at first. Hutchinson delivers. Righty versus righty. That's in the air to left. He'll make the catch. That's the second out. Here's Roberge. Skippy Roberge, the number 8 hitter, the third baseman, hitting 154 with 2 runs batted in. 0 for 1 today. Righty versus righty. The pitch. That's in the air on the infield. Second baseman makes the catch to retire the side. Fourth inning's over for Pittsburgh. No runs on an error and a walk. 2 runners left on. Top of the 5th inning, it's 4-2 St. Louis. Advancing until there's a runner in scoring position. Top of the 5th. St. Louis has McCormick at second. Cullenbine's at the plate, the cleanup hitter, hitting 189, the right fielder. 4 runs batted in. He's 1 for 1 today. Lefty versus the right-hand hitter. Here's the pitch. Hit on the ground to first. Picks it up. Throws the pitcher covering in time. That's 2 out. McCormick advances to third base. Here's Snuffy Sternweiss, the number 5 hitter, second baseman, hitting 194. He's 0 for 1. Lefty versus righty, the pitch. That's in the air. That's in the gap. That's to the wall. Wait, did he catch it? No, he did not. He's on second with a double. That scores the run. And St. Louis increases their lead. It's now 5-2. Sternweiss is second. Here's Sturgeon, number 6 hitter, shortstop. He's hitting 294, 1 for 2 today with 2 runs batted in. Here's the pitch. Lefty versus righty. On the ground. The shortstop has it. Throws the first in time. That retires the side. 1 run on 2 base hits, no errors. A runner left on. St. Louis adds to their lead. It's 5-2. Bottom of the 5th inning. Advancing until there's a runner in scoring position. And Pittsburgh has a runner on second base. Johnny Smits, the pitcher, with Ryrostek at first base. The number 2 hitter, Bob Elliott, steps in, the right-hand hitter, the right fielder, hitting 293 with a homer and 6 runs batted in. Righty versus righty. Here's the pitch. Nobody out. Lays down a bunt on the first base side. He throws to the pitcher covering in time, and the sacrifice is successful. Schmitz to third, and Ryrostek to second. Here's Cooper. The number 3 hitter, the catcher, hitting 270. He's 0 for 2 today. Righty versus righty. Hutchinson delivers. 1 out. In the air to right field. He will make the catch. Runner on third tags, and he's hit it home. The throw home is cut off. The throw home by the cutoff man is in time to cut him down at the plate. The inning's over. No runs, no hits, 1 error, 1 left. The score is still 5-2 Cardinals over the Pirates. Top of the 6th inning, advancing until there's a runner in scoring position. Rowell at third, Dickey at first, and the left-hand hitter Hutchinson, the pitcher, steps in versus the left-hand pitching Schmitz. Nobody out. Cardinals already lead by 3. Here's the pitch. That's it on the ground to the second baseman. Ranges over, makes the pickup, and throws the first in time. Rowell will score. Dickey will advance the second. St. Louis leads 6-2. With the 4-run lead, will advance to the half inning. They score 2 runs and lead 7-2. We go to the bottom of the 6th inning, advancing until there's a runner in scoring position. Top of the 7th. Cardinals have runners in scoring position. Let's complete the half inning. They do not score. Score is still 7-2 going into the bottom of the 7th inning, advancing until a runner in scoring position. And the Pirates have a runner at third, Roberge at third, Grace at first. Wyrostek steps in. The leadoff man hitting .302. He's 1 for 3 with a run batted in today. Righty versus the left-hand hitting Wyrostek. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. 1 out. Bob Elliott steps in, the right-hand hitter, against the right-hand pitching Hutchinson. Runners on the corners. Here's the pitch. That's on the ground to third. Slow roller. He picks it up, throws the first, and it's a bad throw, and it's an error on the third baseman. Roberge will score. Grace will advance to second. It's now 7-3. Pirates trail by 4. Walker Cooper will step to the plate. He's the right-hand hitter, the catcher. He's 0 for 3 today. Righty versus righty, the pitch. Hit in the air to right field. He's waiting on it, makes the catch. Runners do not advance. 2 out. And there's Johnny Mize, the left-hand hitter, facing the righty, Fred Hutchinson. Grace is second, Elliott at first. Here's the pitch. Hit on the ground to the pitcher. Throws the first. Bad throw. Run will score on the error on the pitcher. Grace scores. Elliott to third. And it's 7-4. Elliott is at third. Mize is at second on the error by the pitcher, Hutchinson. Here's Vern Stevens, the number 5 hitter, the shortstop. He's 0 for 3 today. Righty versus righty, the pitch. That's on the ground to first. Through for a base hit. 1 run is in. Another man hit it home. That scores 2 as the throw is late. Stevens delivers a 2-run single, and the score is now 7-6 St. Louis. Pittsburgh has come back to trail by only 1. Stevens is at second base, 2 out, bottom of the 7th. Left-hand hitter Lukin steps in, the pinch hitter. He's 0 for 5 on the season. Facing the right-hander Hutchinson, the pitch. He gets that on the ground to the pitcher. And he'll throw to first in time to retire the side. Pirates take advantage of 2 errors by St. Louis and score 4 runs. Pittsburgh trims the lead. It's 7-6 Cardinals. St. Louis has 4 errors in this game. New pitcher for Pittsburgh, it's Steve Rosser. I'm going to say Rosser. Top of the 8th inning. Will advance until there's a runner in scoring position. And St. Louis has Dickey in scoring position. Jim Russell at the plate. Left-hand hitter versus the right-hand pitching Rosser. The pitch. And they walk him intentionally. And here's Keltner. Dickey at second. Russell at first. Keltner at the plate. Right-hand hitter against the right-hand pitching Rosser. The pitch. That's it in the air, and that's a base hit to right field. And that'll load the bases as the throw comes to the cutoff man. 1 out, bases loaded. St. Louis leads by a run in the top of the 8th inning. Here's McCormick, the number 3 hitter. 2 for 4 today with a run batted in. Righty versus righty. The pitch from Rosser. That's it in the air to right field. He'll make the catch. Runner tagging and hit it home. The throw is to the cutoff man, and it won't be in time. St. Louis now leads by 2, 8-6. Russell at second. Keltner at first. Cullenbine at the plate, left-hand hitter, facing the righty Rosser. 2 out. Here's the pitch. That's in the air to right field. and he'll make the catch to retire the side. St. Louis leads by 2. We go to the bottom of the 8th. Let's see if Pittsburgh can get a runner in scoring position in the bottom of the 8th inning. They do not. Top of the 9th. Does St. Louis get one? They do not. Bottom of the 9th. New pitcher for St. Louis. It's Allie Reynolds. Allie Reynolds. Pittsburgh trail by 2. Bottom of the 9th. It'll be Elliott, Cooper, and Mize due up. Here's Elliott. Here's the pitch. He swings and misses. Strike 3. 1 out. Here's Walker Cooper. 0 for 4 today. Here's the pitch. Righty versus righty. That's it. Base hit up the middle. Center fielder has it and will throw it back in. 1 out hit. Here's Mize. Tying run at the plate. Left-hand hitter Mize steps in against the righty Reynolds. Pitch. Okay, I advanced. Hit the wrong thing, sorry. All right, so Mize is at second. Stevens is at first. With Koskarat. Let me see how to say this man's name. Koskarat steps in. He's the pinch hitter. He's 0 for 1 on the season. 2 out. Bottom of the 9th. Tying runners at first base. Go-ahead runners at the plate. Here's the pitch. He misses ball 4, and that loads the bases. Buster Adams, the left fielder, will step in. He's 1 for 3 today, hitting .300 for the season. Righty versus righty. Here's the pitch. That's hit in the air to right field. He's there, and he makes the catch, and that's the ball game. St. Louis hands Pittsburgh their second straight loss after they won their first 9 games. Here are the totals. For the Cardinals, 8 runs on 13 hits, 4 errors. For Pittsburgh, 6 runs on 8 hits, 1 error. Cardinals reel off another win. The game between St. Louis and Pittsburgh is in the books despite a little rain. I must have missed the rain. The St. Louis Cardinals downed the Pittsburgh Pirates 8-6 at Forbes Field. The Cardinals were led by Bill Dickey, the catcher. Dickey went 3 for 4 with a double and 2 singles while scoring 3 runs. Fred Hutchinson got the win, improving the 2-1. He worked 8 innings, giving up 6 runs on 7 hits while striking out 5 and walking 2. Allie Reynolds wrapped it up, recording his first save. Frank McCormick had a key at bat with 1 out in the top of the 8th inning for St. Louis, first baseman. With the bases loaded and the Cardinals leading 7-6, he hit a sacrifice fly. We maximized our offense today, said St. Louis skipper Eddie Dyer. That makes everyone's life easier. The victory makes St. Louis 6-4. Player of the game is Bill Dickey, catcher. Winning pitcher is Fred Hutchinson. He's 2-1. ERA of 3.16. Reynolds gets his first save. ERA of 4.15. Losing pitcher is Jim Schmitz. He's 2-1. ERA 4.24. Rain delay of 16 minutes in the 3rd inning. All right. 2 games remain, both scheduled for 3:05 starts. First in the American League, the Browns host the Detroit Tigers. And in the National League, the Cubs host the Cincinnati Reds. The league is on the air. From St. Louis, the Browns will host the Detroit Tigers. Starting lineup for the Detroit Tigers: Luke Appling at short, Bill Salkeld at the catcher, Stan Spence in center field, Eddie Robinson at first, Tommy Henrik at right, Connie Ryan at second, Chet Lobbs and left, Al Gregg the pitcher, and Hank Majeski at third. Al Gregg, the starting pitcher. His record is 1-0 with a 1.00 ERA. His whip is 1.00. He's 24 years old. Starting lineup for the St. Louis Browns: Eddie Stanky at second, Buddy Lewis in right, Grady Hatton at third, Andy Pafko in center, Joe Medwick in left, Rudy York at first, Al Wagner the catcher, Frank Corsetti the shortstop, Bob Feller starting pitcher. His record is 1-1 with a 3.18 ERA and a 1.53 whip. He's 27 years old. Sportsman Park, 16,000 fans in the stands. It's cloudy, 58 degrees, wind blowing left to right at 9 miles an hour. The St. Louis Browns are in 8th place with a 3-6 record. The Detroit Tigers are in 1st place with a 7-2 record. Detroit is 5-1 on the road. St. Louis is 2-4 at home. Let's play ball. From Sportsman's Park. Good afternoon and welcome to Sportsman's Park. Today the Browns and the Tigers will duke it out. Detroit is first in the AL with a win-loss mark of 7-2. The St. Louis record is 3-6, puts them last in the American League. Detroit has taken 3 of 4 from St. Louis this year. A rather overcast and gray day this afternoon. The swirling wind should give fielders a real challenge. Get ready for baseball. Bob Feller takes the hill for St. Louis. He's 1-1 with a 3.18 ERA. Versus Bob, opponents have an on-base percentage of .360. Luke Appling stands in ready to get this game started. He's batting .387 this year with no homers and 3 runs batted in. The 3-1 pitch, ball 4, he walked it. Luke Appling at first base. Bill Salkeld steps to the plate. We will advance until there's a runner in scoring position. Top of the first inning, Salkeld at second, Robinson at first, Tommy Henrich at the plate for the Detroit Tigers. Bob Feller on the mound for the St. Louis Browns. Right-hand pitcher, left-hand hitter. The pitch. Hit on the ground, and it's through past the diving shortstop. Into center for a base hit. The runner on third stops, and then he hits home. Looks like there's an error on the center fielder. He couldn't handle it. So Salkeld scores. Eddie Robinson advances to third. Detroit leads 1-0 in the top of the first inning. For Detroit, Eddie Robinson at third, Tommy Henrich at second. Connie Ryan steps to the plate. Ryan is hitting .147. 1 run batted in. Righty versus righty. Here's the pitch from Bob Feller. Hit on the ground to short. Takes it in deep short. Throws the first in time to retire the side. That ends the Detroit first. 1 run on 2 hits, 1 error, 2 men left on. Detroit has pulled in front of St. Louis 1-0. Advancing until there's a runner in scoring position. Bottom of the first. Home run. Let's see who hit it. Solo home run by Buddy Lewis. That ties the score at 1-1. Advancing until there's a runner in scoring position. Top of the second. Bottom of the second. Top of the third. Bottom of the third. Bottom of the third inning. St. Louis Browns has a runner in scoring position. Frankie Corsetti at second. Bob Feller at first base. Eddie Stanky at the plate. Right-hand hitter. The leadoff man, the second baseman for St. Louis, hitting .200. No runs batted in, no home runs. Right-hand pitcher for Detroit, Hal Gregg, facing right-hand hitter Eddie Stanky. The pitch. Nobody out. He lays down a bunt. The pitcher has it. Throws the first in time for the out. Runners advance. Corsetti to third. Feller to second. 1 out. 2 runners in scoring position. Buddy Lewis steps to the plate. The number 2 hitter, the right fielder, hitting .333. He has a home run today. A solo home run. Right-hand pitcher against the left-hand hitting Lewis. The pitch.
Strike 3.
Swing and a miss. Strike 3. That's the second out. Left-hand hitting Grady Hatton steps in, the number 3 hitter, the third baseman for St. Louis, hitting .265 on the year, 1 homer, 4 runs batted in. Righty versus lefty. Al Gregg with the offering. That's it in the air, the left field. That's in the gap, and it's all the way to the wall. 1 run is in. Another man will score, and that's a stand-up double for Grady Hatton. Brown scored 2 on the Hatton double. They now lead 3-1. Andy Pafko comes to the plate with a runner in scoring position, Hatton at second base. 2 out. Browns lead by 2. Pafko is hitting .242. He's 0 for 1 today. Righty versus righty. The pitch from Hal Gregg.
Strike 3.
Strike 3 called. That's the inning. 2 runs on 1 hit. 1 error, 1 left. St. Louis jumps out in front 3-1. Advancing until the runner is in scoring position. Top of the 4th inning. Bottom of the 4th inning. Bottom of the 4th inning. St. Louis has a runner in scoring position. Rudy York at second base. Al Wagner at first base. Frankie Corsetti at the plate, the number 8 hitter, the shortstop, hitting .185 on the year, with 2 runs batted in. Righty versus righty. Here's the pitch from Hal Gregg. That's in the air to center field. He makes the catch. 2 out. York at second, Wagner at first. Bob Feller at the plate, right-hand hitter, the pitcher. He's 0 for 6 on the year. Righty versus righty. Here's the pitch from Gregg.
Strike 3.
He swings and misses, strike 3 to retire the side. 2 walks, but no runs in the inning. 2 runners left on base. St. Louis leads 3-1. Advancing until a runner is in scoring position. Top of the 5th. Bottom of the 5th. Bottom of the 5th inning, St. Louis again has a runner in scoring position. Eddie Stanky at second base. Buddy Lewis at first base. Grady Hatton at the plate, the number 3 hitter. He's 1 for 2 today with 2 runs batted in. Right-hand pitcher Gregg against the lefty Hatton, the pitch. That's in the air to left field. He makes the catch. 1 out. Andy Pafko with 2 runners on. The pitch. That's in the air in the gap. Right center field. It hits the wall on the fly. 1 run is in. Another man will score on the triple by Pafko. And that extends the lead for the Browns to 5-1. I will complete the half inning. St. Louis scores 4 runs in the inning, and they lead 7-1. We'll see if Detroit makes a comeback. Top of the 6th. They do not. Bottom of the 6th. St. Louis scores 2 more runs. Top of the 7th. Bottom of the 7th. Top of the 8th. Detroit scores a run. It's 9-2. Bottom of the 8th. Top of the 9th. And that's the ball game. St. Louis defeats Detroit 9-2. Browns 9-2 winners versus Detroit. St. Louis registered a win at Sportsman's Park by beating the Detroit Tigers 9-2. Pitcher Bob Feller was one reason why the Browns triumphed. The loss drops Detroit to 7-3. Early in the game, third baseman Grady Hatton had a 2-run double for St. Louis. It was his 3rd double of the season and put the Browns on top 3-1. If I go out there and help the team win, that's all you can do, said Feller. Player of the game, Bob Feller, starting pitcher for the St. Louis Browns. Feller is 2-1 with an ERA of 2.42. Losing pitcher, Hal Gregg. He's 1-1 with an ERA of 2.82. Bob Feller is the number 3 performance of the day so far. 9 innings pitched, 6 hits allowed, 1 earned run, 4 walks, 4 strikeouts, and the win in a 9-2 win versus Detroit. Last game of the day. From Chicago, the Cubs host the Cincinnati Reds. from Wrigley Field. 16,000 fans in the stands, clear skies, 54 degrees, wind blowing out to center at 9 miles an hour. Here's the starting lineup for the Cincinnati Reds. Frank Gustine at second, Elmer Vallow at right, Augie Galan at left, Whitey Kurowski at third, Babe Young at first, Frankie Hayes the catcher, Eddie Miller the shortstop, Guy Curtright in center, Bill McCahan the pitcher. He's the starter. His record is 0-0 with a 1.00 whip. He's 24 years old. Starting lineup for the Chicago Cubs: Johnny Pesky at short, Buddy Blattner at second, Carl Furillo at center, Ted Williams in left, Ray Sanders at first, Peanuts Lowry at third, Wally Moses in right, Clyde McCullough the catcher. Starting pitcher, Bill Bevins. He's 0-2 with a 5.65 ERA and a 2.09 whip. He's 29 years old. The Cubs are in 7th place with a record of 3-5. The Cincinnati Reds are in 8th place with a record of 2-9. The Reds are 0-5 on the road. The Cubs are 2-1 at home. Let's play ball. Welcome to baseball fans to Wrigley Field. Today, Chicago faces Cincinnati. Cincinnati is currently last in the National League with a mark of 2-9. The Cubs are 7th in the National League with a record of 3-5. The Reds hope to end an 8-game skid. In the season series, the teams have split 4 games. Sunny, 54 degrees, wind blowing out to center at 9 miles an hour. First pitch coming up. Chicago sends Bill Bevins to the mound today. He's 0-2 with a 5.65 ERA. Against Bill, opponents have an on-base percentage of .417. Frankie Gustine leads it off with no homers and 2 runs batted in. He's hitting .071 versus Chicago. 1 hit and 14 times up. The 1-2 pitch. Ground out to first. They'll take it unassisted, and we're underway. We'll advance until there's a runner in scoring position. Top of the first inning. Cincinnati has a runner in scoring position. Augie Galan at second, Whitey Kurowski at first, left-hand hitting Babe Young at the plate. Young is a .308 hitter, 1 homer, 4 runs batted in. Right-hand pitcher Bill Bevins on the mound, left-hand hitting Young at the plate. The pitch. That's a line drive to second base for the out. Side retired. Reds get 2 base runners, but none scores. Bottom of the first inning, advancing until there's a runner in scoring position. Top of the second. Bottom of the second. Top of the third. Bottom of the third. Bottom of the third inning, the Cubs have 2 runners in scoring position. Wally Moses at third, Clyde McCullough at second. Right-hand hitting Bill Bevins at the plate. Right-hand pitching Bill McCahan on the mound. The pitch.
Strike 3.
Strike 3 call. That's the first out. Left-hand hitting Johnny Pesky steps in, the leadoff hitter. He's the shortstop for the Cubs. He's hitting .250. Righty versus lefty, the pitch. Hit in the air to the shortstop. He'll make the catch of the soft line drive. 2 out. Right-hand hitting Buddy Blattner steps in, the second baseman hitting .219. 4 runs batted in. Righty versus righty, the pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. That's the inning. Cubs get nothing on 2 hits. Still no score. Advancing until there's a runner in scoring position. Top of the 4th. Cincinnati has a runner in scoring position. Babe Young at second base. Eddie Miller at the plate. Right-hand hitter against the right-hand pitching Bill Bevins for the Cubs. The pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Side retired. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, a runner left on base. Still no score. Advancing until a runner is in scoring position. Bottom of the 4th. Bottom of the 4th inning. Cubs have a runner in scoring position. Carl Furillo at second base. Left-hand hitting Ray Sanders at the plate. Facing right-hand pitcher Bill McCahan. The pitch. It's a pop-up near the plate. The catcher will catch it in foul ground for the first out. 2 out. Furillo at second. Peanut Lowry will step in. The right-hand hitter against the right-hand pitching Bill McCahan. Here's the pitch. No score. 2 out. And between the infielders on the right side for a base hit. Runner has hit it home, and he'll make it. The batter will advance to second on the throw home. The Cubs now lead 1-0 in the bottom of the 4th inning. 2 out. Lowry at second base. Left-hand hitting Wally Moses steps in. Right fielder is hitting .321. No homers, 3 runs batted in. Right-hand pitcher against the left-hand hitter. The pitch. He misses, ball 4. 2 outs, 2 men on. Lowry at second. Moses at first. Clyde McCullough steps in, the number 8 hitter, the catcher, hitting .161. He's 1 for 1 today. Righty versus righty, the pitch. That's hit in the air to center field. He makes the catch to retire the side. 4th inning's over for Chicago. 2 runners left on, but the Cubs do get a run and take the lead 1-0. Advancing until there's a runner in scoring position. Top of the 5th inning. Bottom of the 5th. Top of the 6th. Bottom of the 6th. Bottom of the 6th inning. Cubs have a runner in scoring position. Ted Williams at second base. Left-hand hitting Ray Sanders at the plate. The number 5 hitter, hitting .188. He's 0 for 2 today. Right-hand pitching Bill McCahan on the mound against the lefty. The pitch. He misses, ball 4. Williams at second. Sanders at first. 1 out. Peanuts Lowry steps in. He's the number 6 hitter. The third baseman is hitting .222. No homers, 2 runs batted in. Righty versus righty. Bill McCahan delivers. Ground ball to third. Throws the first for the out. Williams will advance to third. Sanders will advance to second. 2 out. Left-hand hitting Wally Moses will step in. The number 7 hitter, the right fielder, hitting .321. No homers, 3 runs batted in. Williams at third, Sanders at second. 2 out. Cubs lead 1-0. And the pitch misses, ball 4, and the bases are loaded. Bottom of the 6th inning. Cubs lead the Reds 1-0. Clyde McCullough will step in, the right-hand hitter. The number 8 hitter, the catcher, hitting .156. He's 1 for 2 today. Righty versus righty. Bases loaded. The pitch. Hit on the ground the first, and by him into right field. One run is in. Second man is trying to score. As the throw comes in, a third man is hit it home, and he'll score without a throw. 3-run double for McCullough. He clears the bases. The Cubs lead 4-0. Bottom of the 6th inning. Cubs lead 4-0. Clyde McCullough at second base. Bill Bevins at the plate, the pitcher, right-hand hitter, against the right-hand pitching. Bill McCahan, the pitch. That's it in the air to center field. He'll make the catch to retire the side. The Cubs lead 4-0. Top of the 7th inning. Advancing until there's a runner in scoring position. Bottom of the 7th. Bottom of the 7th inning. The Cubs have a runner in scoring position. I will advance past the half inning as they already have a 4-run lead. The result, they score a run and now lead 5-0. Top of the 8th inning. I'll advance the half inning and see if Cincinnati makes a comeback. They do not. Bottom of the 8th inning, half inning. The Cubs do not score. Top of the 9th. Cincinnati trailing by 5. I'll do the half inning. The result, they do not score. Final score, Cubs 5, Cincinnati nothing. For the Cubs, 5 runs on 7 hits, 3 errors. For the Reds, no runs on 3 hits, 1 error. Bevins razor sharp shuts out Cincinnati. It was a quiet day for the Cincinnati Reds at Wrigley Field, a little too quiet. The Chicago Cubs starter Bill Bevins silenced the Reds, holding them to 3 hits and keeping them scoreless in a complete game 5-0 win. It was frustrating against Bevins today, Cincinnati manager Bill McKenzie said. McKinney. The Chicago starting pitcher walked 1 and allowed 3 hits while fanning 7. Player of the game, Bill Bevins, the starting pitcher for the Chicago Cubs. His record is now 1-2. His earned run average is 3.47. The losing pitcher is Bill McCahan for Cincinnati. His record now 0-1. His ERA 4.70. So ends Friday, April 26, 1946. Top 3 performances. Hal Newhouser of Cleveland, 9 innings pitched, a hit allowed, no earned runs, 2 walks, 9 strikeouts, and a win in the 3-0 win versus Chicago. Number 2 performance, Bill Bevins of the Cubs. 9 innings, 3 hits allowed, no earned runs, 1 walk, 7 strikeouts in the win in a 5-0 win versus Cincinnati. Number 3 performance of the day, Bob Feller of the St. Louis Browns. 9 innings pitched, 6 hits allowed, 1 earned run, 4 walks, 4 strikeouts, the win in a 9-2 win versus Detroit. Finish today. Current standings. Detroit Tigers lead the Philadelphia Athletics, Washington Senators, and New York Yankees by a game and a half in the American League. The Pittsburgh Pirates lead the New York Giants and the St. Louis Cardinals by 2.5 games in the National League. The league is on the air. It's Saturday, April 27th, 1946. Here are the current standings. The Detroit Tigers lead the American League. The Pittsburgh Pirates lead the National League. In the American League, the top batters by WAR: Stan Spence of the Tigers, Bill Rigney of the Yankees, and Thurman Tucker of the Yankees. Top pitchers in the American League: Al Newhouser of Cleveland, Tex Houston of Philadelphia, the Athletics, and Dutch Leonard of the Yankees. In the National League, top batters by WAR: Pee Wee Reese of the Phillies, Waddy Karowski of the Reds, and Bob Elliott of the Pirates. Top pitchers by WAR in the National League: Max Lanier of the Dodgers, Ed Lopat of the Giants, and Schoolboy Rowe of the Pirates. Here are the expanded standings. The Senators lead in run differential with 20. The first place Tigers are at 11. Second place Athletics are at 14. In the National League, the Pirates lead with 26, and the Dodgers are second with 19. The hottest team currently on a six-game winning streak, St. Louis Cardinals. In the American League, the A's have won 4 straight. The Reds have lost 9 in a row. And in the American League, the Red Sox have lost 5 in a row. Tigers have won 7 of their last 10. And in the National League, Pittsburgh have won 8 of their last 10. Here's the upcoming schedule for Saturday, April 27th. The Giants host the Dodgers. Joyce versus Niggling. Joyce is 2-0. The Guardians visit the Tigers. Higbee making his first start for the Guardians. Harris for the Tigers. The Red Sox visit the Athletics. Potter, 1-0 versus Fowler, who doesn't have a one-loss record yet. They're 0-0 with a 7.5 ERA. The Yankees visit the Senators. Trucks versus Kramer. The Phillies visit the Braves. Wolf versus Hillenhouse. The Pirates visit the Reds. They've lost their last two after beginning the season 9-0. Rowe at 2-0 versus Moncrief. The Cubs visit the Cards. Judd, with a 0 ERA in his only start, will face left-hander Lee. And the Browns will visit the White Sox. Haynes versus Rashi. From Briggs Stadium in Detroit, the Tigers host the Cleveland Guardians. Starting lineup for the Guardians: Eddie Waitkus, first base; Eddie Lake, shortstop; Johnny Lindell, right field; Joe Gordon, second base; Clyde Klutz, catcher; Bob Kennedy, left field; Boot Evers, center field; Rip Russell, third base; Herbie Higbee, pitcher. Starter pitcher. First start since 1943. He's 31 years old. Starting lineup for the home-standing Detroit Tigers: Luke Appling at short, Bill Sawkell, the catcher; Stan Spence, center field; Eddie Robinson, first base; Tommy Henrik, right field; Connie Ryan, second base; Chet Lobbs, left field; Dave Ferris, starting pitcher; Hank Majeski, third base. Dave Ferris on the mound. His record is 1-1, 1.08 ERA, whip of 1.20. He's 24 years old. "20,000 fans in the stands, clear skies, 56 degrees, wind blowing out to left at 9 miles an hour." The Tigers are in first place in the American League with a 7-3 record. Their home record is 2-1. The Guardians are in fifth place with a record of 4-5. Their road record is 3-1. Let's play ball. Welcome to this afternoon's game at Briggs Stadium. Today, the Tigers take on the Guardians. The fifth place Tigers sit at 4-5. Detroit sports a record of 7-3, good enough for first in the American League. The season series stands at 3-0 in favor of Detroit. It's 56 degrees, not a single cloud in the sky, the wind blowing out to left. It's time for baseball. Getting the call for Detroit is Dave Ferris. 24-year-old hurler enters the game with 1 win and 1 loss and a 1.08 ERA. Opponents have hit .233 against him. Eddie Waitkus steps to the plate. This season he's batting .282. The 1-1 pitch is hit for a single to center field. And we're underway. Advancing until there's a runner in scoring position. Bottom of the first inning. Top of the second inning. Top of the second inning. The Guardians have a runner in scoring position. Clyde Klutz is at second base. Bob Kennedy is at first base. Hoot Evers is at the plate. Right-hand hitter versus the right-hand pitching Dave Ferris. 1 out, no score. The pitch. Hit in the air to first base. It's over his head and into right field for a base hit. The bases are loaded with 1 out. Next batter is Rip Russell, third baseman, hitting .150. Here's the pitch. That's hit in the air past the first baseman for a base hit. A run will score, station to station. Cleveland is on the board, 1-0. 1 out, bases loaded. Kirby Higbee, the pitcher, will step to the plate. The pitch from right-handed pitcher Dave Ferris, right-hand hitting Kirby Higbee. That's it in the air to left. Left fielder is under it and makes the catch. The runner on third tags but does not attempt to score. The bases are still loaded with 2 out. Left-hand batting Eddie Waitkus steps to the plate, the leadoff hitter, a .300 hitter with 3 runs batted in on the season. He's 1 for 1 today. Right-hand pitcher against left-hand batter, the pitch. That's hit in the air. Short center field. The second baseman is out there to catch the ball and complete the inning. Cleveland's second is over. 1 run on 2 hits, no errors. They leave the bases loaded. The Guardians have pulled ahead 1-0. Bottom of the second inning. Advancing until there's a runner in scoring position. Bottom of the second inning. The Tigers have a runner on third base, Eddie Robinson. Connie Ryan at the plate, the number 6 hitter, a .132 hitter. 5 hits and 38 at-bats. 1 run batted in. Righty versus righty. The pitch from Guardians starter Kirby Higbee. That's hit in the air to center. It's in the gap, all the way to the wall for extra bases. The run will score. He's rounding second and hit it for third. The throw to third is not in time. It's a triple. Connie Ryan hits a triple to deep center field. And that ties the score at 1. Bottom of the second inning. Score now tied, 1 out. Connie Ryan now at third base. The batter is Chet Lobbs, the number 7 hitter, the left fielder, hitting .179 on the year. 7 hits and 39 at-bats, 4 home runs, 8 runs batted in. Righty versus righty, the pitch. That's hit on the ground, the second. He picks it up, throws the first in time. For the second out, the run will score, and Detroit takes the lead 2-1. Connie Ryan scores. Detroit leads 2-1, bottom of the second inning with 2 out, no runners on base, advancing until there's a runner in scoring position. Top of the third inning. Score 2-1 Detroit. Bottom of the third. Top of the fourth. Bottom of the fourth. Bottom of the fourth inning. The Tigers have a runner in scoring position. Eddie Robinson at second base. Chet Lobbs at the plate, facing Kirby Higbee, the right-hand pitcher. Righty versus righty. Lobbs is 0 for 1 today, but he does have a run batted in. Here's the pitch. That's hit in the air to left field. He's there to make the catch, and that retires the side. No runs, a hit, no errors, a runner left on. The score is still 2-1 in favor of the home Tigers. Top of the fifth inning, advancing until there's a runner in scoring position. Cleveland has a runner on second base, Rip Russell. Left-hand hitting Eddie Waitkus steps to the plate, the leadoff hitter. .293 hitter. Righty versus lefty, the pitch. Pass it in the air to left field. Running toward the line, he'll make the catch. 2 out. Rip Russell at second base. Chet Lobbs in left field for Detroit makes the catch. Right-hand hitting Eddie Lake steps to the plate for Cleveland. Number 2 hitter. Shortstop hitting .297. 7 runs batted in. Righty versus righty, the pitch. Hit in the air to right field, base hit. Runner on third is headed home. The throw home, and he is safe. Cleveland ties the game. It's 2-2. The throw by Tommy Henrich of Detroit was not in time. Eddie Lake is at first base. Johnny Lindell steps to the plate, the right-hand hitter. Number 3 hitter, the right fielder, hitting .325 on the year, 0 for 2 today. Righty versus righty, the pitch. Oh, that hit runner in scoring position. Okay. Top of the fifth inning, 2 out. Eddie Lake at second, Johnny Lindell at first. Joe Gordon at the plate, the cleanup hitter, hitting .184. He's 0 for 2 today. Right-hand hitter versus the right-hand pitcher. Here's the pitch. And it hit him. And the bases are loaded with 2 outs. Top of the fifth inning. Score tied 2-2. Clyde Klutz steps up. He's the number 5 hitter, the catcher, hitting .344 on the year. He's 0 for 1 today. Right-hand hitter versus the right-hand pitching Ferris, the pitch. That's on the ground to second. He picks it up, throws the first in time to retire the side. The Guardians get a run. They tie it up 2-2. Bottom of the fifth inning. Advancing till there's a runner in scoring position. Tigers have Majeski at second, Appling at first, Bill Sawkell at the plate, the catcher, the left-hand hitter, against the righty Kirby Higbee. Sawkell is hitting .303, 2 home runs, 8 runs batted in, 0 for 2 today. The pitch. And that misses, ball 4. The bases are loaded with 1 out. Left-hand hitter Stan Spence steps in. One of the leading hitters in the league, hitting .436. 17 hits and 39 at-bats. He's 0 for 2 today. 5 runs batted in. Righty versus lefty. 1 out, bases loaded, score tied 2-2. The pitch. Hit in the air to center. He races back, but he makes the catch. Runner on third tags and will advance, and he'll score. And there'll be no throw from the center fielder. Luke Appling will advance to third. 2 outs. Tigers lead 3-2. Left-hand hitter Eddie Robinson will step in, the cleanup hitter, hitting .262 with 2 homers and 4 runs batted in. Appling at third, Salkeld at first. Right-hand pitcher against the left-hand hitter, the pitch. Hit on the ground to second. He'll throw to first to retire the side. Tigers take the lead on a run. They lead 3-2. Top of the 6th inning. Advancing until there's a runner in scoring position. Bottom of the 6th. Top of the 7th. Top of the 7th inning, Cleveland has a runner at second, Eddie Lake. Batter is Joe Gordon, right hitter, hitting .184, the cleanup hitter. He's 0 for 2. Pitch from Dave Ferris, right hand. Swing and a miss, strike 3. And that retires the side. Guardians get 2 base runners but do not score. It's still 3-2 Detroit. Advancing until there's a runner in scoring position. Top of the 8th inning. Bottom of the 8th inning. Top of the 9th inning. Cleveland, their last chance. Rip Russell at the plate, right-hand hitter against Dave Ferris, still in there. Here's his at-bat. The pitch. That's it on the ground to short. Throw to first in time for the first out. Here's Gil Cohen, pinch hitter for the pitcher. He 1 for 1 on the season. Left-hand hitter against the righty, Dave Ferris. Here's the pitch. Hit in the air to right field. The center fielder is tracking for it, and it's out of the park. And they've tied the game. Gil Cohen squares it up. At 3 after that solo home run. Oh yeah, he squares it up at 3. It's 3-3, yes. All right. Here's Eddie Wakes. 1 out, nobody on. The pitch. It's on the ground to short. Throws the first in time. 2 out. Here's Eddie Lake. Right-hand hitter against right-hand pitcher. The pitch. That's it on the ground to short. He'll throw him out to retire the side. Go to the bottom of the 3rd. Score tied 3-3. New pitcher for the Guardians. It'll be, I'll say it's I Bithorn. New pitcher for Cleveland. Johnny Lucadello, pinch hitter. He's 500 on the year, 3 for 6 with 2 runs batted in. Left-hand hitter against the right-hand pitcher, Bithorn. The pitch. Oh, let's see. I'll do the at-bat. The pitch. That's on the ground to first base. He'll take it himself for the first out. Here's Chet Lobbs. 190 hitter. 1 for 3 today with a run batted in. Righty versus righty, the pitch. That's in the air to center. He'll make the catch for the second out. Here's Farrell Anderson, the pinch hitter. 1 for 6 on the year. Righty versus righty, the pitch. That's in the air to right field. He'll make the catch, and we have free baseball. Extra innings. New pitcher for Detroit, Jake Wade. Jake Wade on the mound. Advancing until there's a runner in scoring position. Cleveland has runners at third and second. Charlie Gilbert at third, Joe Gordon at second, Clyde Klutz at the plate. Left-hand pitcher against the right-hand hitter, Klutz. Here's the pitch. He walked him intentionally. Bases loaded. Nobody out. Johnny Sane steps in. Pinch hitter. He's 2 for 7 on the year. Right-hand hitter against the left-hand pitcher, Jake Wade. The pitch. That ball gets away. It's a pass ball. And Gilbert will score. That gives Cleveland a 4-3 lead here in the top of the 10th. Runners advance. Gordon the third. Klutz the second. First base again open. Nobody out. Left-hand pitcher against right-hand hitter Johnny Sane. The pitch. Hit in the air to left field. He's there to make the catch. Runner tagging and hit it home. The throw home is cut off, and he'll score. It's 5-3 Cleveland with 1 out. Klutz at second. Hoot Evers at the plate. Right-hand hitter. 1 for 4 today. The pitch. They walk him intentionally. Runners at first and second. Rick Russell steps in. Number 8 hitter, hitting .250. 3 for 4 today with a run batted in. Here's the pitch. That's hit in the air to first base. He'll make the catch of the soft line drive. And he will unassisted double play the runner who was on first, and that's the inning. Cleveland scores 2 on 2 hits and take a 5-3 lead. Bottom of the 10th. Detroit has Majeski, the number 9 hitter, the third baseman, followed by the leadoff man, Appling, and the catcher, Salkeld. High Bithorn on the mound. Second inning of work. Hank Majeski at the plate, right-hander against the right-hand pitcher. Here's the pitch. That misses, ball 4. Runner at first, Luke Appling at the plate, right-hand hitter against the right-hand pitching Bithorn. Nobody out. Detroit trails by 2. Bottom of the 10th. Here's the pitch. Gets it on the ground past the mound. The shortstop has it. Throws the first in time for the out at first. Majeski advances to second. 1 out. Left-hand hitting Salkeld will step in. The number 2 hitter, the catcher, hitting .294. 0 for 3 today. Right-hand pitcher against left-hand hitter. Here's the pitch. That's in the air to center. Routine. He'll make the catch. Runner cannot advance. 2 out. Majeski at second. Detroit trails by 2. Tying run at the plate. Here's Stan Spence, number 3 hitter, center fielder, hitting .425 on the year. 0 for 3 today with a run batted in. Righty versus lefty. The pitch. That's on the ground and past the second baseman into center field for a base hit. The runner on third will stop there. 2 out. Here's Eddie Robinson, left-hand hitter, the first baseman, hitting .250. Wait a minute. Yeah. 2 home runs, 4 runs batted in. Righty versus lefty. Bithorn on the mound for Cleveland. Here's the pitch. That's in the air. It's deep. It's high. It's far. And it is out of here. That's a walk-off home run for the Detroit Tigers. A 3-run shot. And this game is over. They win it 6-5. Eddie Robinson walks it off with a 3-run home run. Ball game over. Tigers eke out a win over Cleveland 6-5 in dramatic fashion in extra innings. For the Tigers, 6 runs on 7 hits, no errors. For the Guardians, 5 runs on 11 hits, no errors. Tigers down Guardians 6-5 in a tight contest at Briggs Stadium. The Detroit Tigers edged the Cleveland Guardians by the score of 6-5 in 10 innings. Detroit first baseman Eddie Robinson, who blasted 1 home run, was a key contributor. The win went to Jake Wade in relief. His record improves to 2-1. Bithorn took the loss. The loss has the Guardians at 4-6. The game was decided with 2 out in the bottom of the 10th, with Detroit trailing 5-3. Robinson jumped on a fastball from 30-year-old right-hand pitcher Bithorn and hit a 3-run home run to right. With 1 swing, the Tigers had a walk-off win. I still think this team can play even better, Robinson told the Detroit Times. Detroit improves to 8-3. Player of the game is Eddie Robinson. The winning pitcher, Jake Wade, he's now 2-1. His earned run average is 6.23. Losing pitcher is Bithorn. He's 0-1. His earned run average is 11.57. Detroit defeats Cleveland 6-5. From Shibe Park in Philadelphia, the Athletics host the Boston Red Sox. Starting lineup for the Red Sox: Stan Hack at third, Phil Cavaretta at first, Bill Mozzie the catcher, Harry Walker in center, Pete Suter at second, Gene Hermansky in left, Al Peck in right, Billy Jurgis at short, Nels Potter, the pitcher. His record is 1-0. His ERA is 3.12 with a 1.04 whip. He's 34 years old. Starting lineup for the Philadelphia Athletics: Dane Clay in center, Vance Dinch is in right, Yogi Berra, the catcher, Les Fleming at first, Dale Mitchell in left, Don Ross at third base, Claude Corbett at short, Skeeter Newsom at second. Starting pitcher Dick Fowler batting ninth. He has no one-loss record 7.50 ERA, 1.83 WHIP. He's 25 years old. "17,000 fans in the stands, partly cloudy, 59 degrees, wind blowing out to right at 4 miles an hour. The Athletics are in second place in the American League, 6-5 record. The Red Sox are in last place with a 4-7 record. The A's are 2-2 at home. The Red Sox are 2-2 on the road. Let's play ball. Good afternoon and welcome to Shibe Park. Today the Athletics will battle the Red Sox. The last place Red Sox have a 4-7 record. The second place A's own a 6-5 record. The Red Sox hope to end their 5-game losing streak. The Athletics have won 4 in a row. So far, the teams remain split for the season series at 2 apiece. It's partly cloudy, temperature is 59 degrees. We're ready to get started. Dick Fowler gets the pitching assignments for Philadelphia. He's got a 1.83 WHIP with 3 strikeouts in 6 innings pitched. Here's Stan Hack. He's hitting .295 with no home runs and 6 runs batted in. The 1-1 pitch, fly ball to center. He makes the catch. 1 out, we're underway. Advancing until a runner is in scoring position. Top of the first. The Red Sox have Phil Cavarretta at second, Bill Mazzy at first, left-hand hitting Harry Walker at the plate. Right-hand pitcher Dick Fowler on the mound for the A's. 1 out, no score. The pitch. Fly ball, foul territory. Third baseman makes the catch. 2 out. Runners still at second and first. Pete Suter, the batter, right-handed, against the right-hand pitcher Dick Fowler. Suter is the number 5 hitter. He plays second base for the Red Sox, hitting .341 for the season. 5 runs batted in. Here's the pitch. On the ground to third base. He'll throw to second for the force play to retire the side. Fielder's choice. 2 walks in the inning, but that's it. There's no score. Advancing until there's a runner in scoring position. Bottom of the first inning. The Athletics have Dane Clay at third, Les Fleming at first, left-hand hitting Dale Mitchell at the plate, the number 5 hitter. The left fielder is hitting .167. Righty versus lefty for the Red Sox. Nels Potter on the mound. Here's the pitch. That's hit in the air to right field. Base hit. Run will score. The throw to third is bad from the right fielder. The runner is safe at third and he will score on the error on the right fielder. No, they say it's a 2-run single. Wait a minute. Let me see what they say here. Throwing error, E9. Fleming scores. Mitchell will advance on the throwing error. So Mitchell gets a 2-run single, and Philadelphia now in front 2-0. If it's an error, that shouldn't be an earned run, but we'll see how they score it. So Mitchell is at second. Don Ross at the plate, right-hand hitter for the Athletics. The number 6 hitter. He's the third baseman, hitting .325, 1 homer, 7 runs batted in. Here's the pitch. That's a dribbler in front of the plate. Catcher picks it up, throws the first in time to retire the side. Athletics get 2, and they lead 2-0. Top of the second inning, advancing until there's a runner in scoring position. Bottom of the second. Bottom of the second inning, the Athletics have a runner at second, Skeeter Newsom. Dane Clay at the plate, right-hand hitter, right-hand pitcher Nels Potter to pitch. 2 out, Checks his swing, and it's ball 4. Runners now at first and second. Left-hand hitter Vance Dinge steps to the plate. Righty versus lefty. The pitch. That's hit on the ground to first. He picks it up, throws to the pitcher covering for the final out of the inning. 2 base runners in the inning, but Philadelphia fails to score. They lead 2-0. Advancing, top of the third. The Red Sox have a runner at second base, Stan Hack, and a runner at first, Phil Cavarretta, with Phil Mazzy at the plate. Mazzy is the number 3 hitter. The catcher hits .216 with 5 runs batted in. Pitch from right-hander Dick Fowler for the Athletics. Fly ball on the infield. The catcher will make the play in front of the plate for the second out. Left-hand hitter Harry Walker steps in, the cleanup hitter. Center fielder hitting .317, 0 for 1 today. Righty versus lefty, the pitch. Checks his swing, and it's ball 4. Bases loaded with 2 out. Hack at third, Cavarretta at second, Walker at first, Pete Suter at the plate. Number 5 hitter, second baseman, hitting .333, 0 for 1 today. Righty versus righty, the pitch. Hit on the ground to third. Throws the second for the force play, and that retires the side. The Red Sox load the bases and fail to score. Score still Athletics 2, Red Sox nothing. Bottom of the third, advancing. The Athletics have a runner at second, Les Fleming, and a runner at first, Dale Mitchell. Don Ross at the plate, right-hand hitter, against the right-hand pitching Nels Potter for the Red Sox. Ross hitting .317. 1 homer, 7 runs batted in. The pitch. On the ground to short. He dives, picks it up, throws the first in time. Nice play. Fleming advances to third, Mitchell to second. That's the second out. Billy Jurges of the Red Sox made a great defensive play. The batter is Claude Corbett, the shortstop. He's 0 for 3 on the season, 0 for 1 today. 2 runners in scoring position for the Athletics. Les Fleming at third, Dale Mitchell at second. 2 out. The Athletics lead by 2. The pitch. In the air, on the infield. First baseman will make the catch, and that's the inning. End of the home third. Philadelphia gets nothing and strands a pair. The score is still 2-0. The A's lead. Top of the fourth, advancing. Bottom of the fourth. Bottom of the fourth inning. Athletics have a runner in scoring position, Skeeter Newsom at second, with Dick Fowler at first base. Right-hand hitter Dane Clay at the plate, the leadoff man. The center fielder is hitting .333. 8 RBI on the season. 1 for 1 today. Righty versus righty, the pitch. He lays one down. Third baseman has it. Throws the first in time. The runners advance. Newsom the third, Fowler the second. 1 out. Number 2 hitter, Vance Dinges, left-hand hitter. The right fielder hitting .143. He's 1 for 7 on the season. He's 0 for 2 today. Righty Potter versus lefty Dinges, the pitch. Hitting the air to center field, he races in for it, and he'll make the catch. Gets the ball in quickly, and the runner on third cannot advance. 2 out. Left-hand hitter Yogi Berra steps in. Number 3 hitter, the catcher, hitting .172 on the year. 0 for 2 today. Righty versus lefty. Potter delivers. Hitting the air to left. Line drive is caught by the left fielder to retire the side. Philadelphia gets a hit and a walk, but nothing more. The score is 2-0 Philadelphia. Top of the 5th inning, advancing until there's a runner in scoring position. Top of the 5th inning. Red Sox have a runner at third base in Stan Hack and a runner at first in Phil Massey. Left-hand hitter Harry Walker steps in, the cleanup hitter. Center fielder hitting .317. 3 runs batted in, 0 for 1 today. Righty versus lefty, the pitch. In the air, fair territory, third baseman will make the catch on the infield grass for the final out. Red Sox get nothing. Score is unchanged, 2-0 Athletics. Bottom of the 5th inning. Advancing. Top of the 6th. Bottom of the 6th. Top of the 7th. Top of the 7th inning. Red Sox have Stan Hack at second base. Left-hand hitting Phil Cavarretta at the plate. Right-hand pitcher Dick Fowler still on the mound. 6 2/3 innings of work, 4 walks, 4 strikeouts. Righty versus lefty, 2 out. Here's the pitch. Hit in the air to left field. It's deep. It's off the wall. The man on second will score, and the runner will slide into second for a double. Hack scores from second. Cavarretta has an RBI double, and the Athletics still lead 2-1. Boston now on the board. Phil Massey will step in, the number 3 hitter, the catcher, hitting .231, has 1 hit today in 2 at-bats. 2 out. Red Sox trail by a run. Tying run at second. Here's the pitch. That's on the ground to third. Throw to first. In time. Inning over. 1 run scores on 2 hits. Boston reduces the lead and now trailed by 1 run. It's 2-1 Athletics. The Shibe Park crowd now rises for the 7th inning stretch. Bottom of the 7th inning, advancing. Top of the 8th. New pitcher for the Athletics, Al Hollingsworth, on the mound. Advancing. Top of the 8th inning, Red Sox have a runner at second base, Pete Suter. Left-hand hitting Gene Hermansky at the plate. Hitting .162, 1 for 3 today. Left-hand pitcher Hollingsworth against the left-hand hitting Hermansky. The pitch. On the ground, to the mound. Pitcher picks it up, throws to first, in time. That's 2 out. Top of the 8th inning. Red Sox trail by a run. Tying run at second base. Left-hand hitter Hal Peck will step in against the lefty Hollingsworth on the mound for Philadelphia. The pitch. That's in the air to center field. It's deep. He's racing back. He won't get it. It's all the way to the deepest part of center field. That will score the run to tie the game. He's at third with a triple. Suter scores. And the game is tied 2-2. Clutch hit for Hal Peck for the Red Sox. Top of the 8th inning, 2 outs. Billy Jurges will step in, the right-hand hitter, the number 8 hitter, the shortstop. Hitting .194, he's 0 for 3 today. Lefty versus the right-hand hitter. Here's the pitch. Outside is an intentional walk, and they put him on first base. With 2 out, they'll face Nels Potter, the pitcher. He'll bat for himself, left-hand hitter against the left-hand pitcher Hollingsworth. Peck at third, Jurges at first. Score tied 2-2, top of the 8th inning. The pitch. In the air, left field. Makes the catch to retire the side. Red Sox pick up a run on 2 hits and a walk. 2 runners left on. The game is tied at 2. Bottom of the 8th inning. Advancing. The Athletics have a runner at second base, Les Fleming. The hitter at the plate is left-hand Dale Mitchell, the number 5 hitter, the left fielder, hitting .250. He's 1 for 2 today with a run batted in. Righty Nels Potter still in there. 7 innings of work, 3 walks, 3 strikeouts against the lefty Mitchell. The pitch. On the ground to second base. He picks it up, throws the first in time. First out. The runner advances to third. Don Ross at the plate, right-hand hitter. The number 6 hitter, the third baseman, is hitting .302. 0 for 3 today. Righty versus righty. 1 out. Go ahead run at third base. The pitch. A walking. First base open. They'll pitch to Claude Corbett, number 7 hitter, shortstop. He is hitless this season. Righty versus righty. Fleming at third, Ross at first. 1 out. Bottom of the 8th inning. Score tied 2-2. The pitch. That's in the air on the infield. First baseman races in to catch the pop fly. 2 out. Phil Cavarretta for the Red Sox makes the play for defensively. Batter is right-hander Skeeter Newsom. The second baseman, the number 8 hitter, 278 hitter, is 1 for 2 today. Righty versus righty. Fleming at third, Ross at first. 2 out. Bottom of the 8th. Score tied 2-2. The pitch.
Strike 3.
That's in there. Strike 3 call. And that's the inning. 2 base runners, but the Athletics do not score. Through 8, it's a 2-2 tie. Boston comes up with a chance to go ahead. The top of the order, Hack, Cavarretta, and Mazzy due up. Second inning of work for left-hander Al Hollingsworth for the Athletics. The pitch. And that's misses, ball 4. And on first base. Left-hand Cavarretta steps in. Lefty versus lefty. No outs. Score tied 2-2. Top of the 9th. The pitch. Lays it down. Pitcher has it. Goes to first in time. Runner advances to second. Sacrifice. 1 out. Hack at second base. Mazzy steps in. Number 3 hitter, the catcher. He's 1 for 3 today. Lefty versus righty, the pitch. They walk him intentionally with first base open. Runners at first and second. Pinch hitter Terry Moore steps in. He's 1 for 4 on the season with a home run and 1 run batted in. Left-hand pitcher against right-hand hitter. The pitch. He swings and misses. Strike 3. 2 out. The batter is Pete Suter, the second baseman, the number 5 hitter. He's hitting .333. He's 1 for 4 today. Right-hand hitter steps in against the left-hander Hollingsworth. The pitch. On the ground to second base. He races in, throws the first in time for the final out of the inning. Boston 9th is over. 2 walks in the inning, and the Red Sox do not score. The A's with a chance to end the game here in the bottom of the 9th. It'll be the bottom of the order. Pinch hitter Sid Gordon will step in, and then the top of the order, Clay and Dinges due up for the Athletics. Right-hand pitcher Nels Potter in his 9th inning of work. He's got 4 walks, 4 strikeouts. Here's right-hand hitting Sid Gordon against the right-hand pitching Potter. The pitch. On the ground, past the third baseman and the shortstop into left field for a base hit. The leadoff man is aboard. Here in the bottom of the 9th. The winning run is at first base. Left-hand hitter Hank Edwards will step in as the pinch hitter. Edwards is hitting .340 on the year. 17 hits, a home run, and 10 runs batted in. Facing the right-hand pitching Nels Potter. Gordon at first. Bottom of the 9th, score tied 2-2. Here's the pitch. Hits it on the ground to short. Goes to second for 1. The relay in time. Double play. 2 out now. Base is empty. Left-hand hitter Dinges will step in, the number 2 hitter. The right fielder is hitting 111 on the year. He's 0 for 4 today. Facing the right-hand pitcher, the pitch. He gets it on the ground to second. He picks it up, throws the first in time. We have free baseball, extra innings. Score is tied 2-2. New pitcher for the Athletics, Ross Bowers, will step in. He's 0-1 on the season. 7 innings pitched, 7 hits allowed, 2 earned runs, 3 walks, 2 strikeouts. ERA of 2.57. Advancing onto a runner in scoring position. Bottom of the 10th. Top of the 11th. Top of the 11th inning, the Red Sox have a man in scoring position. Stan Hack at second. Phil Cavarretta also at first. Phil Mazzi at the plate. The number 3 hitter, the catcher. He's 1 for 3 today. Right-hand pitcher Bowers versus right-hand hitting Mazzi, the pitch. That's on the ground, past the mound. The second baseman has it. He'll throw the first in time for the first out. The runners advance. Hack to third, Cavarretta to second. Johnny Laser will step in, pinch hitter. He's hitting 250 on the year, 1 for 4, with a run batted in. Lefty hitter against the right-hand pitcher Bowers. 2 runners in scoring position, Hack at third, Cavarretta at second. Here's the pitch. And they walk him intentionally, first base open, and that'll load the bases. Top of the 11th inning, score tied 2-2. Left-hand hitting George Myatt will step in, pinch hitter, 1 for 8 on the season with a run batted in. Left-hand hitter against the right-hand pitcher Bowers. 1 out. Here's the pitch. He checks his swing and he strikes out swinging. They called him. He went around. 2 out. Here's the left-hand hitting Hermansky stepping in, the left fielder. He's hitting 154 on the year, 1 for 5 today. Right-hander against the left-hand Hermansky, the pitch. He hits it in the air to right field. He waits on it and makes the catch to retire the side. Inning over. No runs, 2 hits, no errors. They leave the bases loaded. Advancing, bottom of the 11th. And the game is over. So let's see what happened. The final totals. The Philadelphia Athletics are victorious 3-2. For the A's, 3 runs on 9 hits, 1 error. For the Red Sox, 2 runs on 10 hits, 2 errors. Athletics earned clutch win 3-2. Philadelphia Athletics starter Dick Fowler turned in a top-notch performance against the Boston Red Sox at Shibe Park. The result was a win for the Athletics 3-2. Russ Bowers, now 1-1, picked up the win in relief. He allowed no runs on 2 hits in 2 innings. With the loss, Boston sinks to 4-8. Philadelphia got the knockout punch from Don Ross. What did Don do? The third baseman hammered a solo home run in the bottom of the 11th inning to win the game. It might have been his only hit, but it decided the outcome. This ballgame left me feeling kind of raw, said Boston manager Joe Cronin. Player of the game, Dick Fowler, starting pitcher for the Philadelphia Athletics. The winner is Russ Bowers. He's 1-1. His earned run average is 2.0. Hollingsworth has his second blown save for the Athletics. The losing pitcher is Ferrick. He's now 0-2. His earned run average is 11.37. Final score, Athletics 3, Red Sox 2. From Griffith Stadium in Washington, the Senators host the New York Yankees. Starting lineup for the New York Yankees: Ralph Kiner in left, Thurman Tucker in center, Hank Greenberg at first, Mickey Witek at second, Pat Mullen at right, Dick Culler at short, Bill Rigney at third base, he's hot, Sherm Lawler the catcher. Starting pitcher, Virgil Trucks, batting ninth. His record is 1-0, earned run average of 1.37, and a whip of 1.02. He's 29 years old. Starting lineup for the Washington Senators: George Case in left, Marty Marion in short, Tommy Holmes in right, Bobby Dorr at second, Ray Muller at the catcher, Jim Tabor at third, Early Wynn at first, Hardin Gillenwater in center, and the starting pitcher Jack Kramer batting ninth. Kramer's record is 0-1, 552 earned run average, 1.5 whip. He's 28 years old. 19,000 fans in the stands, clear skies, 64 degrees, wind blowing out to left at 8 miles an hour. The Senators are in third place in the American League with a record of 6-5. Their home record is 2-4. The Yankees are in fourth place with a record of 6-5. They have a road record of 4-2. Let's play ball. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Griffith Stadium. Today, Washington goes up against New York. New York comes in at 6-5, placing them fourth in the American League. Washington holds down third place in the AL with a record of 6-5 as well. Washington has won 3 or 4 games from New York this season. The sun has been shining all day. The game time temperature is 64 degrees. The wind blowing out to left should help the hitters. Let's play ball. Jack Kramer gets the call for the Senators. He has no wins and 1 loss. A pitching WAR of 0.4. Here's Ralph Kiner. He's hitting 150 on the year, 1 homer, 1 run batted in. Batting .235 versus Washington, going 4 for 17. The 2-2 pitch. Strikes out swinging. And we're underway. That's the first out. Advancing until there's a runner in scoring position. Greenberg at second base for the Yankees here in the top of the first. The right-hand pitcher Kramer for Washington on the mound. The batter Mickey Witek at the plate, right-hand hitter, hitting 200 on the year. The pitch. Hit on the ground to third base. He dives and can't get it. It's through for a base hit. The runner rounds third and hit it home. There's the play at the plate, and he's out at the plate. Inning over. Yankees get nothing and leave 1. No score. Bottom of the first inning. Advancing until there's a runner in scoring position. The Senators have Tommy Holmes at second base. Right-hand batter Bobby Dorr at the plate. The cleanup hitter, hitting .349 on the year, 1 homer, 13 runs batted in. Right-hand pitcher Virgil Trucks for the Yankees. To right-hand hitter Dorr. The pitch. 2 out. No score. Hit in the air on the infield. Second baseman is there to make the catch and retire the side. 2 base runners in the inning, but the Senators get nothing. No score. Top of the second inning, advancing. Yankees have Pat Mullen at second. Right-hand hitter Dick Culler at the plate. Righty versus righty. Jack Kramer delivers. That's hit on the ground to third sharply. He'll throw to first in time. Jim Tabor at third base for the Senators makes the play. Right-hand hitter Bill Rigney will step up with 1 out. Mullen at second. The pitch. That's in the air on the infield. First baseman will make the catch for the second out. Runner does not advance. Right-hand hitter Sherm Lawler steps in. He's the catcher. Hitting .250, 1 for 4 on the year with a run batted in. Righty versus righty. 2 out, top of the second. Hit in the air to center. He races in and makes the catch to retire the side. Second inning is over for New York. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, a man left on. No score. Bottom of the second, advancing. The Senators have Early Win at second. Hardin Gillenwater at first. Right-hand hitter Jack Kramer at the plate. Versus right-hand pitcher Virgil Trucks for the Yankees. The pitch. That's hit sharply to the second baseman. He dives and can't get it. Right fielder has it. He throws to the cutoff man. And the play at the plate for the second runner is he's out. No, that was the first runner. He's out. Out at the plate. It was a very slow developing play. Through 2 innings, there's no score. Top of the third. Advancing. Bottom of the third. Top of the fourth. Bottom of the fourth. Top of the fifth. Top of the 5th inning. The Yankees have a runner in scoring position. Virgil Trucks at second, the pitcher. And Ralph Kiner at first base. Thurman Tucker at the plate, the left-hand hitter, against the righty, Jack Kramer. The pitch. 2 out. No score. Hit in the air to left field. That's going to fall for a base hit. He's hit it for second as a double. There's a man going to score. Another man hit it home, and there's a throw to the cutoff man. And he'll make a play to third, and he's safe at third. 2-run score. And the Yankees go out in front 2-0. So that's a double, and he'll make third on the throw home. So Yankees lead 2-0 here in the top of the 5th inning. Thurman Tucker is at third base. Hank Greenberg will step in, the number 3 hitter. The first baseman is hitting .244. He's 1 for 2 today. He has 2 home runs and 5 runs batted in. Righty versus righty, the pitch. He walks him intentionally. Runner at third, Tucker. Runner at first, Greenberg. The batter, Mickey Witek. The cleanup hitter, hitting .213. 1 for 2 today. Righty versus righty, the pitch. That's hit on the ground to first base. He'll take it himself for the out. And that's the end of the inning. Yankees scored 2 runs on 2 hits and leave 2. They jump out in front 2-0 here in the 5th inning. Bottom of the 5th, advancing until there's a runner in scoring position. Top of the 6th. Bottom of the 6th. Top of the 7th. Top of the 7th inning. The Yankees have 2 runners in scoring position. Lavagetto at 3rd, Cookie Lavagetto at 3rd, and Hank Greenberg at 2nd, with Mickey Witek at the plate, right-hand hitter versus the right-hand Jack Kramer for the Senators. 2 out. The Yankees lead by 2. Here's the pitch. Oh, there's a pinch runner. Lavangetto's the pinch runner. For Virgil Trucks, the pitcher. Okay. And then Witek is intentionally walked, so the bases are loaded with 2 out. And Pat Mullen will step in, left-hand hitter, the number 5 hitter, the right fielder, hitting 118. 1 for 3 today. Right-hand pitcher Kramer delivers to the left-hand hitter. He hits it in the air to center. He runs in and waits on it and makes the catch to retire the side. Yankees load the bases but do not score. They still lead 2-0 over the Senators. New pitcher for the Yankees. Johnny Pagani. New pitcher. All right. Bottom of the 7th inning, advancing. Senators have a runner at second base, Carden Gillenwater, with Jack Kramer at the plate, the pitcher. Righty versus righty. Facing the new pitcher, Progeny, the pitch. That's a ground ball to second base. He can't get it. It's into right field for a hit. The runner rounds third and hit it home. The play at the plate, not in time. Throw is offline. And the Senators are on the board. It's 2-1. RBI single for Jack Kramer. Mickey Vernon, left-hand hitter, steps in. The leadoff man. He's a pinch hitter. Leadoff spot. He's hitting .400 on the year. Slightly tired. 1 homer, 11 runs batted in. Good spot for him. Facing the right-handed Prodigy. Will take the at-bat. The pitch. That's on the ground past the second baseman for a base hit. Runner on second will hit. He'll stop at second. Another base hit for the Senators. 1 out. Bottom of the 7th. They trail by a run. The go-ahead run is at first base. Here's Marty Marion, right-hand hitter, number 2 hitter, the shortstop, hitting .196 on the year. 3 runs batted in. 0 for 3 today. Righty versus righty. The pitch. That's on the ground to second. He has it. Throw to first in time. Kramer would advance to third. Vernon to second with 2 out now. Left-hander Tommy Holmes, the number 3 hitter, steps in. The right fielder hitting .391 with 6 runs batted in. 1 for 3 today. Right-hander Prodigy against the left-hand hitting Holmes. The pitch. That's in the air to left. He's waiting on it. Makes the catch, and that retires the side. Washington gets a run on 3 hits. No errors. 2 runners left. Senators pull closer. It's 2-1. Top of the 8th inning. Advancing. Bottom of the 8th. New pitcher for the Yankees. Bill White will step in. Bill White will be the new pitcher. Here's Bobby Dorr. We're advancing. Top of the 9th inning. It's 2-1. We're advancing. Bottom of the 9th. Washington's last chance. We'll watch the at-bats. Early Win will lead it off, the number 7 hitter, followed by Gillenwater and the pitcher Burkhart due up. Left-hander Bill White on the mound. Here's the pitch. In the air to left. That's deep. It is all the way off the top of the wall. He's hit it for second. That's a double. Lead-off double for Wynn. All right, lead-off double for Wynn. The tying run is at second base. Hardin Gillenwater will step in, the number 8 hitter. He's 1 for 3 today. Lefty pitcher against righty batter. Here's the pitch. Hits it on the ground, and that's through. Base hit. The runner on third will stop there as the throw comes in. Nobody out. Runners at the corner. The tying run is 90 feet away. Pinky Higgins will step in to pinch hit for the pitcher. He's 1 for 4 on the season with 2 runs batted in. Wynn at third. Gillenwater at first. And White, the lefty, is now ready. Here's the pitch. That's in the air on the infield. Second baseman moves in on the infield grass. He'll make the catch. That's the first out. The winning run is at first base. Mike McCormick will step in. He's pinch hitting in the number 1 position. He's hitting .333 on the year, 3 for 9 with 3 runs batted in. Lefty White against righty McCormick at the plate. Here's the pitch. That's in the air on the infield. The shortstop will make the catch just beyond second base in short center field, and that's the second out. So the runners have been in scoring position for 2 batters. It's 2 out now, and here's Marty Marion, the right-hand hitter, against the lefty White, Bill White, for the Yankees. He's the second hitter, shortstop, 191 on the year, 0 for 4 today. Here's the pitch. 2 out. That's it. Sharply to the left fielder, but right at him, and that's the ball game. The Yankees will edge out the Senators here at Griffith Stadium 2-1. The totals for today's game: the New York Yankees, 2 runs on 10 hits, 3 errors. For the Senators, 1 run on 11 hits, no errors. Yankees pocket 2-1 win against Washington. New York pitcher Virgil Trucks did his part in helping his team defeat the Washington Senators 2-1. The opposition could never get too much going against the right-hander. The winner was Trucks. He threw 6 innings of shutout ball. The loser was Jack Kramer. The win puts New York at 7-5. Who knows how it might have ended had it not been for Thurman Tucker. The New York center fielder had a 2-run double in the top of the 5th inning to put the Yankees on top 2-0. For the game, Tucker had 1 double, 1 single in 5 at-bats. Feels good to get the job done, Tucker said after the game. Virgil Trucks, the starting pitcher for the New York Yankees, is the player of the game. He's reported to have been injured, diagnosis pending, while running the bases. He gets the win. He's 2-0 on the season. His earned run average is 1.05. Progeny gets the hold. Bill White gets the save. WIGHT. The losing pitcher is Jack Kramer for Washington. He's 0-2. His earned run average is 4.24. Final score, Yankees beat the Senators 2-1. Now for the National League games. From Braves Field, the Boston Braves host the Philadelphia Phillies. Starting lineup for the Phillies, Pee Wee Reese at short, Dixie Walker in right, Dale Ennis in left, Aaron Robinson, the catcher, Wally Judnich, the center fielder, Joe Cool, the first baseman, Billy Johnson at third base, Cass Michaels, the second baseman, and Roger Wolf, the starting pitcher. His record is 1-1 with a 3.00 ERA and a whip of 1.33. He's 35 years old. Now the starting lineups for the Boston Braves. Johnny Hopp in right, Irv Dusack at third, Joe DiMaggio in center, Jeff Heath in left, Buddy Kerr at short, Joe Schultz, the catcher, L.B. Fletcher, the first baseman, Red Scheindienst, the second baseman, and Denny Gallenhouse, the starting pitcher. His record is 0-2 with a 17.18 ERA and a 3.41 whip. He's 34 years old. "14,000 fans in the stands, clear skies, 44 degrees, wind blowing out to left at 13 miles an hour." The Braves are in 7th place with a record of 4-6. Their home record is 0-2. The Phillies are in 5th place with a record of 5-5. Their road record is 2-0. Let's play ball. Welcome to this afternoon's game at Braves Field. Today, Boston plays Philadelphia. Philadelphia has posted a record of 5-5, good enough for 5th in the National League. The 7th place Braves have a 4-6 record. In the season series, these teams have split 4 games. It's 44 degrees, and there's not a single cloud in sight. The wind blowing out to left, first pitch coming up. Making the start today for the Braves, Denny Gallenhouse, the 34-year-old hurler, enters the game with no wins and 2 losses and a 17.18 ERA. Opponents have hit .500 against him. The leadoff hitter is Pee Wee Reese. The 1-2 pitch, fly ball center field, and he makes the catch for the first out, and we're underway. Advancing until there's a runner in scoring position. Bottom of the first inning. The Braves has a runner in scoring position. Johnny Hopp at second base, Irv Dusack at first, Joe DiMaggio at the plate. Right-handed hitter facing the right-handed pitcher Roger Wolf. for Philadelphia. The pitch. Fly ball. Deep. Center field. And it is gone. A 3-run home run for Jolton Joe DiMaggio. And Boston jumps out in front 3-0. "386 feet to center field, 98 miles an hour off the bat, a 36-degree launch angle, a 73-mile-an-hour knuckleball off Roger Wolf. Joe DiMaggio circles the bases." Advancing until there's a runner in scoring position. Top of the second inning. Boston leads 3-0. Top of the second inning, the Phillies have a runner in scoring position. Billy Johnson is at second base. Cass Michaels at first. Roger Wolf, right-hand hitter, at the plate, facing the right-hand pitcher, Denny Galehouse of the Braves. Here's the pitch.
Strike three.
Strike 3 called. And that retires the side. The Phillies get nothing. The Braves remain in front 3-0. Advancing. Bottom of the second. Bottom of the second inning. The Braves have a runner in scoring position. L.B. Fletcher at second base. Left-hand hitter Johnny Hopp at the plate, the leadoff man. The right fielder is hitting .273 with 5 runs batted in. Righty versus lefty. The pitch from Wolf. Hit in the air to left field, base hit. Runner rounding third and hit it home. The throw home. He's safe at home. And now the lead is 4-0 for the Boston Braves. Advancing. Top of the third inning. Boston leads 5-0. Advancing. Top of the third inning. A run scored. Solo home run by Dixie Walker of the Phillies. The score is 5-1, top of the third. Advancing. Aaron Robinson is at third base for the Phillies in the top of the third inning. Phillies trail by 4. Wally Judnich at the plate, the left-hand hitter, facing the right-hand pitcher Denny Galehouse for the Braves. The pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Side retired. 1 run on 2 hits, no errors. A runner left on. The Phillies reduced the Boston lead. Now it's 5-1. Bottom of the third inning. Advancing. Top of the fourth. Top of the fourth inning. The Phillies have a runner in scoring position. Billy Johnson at second base. Cass Michaels, the right-hand hitter, at the plate. Righty versus righty. The pitch. Hit on the ground to the shortstop. He'll throw to first in time for the out. 2 out. The batter is Roger Wolf, right-hander. Johnson at second, 2 out. The Phillies trail by 4. The pitch. That's hit in the air to left field. That's a base hit. Runner rounds third. He's hit it home. The throw home from the left fielder is not in time. The runner is safe at home. Wolf brings home 1 with a single, and Boston still leads 5-2. Top of the fourth inning, 2 out. advancing until there's a runner in scoring position. Reese is now at second base. Left-hand hitter Dixie Walker at the plate, the number 2 hitter. The right fielder is hitting .394 with 2 home runs, 7 runs batted in. Righty versus lefty. The pitch from Galehouse. That's it on the ground to short. Throw to first is in time. Side retired. Philadelphia scores 2 on 3 hits, no Boston errors, and a runner left on. The Phillies pull closer. The score is now 5-3 in favor of the Braves. Bottom of the 4th inning, advancing. Top of the 5th. Top of the 5th inning, Phillies have Del Ennis at second base. Left-hander hitter Aaron Robinson at the plate. The cleanup hitter, the catcher, hitting .290. 1 home run, 4 runs batted in. He's 1 for 2 today. Righty versus lefty, the pitch. That's it in the air on the infield. Third baseman comes in on the infield grass and makes the catch. 1 out. Left-hander hitter Wally Jutnik steps in. He's 0 for 2 today. Ennis at second, 1 out. Phillies trail by 2. The pitch. That's hit sharply into the gap to left center field. Hits the wall on the fly. Runner will score easily. He slides into second with a double. Ennis scores. The Phillies score a run on the Jutnik 2-bagger. Phillies draw closer. The score is now 5-4. Left-hand hitter Joe Cool steps to the plate. Right-hand pitcher Denny Galehouse in his 4th inning of work. Now ready. 1 out. Phillies trail by a run. The pitch. That's on the ground to short. Hit sharply. He'll pick it up, throw to first in time. 2 out. Right-hand hitter Billy Johnson steps in. The third baseman's hitting .250 with 2 runs batted in. He's 2 for 2 today. Righty versus righty. Runner in scoring position. The pitch. That's it on the ground to short. He picks it up, throws the first in time to retire the side. 1 run in on 2 hits. Philadelphia cuts the lead to 1. It's 5-4 Braves. Bottom of the 5th inning. Advancing. Johnny Hopp at third base for the Boston Braves. In the bottom of the 5th inning with 1 out, right-hand hitter Irv Dusak steps in. The number 2 hitter, the third baseman, is hitting .371 with 6 runs batted in. He's 2 for 2 today with a run batted in. Righty versus righty. Here's the pitch. That's in the air to left field. The left fielder waits and makes the catch. Runner on third tagging and breaks for the plate. The throw is cut off and he scores. Boston now leads 6-4. Bottom of the 5th inning. 2 out. Advancing until there's a runner in scoring position. Top of the 6th. Bottom of the 6th. Bottom of the 6th inning. Boston has 2 runners on. 1 runner in scoring position, Jeff Heath at second. Joe Shorts at first. L.B. Fletcher at the plate, left-hand hitter, against the right-hand pitching Roger Wolf in his 5th inning of work. Actually, his 6th inning of work. Yeah. Here's the pitch. That's a base hit to left field, and the bases are loaded with 1 out. Heath at third, Schultz at second. L.B. Fletcher with the single. That'll bring up the left-hand hitter, Red Shindies. The second baseman is hitting .400 on the season. 14 hits and 35 at-bats. 9 runs batted in. He's 0 for 2 today. Righty Wolf against the left-handed Shindies. The pitch. That's in the air to right field. He's there. Makes the catch. Runner on third tagging. He's hit it home. The throw is cut off. He makes the throw to the plate, and he's safe at the plate. That's the 7th run for the Boston Braves, and they lead by 3. Bottom of the 6th inning. 2 out. Runners at the corners. Right-hand hitter Emil Verban steps in, pitch hitting for the pitcher. He's 3 for 9 on the season. Right-hand hitter against the right-hand pitching Wolf. The pitch. That's popped up in foul ground. The third baseman will make the catch. That retires the side. The Braves score 1 run on 3 hits, no errors. 2 runners left on. Boston now on top, 7-4. Top of the 7th inning. Advancing. The new pitcher for the Braves, Art Houderman. Art Houderman, the new pitcher for Boston. The Phillies have a runner in scoring position, Del Ennis at third base, Aaron Robinson at first base, left-hand hitting Wally Judnick at the plate. Facing the right-hander, Art Houderman. Top of the 7th inning, nobody out. Phillies trail by 3. The pitch. That's hit in the air. That's a base hit to left field. 1 run is in. Runner on second will stop there as the throw comes in. Wally Judnick with an RBI single, and the score is now 7-5 Braves. Top of the 7th inning, nobody out. Left-hand hitter Joe Cool steps in. The number 6 hitter, the first baseman, is hitting .176. 2 runs batted in on the season. He's 0 for 3 today. Here's the pitch. Righty versus lefty. That's on the ground, the second. Throws the second for 1, the force play, and he gets the out at second. Fielder's choice. Robinson is advanced to third. Poole is at first base on the fielder's choice. Right-hand hitter Billy Johnson steps in. The number 7 hitter, the third baseman, is hitting .244 with 2 runs batted in on the season. He's 2 for 3 today. Righty versus righty. The delivery from Houderman. That's in the air. It's deep. Left field. He's at the track. And it's out of here. 3-run home run. Gives the Phillies the lead for the first time today. It's 8-7. That's the first home run this season for Billy Johnson. .372 feet to center field. It's right in between the scoreboard and the advertising. 96 miles an hour off the bat. An 82-mile-an-hour slider from Art Houderman. Put the Phils in front. New pitcher for the Braves. It'll be Earl Caldwell taking the mound. He's the closer. Earl Caldwell. For the Phillies, right-hand hitter Case Michael steps in. Phillies now lead 8-7, advancing until there's a runner in scoring position. Bottom of the 7th. New pitcher for the Phillies. Joe Barry takes the mound. Joe Barry. Advancing. The Braves have a runner on second base, Johnny Hopp. At the plate, the right-hand hitter, Irv Dusack. The number 2 hitter is 2 for 2 today with 2 runs batted in. Here's the pitch from the righty Berry to the right-hand hitter. That's on the ground to the mound. He picks it up, throws the first in time for the out at first. Joe DiMaggio will step in. He's 1 for 3 today. He hit a 3-run homer. Righty versus righty, the pitch. That's on the ground to short. He picks up the slow roller, throws him out at first base, and that's 2 out. Here's the left-hand hitter, Jeff Heath, the cleanup hitter. The left fielder is hitting .333 with 3 runs batted in. He's 1 for 3 today. The Braves trail by a run here in the bottom of the 7th inning. 2 out. Johnny Hopp at third base. The pitch. That's through up the middle, and Hopp will score. That's a 2-out base hit. And the game is now tied 8-8 here in the bottom of the 7th. Clutch single for Jeff Heath. Here's the left-hand hitter, Al Libke. The pinch hitter will step in. He's 2 for 7 on the season, .286 average. Left-hand hitter against the righty Joe Berry. Here's the pitch. 2 out. I hit runner in scoring position instead. All right. So the score is tied in the top of the 8th inning, 8-8. Advancing. Bottom of the 8th. Bottom of the 8th inning, a run has scored. Home run. Solo home run by L.B. Fletcher of the Braves. That gives them a 9-8 lead in the bottom of the 8th inning. Advancing until there's a runner in scoring position. We're at the top of the 9th inning. Philly trails by a run. Advancing. The Phillies have 2 runners in scoring position with 1 out. Joe Cool at third base, Billy Johnson at second. Left-hand hitter Marv Rickert steps in, the pinch hitter. He's hitting 2 for 12 on the season with 3 runs batted in. Right-hand pitcher Earl Caldwell on the mound for the Braves. Righty versus the left-hand hitter. Here's the pitch. That's a ground ball up the middle, base hit. 1 run is in. The second man is rounding third to hit it home. There'll be no play. The throw is very late. 2 runs score. And the Phillies take a 10-9 lead here in the top of the 9th inning. So Rickert gets the job done. Advancing until there's a runner in scoring position. And Rickert is now at second base with Del Rice at first. Right-hand hitter Pee Wee Reese at the plate. Righty versus righty. Here's the pitch. He hits it on the ground to short. They go the short way to second base for the force play, and that's the 2nd out. Fielder's choice. Marv Rickert to third base. 2 out, top of the 9th. Phillies lead by a run. Runners at the corners. Left-hand hitter Dixie Walker steps in. The number 2 hitter is 2 for 5 today. He had a solo home run. Here's the pitch from right-hand pitcher Earl Caldwell to lefty Dixie Walker. That's on the ground to third. He boots it. Error on the third baseman. The run will score, and it's now 11-9. Pee Wee Reese will go to second base. Dixie Walker safe at first on the error. Irv Dusack of the Boston Braves, the third baseman, committed the error. 1 error apiece for both teams. Del Ennis will step in, the right-hand hitter for Philadelphia. the number 3 hitter, hitting .298 on the season, 1 home run, 8 runs batted in. He's 3 for 5 today. Righty versus righty. Here's the pitch. That's on the ground to short. He'll go to short way to second base for the force play to retire the side. Philadelphia puts up 3 runs on the board and take a 2-run lead into the bottom of the 9th inning. They're leading 11-9. 32 hits in this defensive struggle. New pitcher for the Phillies, Mike Ryba, on the mound for Philadelphia. Mike Ryba. Dusick at the plate for the Boston Braves, followed by DiMaggio and Platt here in the bottom of the 9th inning. Here's the pitch from Ryba. That's it in the air to center field. He'll make the routine catch for the first out. Here's Joe DiMaggio. He's 1 for 4 today. He had a home run, 3-run shot. Here's the pitch. That's hit in the air to left field. Left fielder is there to make the catch. 2 up, 2 down. Here's Whitey Platt, the left fielder. He's 0 for 2 on the season. Here's the pitch. That's in the air. That's a base hit to center field. 2-out hit. Keeps things alive. Here's Roy Hughes, the shortstop. He's 1 for 5 on the season. Righty versus righty. The pitch. That's on the ground, the shortstop. He'll throw to second, and that's the ball game. The Philadelphia Phillies defeat the Boston Braves at Braves Field 11-9. Here are the totals. First for the victorious Philadelphia Phillies, who are now 6-5. 11 runs on 19 hits, 1 error. Philadelphia left 10 men on base. For the Braves, they had 9 runs on 14 hits, 1 error. The Braves left 5 men on base. Johnson leads Phillies to win. The Philadelphia Phillies defeated the Boston Braves 11-9 at Braves Field. Leading the charge for Philadelphia was third baseman Billy Johnson. He went 4 for 5 with a home run, a double, and 2 singles, while scoring 3 times and driving in 3. Joe Barry notched the win in relief. The right-hander allowed 2 runs on 4 hits in 2 innings. His record now sits at 1-0. With the loss, Boston falls to 4-7. Philadelphia used the timely hitting of Marv Rickert to seize the win. The pinch hitter stroked a 2-run single in the top of the 9th inning to put the Phillies on top 10-9. It was his only hit in 1 at-bat. But it was a game changer. Say what you want about this team. They played 9 innings hard, said Philadelphia manager Ben Chapman. Player of the game, Billy Johnson, third baseman for the Philadelphia Phillies. The win goes to Joe Barry. He's 1-0. He also receives his first blown save. His earned run average is 9.0. First save goes to Mike Reba. The losing pitcher is Earl Caldwell. His record is now 1-1. Earned run average of 5.40. Art Houterman gets his first blown save. Johnny Hott ties the National League regular season game record for runs with 4. Final score, the Braves lose to the Phillies 11-9. From Crosley Field in Cincinnati, the Reds host the Pittsburgh Pirates. Starting lineup for the Pirates: Johnny Wyrostek at center, Bob Elliott in right, Johnny Mize at first, Vern Stevens the shortstop, Buster Adams in left, Jerry Pretty in at second, Skippy Roberge at third, Al Evans the catcher, and Schoolboy Rowe the pitcher. His record is 2-0 with a 1.50 ERA and a 0.72 whip. He's 36 years old. Starting lineup for the Cincinnati Reds: Frank Gustine, the second baseman. He's cold. Elmer Vallow in right. Augie Galan in left. Whitey Kurowski at third. Babe Young at first. Eddie Miller at short. He's cold. Guy Cartwright in center. Joe Garagiola, the catcher. And Bob Moncrief, the starting pitcher. His record is 1-1 with a 3.38 earned run average and a 1.25 whip. He's 30 years old. "12,000 fans in the stands. Is partly cloudy, 60 degrees, wind blowing in from center field at 9 miles an hour. The Reds are in last place with a 2-10 record. They are 2-4 at home. The Pirates are in first place in the National League with a 9-2 record. They are 3-0 on the road. Let's play ball. Good afternoon and welcome to Crosley Field. Today the Reds and the Pirates will duke it out. Pittsburgh comes in at 9-2, placing them first in the National League. The last place Reds own a 2-10 record. The Reds will try to end a 9-game slide. Head-to-head, Pittsburgh is 4-0 against Cincinnati. It's partly cloudy, temperature 60 degrees, pitcher-friendly conditions with the wind blowing in from center. We're all set for baseball. Starting for the Reds will be Bob Moncrief. He has a 1-1 loss, 1 win, 1 loss record, 3.38 earned run average. His whip at present is 1.25. Johnny Wyrostek comes to the plate. He has a 289 average with no home runs and 3 runs batted in. The full count pitch, ground ball to second. He'll fire the first in time and we're underway. Advancing until there's a runner in scoring position. Bottom of the first. Top of the second. Bottom of the second. Bottom of the second inning, the Reds have a runner in scoring position. Babe Young at second base and Eddie Miller at first base. Right-hand hitter Guy Cartwright at the plate. Facing right-hander Schoolboy Rowe for the Pirates. 1 out, no score. Bottom of the second. Here's the pitch. That's it on the ground. Past the shortstop into center field for a base hit. Runner is rounding third, hit it home. And the throw from the cutoff man is not in time. Cincinnati takes a 1-0 lead. Bottom of the second inning. Miller at second base. Guy Curtright at first. Left-hand hitter Joe Garagiola steps in. The catcher is hitting .250 with 2 runs batted in. Righty versus lefty. Here's the pitch. Gets it on the ground past the second baseman into right field. Runner is rounding third and hit it home. The throw home is not in time. Cincinnati now leads by 2. Curtright at second. Garagiola at first. Right-hand hitter Bob Muncrief steps in, the pitcher. Facing his opposite number, the righty, Rowe. 1 out. Cincinnati leads 2-0. Here's the pitch. That's on the ground to third. He picks it up in infield grass, throws the first in time for the out. Guy Curtright advances to third, Garagiola to second. 2 out. Right-hand hitter Frankie Gustine steps in, the leadoff man. He's cold. He's hitting .136. 0 for 1 today. Here's the pitch. Righty versus righty. Checks his swing, but it's a called strike 3, and that's the inning. 2-run score for Cincinnati, and they take the 2-0 advantage. Top of the third inning. Advancing until there's a runner in scoring position. A run has scored for the Pirates. So they had a runner on first base, and Johnny Ryrostek hit a double to score him. Now let's see if I can see this one. No, see, this is a strikeout. I've yet to make this work. Okay. All right, so the score is now 2-1 Cincinnati. Top of the third inning. The Pirates have a runner on second base, Johnny Ryrostek. Right-hand hitter Bob Elliott at the plate, facing the right-hander Bob Muncrief for Cincinnati. The pitch, 2 out. He swings and misses strike 3 to retire the side. 1 run on 2 hits, no errors, a runner left on. Pirates cut the lead in half. It's 2-1. Bottom of the third. Advancing until there's a runner in scoring position. In the bottom of the third inning with 2 outs, Whitey Kurowski is on third base, Babe Young at first base, with the right-hand hitter Eddie Miller at the plate. The shortstop hitting 100 on the season, 4 for 40. He's 1 for 1 today. Righty versus righty. The pitch. Reds lead by 1. On the ground to short. Takes it. Goes to second for the force play. And that retires the side. The Reds get nothing on 2 hits. Cincinnati still up 2-1. Top of the fourth. Advancing. Bottom of the fourth. Top of the fifth. Top of the fifth inning. Jerry Pretty on second base for the Pittsburgh Pirates. Right-hand hitter Al Evans at the plate. Facing Bob Muncrief in his 5th inning of work. Evans is 1 for 7 on the year. That hit came today. He's 1 for 1. Here's the pitch. That's it in the air to left field. He's right there. And, he'll let it drop in front of him for a base hit. The runner on third will stop there. And we have runners at the corners with 1 out. Right-hand hitter Schoolboy Rowe, the pitcher, will step in. With runners at the corners, 1 out. The Pirates trail by 1. Top of the 5th inning. Here's the pitch. That's on the ground to the shortstop. He'll go to second. Force play. And the run will score. It looks like Frankie Gustine was injured on the play, but he will shake it off. Pretty scores, and the score is tied 2-2. Top of the 5th inning. We will advance until there's a runner in scoring position. Going into the bottom of the 5th, it's tied 2-2. Advancing. In the bottom of the 5th inning, the Reds have Augie Galan on second base with 2 out. Right-hand hitter Whitey Karowski at the plate. Karowski is 1 for 2 today, the .340 hitter, the third baseman for the Cincinnati Reds. Righty versus righty, the pitch. And he hit him. He'll take first base. 2 on, 2 out. Here's Babe Young, the left-hand hitter, against the righty Rowe. The pitch. That's in the air to center field. And the shortstop races out to short center to make the catch. And that's the inning. 2 base runners in the inning, but the Reds get nothing. They're tied 2-2. Top of the 6th, advancing. Bottom of the 6th, top of the 7th, bottom of the 7th, top of the 8th, bottom of the 8th, top of the 9th, top of the 9th inning. The Pirates have Johnny Mize on second base, right-hand hitter Vern Stevens at the plate, the cleanup hitter, the shortstop's hitting .224 with 2 homers and 9 runs batted in. He's 0 for 3 today. Righty versus righty. Moncrief still on the mound in his 9th inning of work. Here's the pitch. He hits it on the ground to third. He'll quickly throw it to first in time. The runner on second does not advance. 1 out. Left-hand hitter Joe Gray steps in, the pinch hitter. He's hot. He's hitting .435 on the season. Top of the 9th inning, score tied 2-2. 1 out. Mize at second. Here's the pitch. And he walked him intentionally with first base open. Runners at first and second. Left-hand hitter Eddie Lukin steps in. He's the pinch hitter. He's 0 for 6 on the season. Righty versus left-hand hitter. Here's the pitch. He checks his swing, and it's ball 4. The bases are loaded with 1 out. Right-hand hitter Skippy Roberge steps in. He's the number 7 hitter. Third baseman hitting .158. 2 RBI on the season. He's 0 for 3 today. Righty versus righty. The pitch. Ball 4, and he forces in a run. The Pirates now have a 3-2 lead. The left-hand hitter Mel Ott will come to the plate. He's pinch hitting. He's 0 for 2 versus the right-hander Bob Moncrief. Here's the pitch. That's on the ground to second base. He'll throw home and get the force play. He'll throw to first, and it's not in time. That's the second out of the inning. The bases are still loaded. Mel Ott at first base on the fielder's choice. Lukin at third. Roberge at second. Right-hand hitter Schoolboy Rowe, the pitcher, will step in. He's hot, but today he's 0 for 3. Here's the pitch. Righty versus righty.
Strike 3.
Strike 3 called, and that's the inning. But the Pirates get the lead. We go to the bottom of the 9th. Cincinnati trails by 1. For the Reds, it'll be Curtright, Garagiola, and Moncrief due up, the 7, 8, and 9 hitters. Here's Guy Curtright. He's 1 for 3 today, a 200 hitter, the center fielder. The pitch. That's outside, ball 4. And the leadoff man draws a base on balls. Man on first, nobody out. Left-hand hitter Joe Garagiola steps in. He's 1 for 3 today with a run batted in. The .267 hitting catcher. Righty versus lefty, the pitch. That's on the ground to short. He ranges over, make a long throw to first in time. Kurt Wright will advance to second. 1 out. Here's right-hand hitter Danny Litweiler, the pinch hitter. He's 4 for 24 on the season, 2 runs batted in. Kurt Wright is second base, 1 out. That's the tying run. Here's the pitch. That's on the ground to third. He'll throw across the diamond for the out. 2 out. Kurt Wright at second base. Frankie Gustine steps in. He's the leadoff man. Only hitting 128 on the season. He's 0 for 4 today. Last chance for the Reds. The pitch. That's on the ground to short. He scoops it up. Throws the first, and that's your ball game. The Pittsburgh Pirates come into Cincinnati and win on the road 3-2. 10th win of the season for Pittsburgh out of 12 games. Here are the totals. First for the victorious Pittsburgh Pirates, who are now 10-2. 3 runs on 6 hits, 2 errors. The Pirates left 6 men on base. For the Reds, 2 runs on 7 hits, no errors. They left 8 men on base. Slumping Reds lose 10th straight. Pittsburgh Pirates starter Schoolboy Rowe pitched a strong game against the Cincinnati Reds at Crosley Field, leading the Pirates to victory 3-2. Cincinnati, now 2-11, continues its dreadful start. Skippy Roberge had a direct impact on the outcome. Roberge contributed a run-scoring walk in the top of the 9th inning to put Pittsburgh up 3-2. "I've never been a good loser," admitted losing manager Bill McKenzie before walking out on reporters. Player of the game is Schoolboy Rowe, the starting pitcher for the Pittsburgh Pirates. He gets the win. His record now 3-0. He has an earned run average of 1.33. The losing pitcher is Bob Moncrief for Cincinnati. He's now 1-2. His earned run average is 3.24. Final score, the Pirates defeat the Reds on the road, 3-2. From the Polo Grounds, the Giants host the Brooklyn Dodgers. Starting lineup for the Brooklyn Dodgers: Bert Haas at first, Pete Reiser at third, Enos Slaughter in right, Sam Chapman in left, Bernie McCoskey in center, Phil Rizzuto at short. Bruce Edwards the catcher. Bobby Adams at second. He's cold. Bob Joyce the starting pitcher. His record is 2-0 with a .321 earned run average, a 1.07 whip. He's 31 years old. Starting lineup for the New York Giants. Billy Herman at second. Lou Boudreau at short. He's cold. Taffy Wright at right. Dick Wakefield and left. Nick Etten at first. Buddy Rosar at the catcher. Eddie Yost at third. Lou Novikov in center. And Johnny Nigling, the starting pitcher. His record is 1-1 with a 2.25 ERA and a 1.25 whip. He's 42 years old. "21,000 fans in the stands. Clear skies, 51 degrees. Wind blowing out to right at 13 miles an hour." The Giants are in second place with a 6-4 record. They are 1-4 at home. The Dodgers are in fifth place with a 5-5 record. They are 4-1 on the road. Let's play ball. Good afternoon. Welcome to the Polo Grounds in New York. Today, New York goes up against Brooklyn. Brooklyn sports a record of 5-5, good enough for fifth in the National League. Second place Giants are 6-4. New York is 3-1 versus Brooklyn this year. The temperature is 51 degrees with lots of sun. Let's play ball. Making the start for the Giants, Johnny Nigling. Johnny has one win so far this season and an earned run average of 2.25. Time to get it started. Here's Bert Haas, the first baseman. Haas is hitting .207 for the Dodgers, batting .133 against New York, going 2 for 15. The 2-2 pitch. Fly ball, left field, and he'll make the catch for the first out. Advancing onto our runners in scoring position. Bottom of the first, top of the second, bottom of the second, bottom of the second inning. The Giants have a runner at second, Buddy Rosar. The right hand hitting Eddie Yost at the plate. Facing the right hand pitching Bob Joyce. Bottom of the second, nobody out. The pitch. That's hit in the air to center field. He moves toward right and makes the catch for the first out. Here's Lou Novikov, the number 8 hitter, the center fielder. This is his first at bat. The pitch. It's a pop-up and foul ground behind the plate, and the catcher will make the catch for the second out. Rosar still at second. The pitcher, Nigling, will step to the plate. He's 0 for 6 on the season. 2 out. Those Giants lead 1-0. Here's the pitch. That's it in the air to center field, and he'll make the catch to retire the side. The Giants got a run. New York is on top 1-0. How did they get that run? Double by Rosar for the man on first base. Nick Etten was walked, and then the double scored him. That's why we didn't see it. He was not in scoring position. All right, so the Giants lead 1-0. Top of the third inning. Advancing until there's a runner in scoring position. Bottom of the third. Bottom of the third inning, another run has scored without a runner being in scoring position. A solo home run by Taffy Wright. So the Giants now lead 2-0 in the bottom of the third, advancing until there is a runner in scoring position. Top of the fourth inning, Giants lead 2-0. Top of the fourth, the Dodgers have a runner at second, Sam Chapman. Left-hand hitting Barney McCoskey is at the plate. McCoskey is .205 hitter. He has 1 homer, 4 runs batted in. He's the center fielder for Brooklyn. Righty versus lefty. The pitch. Hit on the ground to short. He scoops it up, throws the first in time, and that retires the side. No runs, no hits, 1 error, and just the 1 left on base. The score is 2-0 New York. Bottom of the fourth inning, advancing. Giants have a runner at second in Buddy Rosar and a runner at first in Eddie Yost. Right-hand hitter Lou Novikov at the plate. He's 0 for 1 today. Righty versus righty. Nobody out. The pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 1. That's the first out. Giants lead 2-0. The pitcher, Niggling, will step to the plate. He's 0 for 1. The pitch. That's in the air, center field. And he will make the catch. 2 out. Runners do not advance. Right-hand hitter Billy Herman, the leadoff man, will step in. The second baseman's hitting .268 with 4 runs batted in. He's 0 for 2 today. Righty versus righty. The pitch. That's in the air on the infield. Shortstop on the infield grass will make the catch to retire the side. New York gets a hit and a walk, but nothing more. Giants still lead 2-0. Top of the fifth inning, advancing until there's a runner in scoring position. The Dodgers have Bobby Adams at second base here in the top of the fifth. Right-hand hitter Bob Joyce at the plate. The pitcher. Joyce is 3 for 8 on the season, a .375 average with 2 runs batted in. He's 0 for 1 today. Righty versus righty. Ground ball to third. He dives, gets it, throws the first, and the first baseman can't handle the throw, and they charge the third baseman with the error. Adams advances to third base. Joyce is safe at first on the error by third baseman Eddie Yost of the Giants. Right-hand hitter Bert Haas will step in, the leadoff man. The first baseman's hitting .194, 1 homer, 4 runs batted in. He's 0 for 2 today. Here's the pitch from Johnny Niggling. That's in the air to right field, base hit. 1 run is in. Man hit it for third base. The throw to third is not in time. The Dodgers are now on the board. Haas has an RBI single. The score is 2-1. Left-hand hitter Pete Reeser will step up. He's the number 2 hitter. The third baseman's hitting .273. 1 home run, 6 runs batted in. He's 0 for 2 today. Runners on the corners. Joyce at third, Haas at first. 2 errors today committed by the New York Giants. Here's the pitch. That misses, ball 4, and the bases are loaded with 2 out. Top of the fifth inning. Dodgers trail by a run. Bases loaded. Left-hand hitter Enos Slaughter will step in. He's hitting .214, the number 3 hitter. He's the right fielder. He's 0 for 1 today. Here's the pitch. That's in the air to left field. He's waiting on it and makes the catch. That retires the side. The Dodgers come up with a run, and Brooklyn trims the lead to 2-1. Bottom of the 5th inning, advancing. The Giants have a runner at second in Taffy Wright and a runner at first in Nick Etten. Right-hand hitter Buddy Rosar steps in. The catcher is hitting .333. He's 2 for 2 today with a run batted in. Right-hand pitcher, right-hand hitter. The pitch. That's in the air on the infield. The shortstop ranges toward the base and will make the catch. That retires the side. The 5th inning's over. No runs, 2 hits, no errors, and 2 runners left on. Giants remain in front 2-1. Top of the 6th inning. Advancing. The Dodgers have a runner at second base in Barney McCoskey. Bruce Edwards at first base. The right-hand hitting Bobby Adams is at the plate. Facing the right-hand pitching, Johnny Niggling. 2 out. Dodgers trail by a run. The pitch. That's in the air to right field. And he'll make the catch, and that retires the side. Innings over, no runs, 2 hits, no errors, 2 men left on. Score remains 2-1 New York. Bottom of the 6th inning, advancing. Top of the 7th. Bottom of the 7th. Bottom of the 7th inning, the Giants have a runner at second base in Taffy Wright and a runner on first base in Dick Wakefield. Left-hand hitter Nick Etten at the plate. Etten is 2 for 2 today. Right-hand pitcher George Castor is in. He's a new pitcher for the Brooklyn Dodgers. George Ugg Castor. Ugg is his nickname. All right. 1 out. Giants lead by a run. Bottom of the 7th inning. The pitch. That's a strike called, and he's out looking. 2 out. Here's right-hand hitting Buddy Rosar, the number 6 hitter. The catcher's hitting .324. He's 2 for 3 today with a run batted in. Right-hand hitter versus the right-hand pitcher. That's on the ground to first. He'll pick it up. He'll run to first himself for the unassisted putout to end the inning. No runs, a hit, no errors, 2 runners left on. New York remains in front 2-1. Top of the 8th inning, advancing. 2 out, top of the 8th inning. The Dodgers have a runner at third base, Barney McCoskey, and a runner at first base, Phil Rizzuto. Left-hand hitter Heinz Becker will step in. He's the pinch hitter. He's hitting .429 on the season, 3 for 7. Right-hand pitcher versus left-hand hitter. That misses, ball 4, and the bases are loaded with 2 out. The Dodgers trail by 1, top of the 8th inning, on the road versus the New York Giants. Right-hand hitter Bobby Adams will step in, the number 8 hitter. He's cold. The second baseman is hitting .158. He's 1 for 3 today. Righty versus righty, the pitch. That's in the air on the infield. The catcher runs out, and he'll make the catch. Inning over. No runs score, and 3 are stranded. Giants lead 2-1. Bottom of the 8th inning. We'll see if the Giants add to their lead. They do. They add 2 runs in the bottom of the 8th inning. Yo scores and Zientara scores on a single by Lou Boudreau. Top of the ninth inning. Brooklyn trails by 3. Let's see if they can get it done. Here's Bobby Thompson. The pinch hitter will step in. He's hitting 200. He's 1 for 5 with a run batted in. Right-hand pitcher Johnny Niggling in his 9th inning of work. He's thrown 124 pitches. He's given up 7 hits, 3 walks, and 2 strikeouts today. Here's the pitch to Thompson. That's a ground ball to the first baseman, right over the bag, and he'll make the unassisted putout for the first out of the inning. Here's right-hand hitting Bert Haas. He's 1 for 4 with a run batted in. The pitch. That's in the air. That's a base hit. Right field. 1 out base knock for Haas. Here's left-hand hitting Pete Reeser. The third baseman's 0 for 3 today. Here's the delivery from Niggling. That's on the ground to second. He'll throw to first in time. The runner advances to second base, Bert Haas. 2 out. Dodgers are down to their last out. Here's Enos Slaughter, the left-hand hitter. Enos is 0 for 3 today. Here's the pitch. And that ball misses, and he walked him on 4 pitches. Haas at second, Slaughter at first. Here's Sam Chapman, the right-hand hitter. He's the cleanup hitter. The left fielder is hitting 279. He's 0 for 4 today. The pitch. That's on the ground to second base. He'll pick it up, throw to first, and that's the ball game. The New York Giants win at home versus the Brooklyn Dodgers 4-1. Here are the totals. First for the victorious New York Giants, who are now 7-4. 4 runs on 11 hits, 2 errors. They left 12 men on base. For the Dodgers, 1 run on 8 hits, 1 error. They left 12 men on base. They fall to 5-6. New York topples Brooklyn 4-1. The New York Giants topped the Brooklyn Dodgers 4-1 in National League action at Polo Grounds. The standout performance belonged to New York pitcher and Remsen, New York native Johnny Niggling. Niggling went the distance for New York. He gave up 1 run on 8 hits. The loss has the Dodgers at 5-6. With 2 out in the bottom of the 8th, Lou Boudreau had a game-changing hit. The Giants shortstop slammed a 2-run single off George Castor, making the score 4-1 New York. It doesn't matter if you're 10 games over 500 or 10 games under. It feels good to win, Boudreau told the New York Chronicle. Player of the game is Johnny Niggling, the starting pitcher for the New York Giants. He is now 2-1. He gets the win. His earned run average is 1.44. The losing pitcher is Bob Joyce of Brooklyn. His record is now 2-1. His earned run average is 3.15. Final score, the Giants defeat the Dodgers at home 4-1. Two games remain on the Saturday schedule. The late games, the American League, Browns will visit the White Sox, and in the National League, the Cubs will visit the Cards. From Comiskey Park in Chicago, the White Sox host the St. Louis Browns. Starting lineup for the St. Louis Browns: Eddie Stanky at second, Buddy Lewis in right, Grady Hatton at third, Andy Pafko in center, Joe Medvick in left, Rudy York at first, Frankie Corsetti the shortstop, Jim Hegan, the catcher, Joe Haynes, the starting pitcher. His record is 1-0 with a 1.0 ERA and a 0.44 WHIP. He's 28 years old. The starting lineup for the Chicago White Sox: Dom DiMaggio at center, George Kell at third, Stan Musial at first, Willard Marshall in left, Bill Nicholson in right, Andy Seminick, the catcher, Lonnie Fry, second baseman, Jimmy Brown, the shortstop, and Vic Raschi, the starting pitcher. His record is 1-1 with a 2.25 ERA and a 0.88 WHIP. He's 27 years old. 13,000 fans in the stands. Rain, 45 degrees, wind blowing out to left at 9 miles an hour. The White Sox are in 5th place with a 4-5 record. They are 1-3 at home. The Browns are in 7th place in the American League with a 4-6 record. They are 1-2 on the road. Let's play ball. Welcome to this afternoon's game at Comiskey Park. Today, the White Sox go up against the Browns. The 7th place Browns own a 4-6 record. 5th place White Sox sit at 4-5. Chicago has won 2 of 3 games from St. Louis this season. The forecast calls for rain. The wind blowing out to left should help the hitters. First pitch is coming up. Today's starting pitcher for the White Sox is Vic Raschi. Vic has 1 win so far and a 2.25 ERA. He's allowed 5.62 hits per 9 innings. It's Eddie Stanky up to bat. He's hitting 188 this year with no home runs and no runs batted in. The 1-2 pitch, he strikes out looking, and we're underway. That's the first out. Now advancing until there's a runner in scoring position. Top of the first inning. The Browns have Andy Pafko at third base with 2 outs. Joe Medvick, the right-hand hitter, at the plate. Right-hand pitcher Vic Raschi for Chicago. Here's the pitch. Hit in the air to right field, and he makes the catch to retire the side. The Browns pick up a run on 2 hits and no errors. Let's see how the run scored. So Grady Hatton singled, and he was on first, which is not in scoring position, and then Pafko hit a triple, scoring Hatton. So Andy Pafko with the RBI triple, and the Browns lead 1-0. Bottom of the first inning, advancing until there is a runner in scoring position. Top of the second inning. Bottom of the second inning. In the bottom of the second inning, the White Sox have Willard Marshall at second base, left-hand hitter Bill Nicholson at the plate, facing right-hand pitcher Joe Haynes. Bill Nicholson is hitting .333, 4 for 12 on the season with a run batted in. Righty versus lefty. Here's the pitch. Hit sharply to right field, and that'll get down for a base hit. It's all the way to the wall. That's extra bases. The run will score easily, and he'll slide into second with a double. Bill Nicholson scoring Willard Marshall from second base. Chicago ties it on an RBI double. Chicago evens the game up at 1. St. Louis right fielder Buddy Lewis getting the ball back in. Bottom of the second inning. Chicago has Bill Nicholson at second base. Andy Semitic, the right-hand hitter, at the mound. Righty versus righty, the pitch. Semitic's hitting 103 with 1 RBI. That's a fly ball to left field. Routine. The left fielder will make the catch and throw the ball into the cutoff man. The runner remains at second base. 1 out. Left-hand hitter Lonnie Fry steps in. The second baseman's hitting 130 on the season. 3 hits and 23 at-bats. Righty versus lefty. 1 out. Bottom of the second inning. Score tied 1-1. The pitch. That's hit on the ground to the right side. The first baseman dives for it. Throws to the pitcher covering, but he beats it out. They scored a single. Bill Nicholson will advance to third base. Runners at the corners. 1 out. Left-hand hitter Jimmy Brown will step in, the number 8 hitter. The shortstop is hitting .350 on the season. 7 hits and 20 at-bats. 4 runs batted in. Righty versus lefty. Joe Haynes on the mound for the Browns. Delivers. The runner is stealing second base, attempting to steal second base, and he is thrown out. Lonnie Fry is caught stealing second base, 2-6. That's the second out of the inning. Jimmy Brown still at the plate, left-hand hitter versus the right-hand pitcher Joe Haynes. Bill Nicholson at third base. Here's the pitch. Ground ball to the second baseman. He'll throw to first to retire the side. White Sox pick up a run. The score is tied 1-1. Top of the third inning. Advancing until there's a runner in scoring position. The Browns have a runner at third base in Eddie Stanky and a runner at first in Buddy Lewis. The left-hand hitting Grady Hatton at the plate, the number 3 hitter. The third baseman is hitting .282 with 1 homer and 6 runs batted in. Righty versus lefty. Right-hander Vic Raschi delivers. Ground ball to the second baseman. He dives, makes the stop, makes the throw to first in time for the out. The run will score. Stanky scores from third. And the Browns now lead 2-1. Buddy Lewis advances to second base. Top of the third inning. 2 outs. Runner at second base, Buddy Lewis. The batter is Andy Pafko, the right-hand hitter. The cleanup hitter is the center fielder. He's hitting .263 with 1 homer, 8 runs batted in. He's 1 for 1 today with a run batted in. Righty versus righty. The pitch from Raschi. Ground ball to the second baseman. Takes his time, throws the first in time to retire the side. 1 run, a runner left on. It's 2-1, the Browns in front. Bottom of the 3rd inning, advancing. Top of the 4th. Bottom of the 4th. Bottom of the 4th inning, a run has scored. Stan Musial for the White Sox hit a home run. Sorry about that. Okay. Willard Marshall at the plate. Bottom of the 4th inning. The score is now tied 2-2 on the Stan Musial home run. I was trying to replay it, but I can never do that. All right. Bottom of the 4th inning. Advancing until there's a runner in scoring position. Top of the 5th. Bottom of the 5th. Top of the 6th. Bottom of the 6th. Bottom of the 6th inning, score still tied 2-2. 1 out. Stan Musial at second base for the White Sox. Willard Marshall at first base. This hitter is left-hander Bill Nicholson, the number 5 hitter. The right fielder's hitting .385 with 2 runs batted in. He's 1 for 1 today with a run batted in. Righty versus lefty. Joe Haynes on the mound in his 6th inning of work. The pitch. Hit in the air to center field. It's deep. It's carrying. And it leaves the yard. A 3-run home run. And the White Sox take a 5-2 lead. Bill Nicholson goes yard for the first time this season. .409 feet to right center field. 101 miles an hour off the bat. A 73 mile an hour changeup. Chicago leads 5-2. Bottom of the 6th inning. 1 out. Advancing until there's a runner in scoring position. Top of the 7th. Top of the 7th inning, the Browns have Joe Medwick at second and Rudy York at first. Left-hand hitter Dom D'Alessandro, a pinch hitter, steps in. He's 0 for 3 this season. Left-hand hitter facing the righty Vic Raschi in his 7th inning of work. The pitch. Hits it in the air, and that's a base hit to the left side. Left fielder picks it up, throws it into the cutoff man, and the bases are loaded with nobody out. Right-hand hitter Jim Hegan steps in. The catcher is hitting .200 on the year. He's 0 for 2 today. He's got 1 hit and 5 at-bats. Righty versus righty. The pitch. That's it on the ground to second. It's by him into right field for a hit. 1 run is in, station to station. The Browns add a run. They now trail 5-3. Browns trail by 2. Top of the 7th. Bases loaded. Nobody out. Right-hand hitter Leon Culberson, a pinch hitter, steps in. He's got 2 hits and 3 at-bats with a run batted in this season. Here's the pitch. Righty versus righty. That's in the air, and that's a base hit to center field. That'll score at least 1 run. The man is rounding third and hit it home. There's a throw home, but it's not in time. 2 runs will score on the single. And that will tie the game. Score now 5-5, top of the 7th inning. Browns have Jim Hegan at second, Leon Culberson at first, Right-hand hitter Eddie Stanky steps in, the leadoff man. The second baseman is hitting .200 on the season, 7 hits and 35 at-bats. He's 1 for 3 today. Here's the pitch from Vic Raschi for the White Sox. He checks his swing. He makes contact. It goes to the pitcher. He will throw it to first. It didn't look like a bunt to me. It may have been a sacrifice. But the runners do advance. Hegan to third, Culberson to second. There's one out. Left-hand batter Buddy Lewis will step in. He's the number 2 hitter. Right fielder is hitting .341 on the year with 2 homers, 3 runs batted in. 2 for 3 today. Righty versus lefty, the pitch. That's hit on the ground to second. He will make the play to first in time. They were drawn in. 2 out now. Here's the left-hand hitter, Grady Hatton, stepping in, the number 3 hitter. The third baseman is hitting .268. He's 1 for 3 today with a run batted in. Right-hand pitcher, Raschi, ready. The pitch. He swings and misses, strike 3. Side retired. Browns get 3, and they tie the game. It's 5-5. The Comiskey Park crowd now rises for the 7th inning stretch. New pitcher for the St. Louis Browns. Emil Cush will step in. On the season, he's got 2 innings pitched, 5 hits allowed, 2 earned runs. He's walked 1 and struck out 2. His ERA is 9.00. He is batting 9th. Bottom of the 7th inning, we're advancing until there's a runner in scoring position. Top of the 8th. Bottom of the 8th. Bottom of the 8th inning, score tied 5-5, 2 out. Willard Marshall at second base for the White Sox. The batter is left-handed Bill Nicholson against the right-handed Emo Cush in his 2nd inning of work. Here's the pitch. That's in the air to center field. He races over and he'll make the catch toward right field, and that will retire the side. Nothing on base. Nothing on 1 base hit for Chicago. The score is still Browns 5, White Sox 5. Top of the 9th inning. Vic Raschi on the mound in his 9th inning of work. Left-hander Bobby Brown will step in. Here's the pitch. Ground ball to the second baseman. He'll throw to first in time for the first out. Left-hand hitter Hal Wagner will step in. He's the number 8 hitter. He's pinch hitting. He's hitting .103 on the season, 3 hits and 29 at-bats, 2 runs batted in. Righty versus lefty, the pitch. That's it on the ground to first. He'll take it himself for the out. 2 up, 2 down. Here's the right-hand hitter, Jake Jones, the pinch hitter. He's 1 for 1 on the season. Here's the pitch from the right-hand pitcher to the right-hand hitter. That's in the air, and that's a base hit. The right fielder picks it up and throws it back in. 2-out single for Jake Jones. Top of the order, right-hand hitter Eddie Stanky steps in. He's 1 for 3 today. Here's the pitch from the right-hander. As a ground ball to second, he'll pick it up, throw to first in time to retire the side. The White Sox have a chance to win the game. We go to the bottom of the 9th, the score tied 5-5. McQuinn, Fry, and Travis due up for the White Sox. New pitcher for St. Louis, Jack Hallett, will step in. In 3 games, he's got 3 innings pitched, 2 hits allowed, no earned runs, no walks, 2 strikeouts. His earned run average is 0. Batting 9th. Here's George McQuinn, the pinch hitter. He's 1 for 3 on the season. Here's the pitch, righty versus lefty. That's on the ground to third, hit sharply. He picks it up, throws across the diamond in time for the first out. Left hand hitting Lonnie Fry will step in, the number 7 hitter. Second baseman hitting 154 on the year, 4 hits and 26 at bats. He's 1 for 3 today. Right hand pitcher Jack Hallett delivers. And that misses, ball 4. The Sox have a base runner. The winning run is at first base. The batter is left-hand hitter Cecil Travis. The shortstop hitting 231. Here's the pitch. That's hit on the ground to the mound. The pitcher picks it up. He throw to second. And on the fielder's choice, get the runner at second base. 2 out. Cecil Travis at first on the fielder's choice. Left-hand hitter Ed Stevens will step in. He's a pinch hitter. He's 0 for 2 on the season. Versus the right-hander Hallett. Here's the pitch. That's it in the air to deep left field. He's going back, and that ball is out of here. He walks it off. The White Sox win this game 7-5. Ed Stevens wins it with a 2-run downtowner. Put this one in the books for Chicago. They win it over the Browns 7-5. Dramatic walk-off win for the White Sox. Let's look at the totals for this game. That evens their record to 5-5. They had 7 runs on 10 hits, no errors. The White Sox left 3 men on base. The Browns had 5 runs on 10 hits, 1 error. They left 5 men on base. White Sox win a thriller, 7-5. Comiskey Park was host to some action-packed drama. Chicago right fielder Bill Nicholson played a vital role in his team's 7-5 conquest of St. Louis. He was 2 for 3 with a home run, a double, and a walk, while adding 4 RBI and scoring once for Chicago. The victory makes Chicago 5-5. Chicago got a knockout punch from Ed Stevens. The pinch hitter hammered a 2-run home run in the bottom of the 9th inning to win the game. It might have been his only hit, but it decided the outcome. Say what you want about this team. They play 9 innings hard, said Chicago manager Jimmy Dykes. Player of the game is Bill Nicholson, right fielder for the Chicago White Sox. There was a rain delay of 31 minutes in the 5th inning. The winning pitcher is Vic Raschi for the White Sox. His record is 2-1. He has a 3.24 ERA. The losing pitcher is Jack Hallett, the relief pitcher. He's now 0-1. His earned run average is 4.91. Final score, the White Sox win at home over the Browns 7-5. From Sportsman's Park in St. Louis, the Cardinals host the Chicago Cubs. Starting lineup for the Cubs: Johnny Pesky at short, Buddy Blattner at second, Carl Furillo at center, Ted Williams in left, Peanuts Lowry at third, Ray Sanders at first, he's cold, Clyde McCullough the catcher, Wally Moses in right, and Oscar Judd the starting pitcher. He's 1-0, an earned run average of 0, and a 0.89 whip. He's 38 years old. And the starting lineup for the St. Louis Cardinals: Jim Russell in center, Ken Keltner at third, Frank McCormick at first, Roy Cullenbine in right, Snuffy Sternweiss at second, Bobby Sturgeon at short, Bama Rowell in left, Bill Dickey the catcher, Thornton Lee the starting pitcher batting ninth. He is 1-1 with a 5.27 earned run average and a 1.54 whip. He's 39 years old. 18,000 fans in the stands, cloudy, 58 degrees, wind blowing in from left at 9 miles an hour. The Cardinals are in third place with a record of 6-4. They are 0-3 at home. The Cubs are in sixth place with a record of 4-5. They are 1-4 on the road. Let's play ball. Welcome to this afternoon's game at Sportsman's Park. Today it's St. Louis versus Chicago. The sixth place Cubs own a 4-5 record. Third place Cardinals sit at 6-4. The Cardinals put their 6-game win streak on the line. The season series is even at 1 apiece. Despite the cloud cover, there is no rain in the forecast. Pitcher-friendly conditions with the wind blowing in from left. The first pitch is coming up. Thornton Lee gets the call for the Cardinals. He has a record of 1-1 with a 5.27 earned run average. He'll throw the fastball, curveball, and changeup. Johnny Pesky stands in. He's hitting .222 this year with no home runs and no runs batted in. The 3-1 pitch. Fly ball, right field, and he'll make the catch for the first out. We're underway. Advancing until there's a runner in scoring position. Top of the first inning. Bottom of the first inning. Bottom of the first inning, the Cardinals have a runner at second base, Ken Keltner. Right-hand hitter Roy Cullenbine at the plate, facing the left-hand pitcher Oscar Judd. No score, 2 out. Here's the pitch. That misses, ball 4. Runner on second, now has a runner on first base, Roy Cullenbine, with the right-hand hitter Snuffy Sternweiss at the plate. Lefty versus righty. Sternweiss is hitting .211 on the year. He's the second baseman. He has no home runs and 4 runs batted in. Here's the pitch. And that ball gets away. The count is 1-2. Now the pitch. 1-2 pitch. He swings and misses. Strike 3. The inning's over. 2 base runners, but the Cardinals do not score. Top of the second inning, there's no score. Advancing until there's a runner in scoring position. Bottom of the second. Top of the third. Bottom of the third. Top of the fourth. Bottom of the fourth. Top of the fifth. Top of the fifth inning, the Cubs have a runner in scoring position. Clyde McCullough at second, Wally Moses at first, with the left-hand hitting pitcher Oscar Judd at the plate. He's 0 for 2 on the season. Facing the left-hand pitcher Thornton Lee for the Cardinals. Lefty versus lefty. Nobody out. Here's the pitch. No score. That's in the air to right field. Just past first base. The second baseman will make the catch near the foul line. That's one out. Left-hand hitter Johnny Pesky will step in, the leadoff man. The shortstop's hitting .211 on the year. Lefty versus lefty, the pitch. That's on the ground to short. Goes to second for the first play, and the runner at second is out. Clyde McCullough will advance to third. Johnny Pesky safe at first on the fielder's choice. Now the right-hand hitter Buddy Blattner will step in, the number 2 hitter. The second baseman is hitting .216 on the year with 4 runs batted in. He's 1 for 2 today. Lefty versus the right-hand hitter. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. The side is retired. 2 base runners in the inning, but the Cubs get nothing. We're still scoreless. Bottom of the 5th inning, advancing until there's a runner in scoring position. The Cardinals have Ken Keltner at second, and a run has scored. Let's see how. Jim Russell singled, and Ken Keltner doubled, and he scored from first base and not scoring position. So Russell scores the run, and the Cardinals lead 1-0. Bottom of the 5th inning, 2 out. Ken Keltner at second. The right-hand hitter Frank McCormick steps in. He's hitting .225. The first baseman is 0-2 today. Left-hand pitcher Judd on the mound in his 5th inning of work. Here's the pitch. That's on the ground to short. He picks it up, throws the first in time, and the inning is over. 1 run on 2 hits, no errors, a runner left on. The Cardinals grab the lead. Top of the 6th inning, advancing. The Cubs have runners at the corners. Peanuts Lowry at third, Ray Sanders at first, with Clyde McCullough at the plate. Top of the 6th, 2 out, trailing by a run. The left-hand pitcher Lee, in his 6th inning of work, faces the right-hand hitter McCullough. The pitch. That's in the air, and it's a base hit to center field. The run will score from third to tie the game. The other runner will stop at second. Lowry scores. Sanders to second. The run-scoring single by Clyde McCullough ties it up. Here's the number 8 hitter, Wally Moses, the left-hand hitter. Right fielder's hitting .300 on the year. He's 0 for 1 today. Lefty versus lefty. The pitch. 2 out. That misses, ball 4, and the bases are loaded. The pitcher, Judd, will step in with the bases loaded and 2 out. The game tied at 1 run apiece. Lefty versus lefty, the pitch. That's on the ground to short. He'll go to short way to second for the force play to end the inning. 1 run, but they leave them loaded. The Cubs have tied it up 1-1. Bottom of the 6th inning, advancing. The Cardinals have a runner at second in Roy Cullenbine and a runner at first in Bobby Sturgeon. The left-hand hitter Bama Rowell is at the plate, facing the left-hand pitcher Oscar Judd. The pitch. 1 out. On the ground is through, base hit. Runner on third will stop there, and the bases are loaded with 1 out. Cullenbine at third, Sturgeon to second. Rowell at first. Left-hand hitter Bill Dickey will step in, the number 8 hitter. The catcher is hitting .314 on the year. He's 0 for 2 today. Lefty versus lefty. The pitch. That misses, ball 4, and he walks in the go-ahead run. Cardinals now lead 2-1. Roy Cullenbine scores. Sturgeon advances to third. Bama Rao now at second. And the pitcher, Bill Dickey, will take his base. The pitcher, Thornton Lee, will step in. Left-hand hitter versus the left-hand pitching Judd. And here's the pitch. Uh-oh, I hit half inning. All right. I advance to the top of the 7th. So the Cardinals scored 3 runs in the bottom of the 6th, and they lead 4-1. Top of the 7th inning. Cubs trail by 3, advancing until there's a runner in scoring position. Bottom of the 7th. Top of the 8th. Top of the 8th inning. Peanuts Lowry at second base for the Cubs, with Ray Sanders at the plate. The left-hand hitter against the left-hand pitcher, Lee. The pitch. Nobody out. On the ground. Slow roller. Shortstop has it. Throw to first in time. Lowry will advance to third on the play. 1 out. Here's McCullough, the right-hand hitter. The number 7 hitter, the catcher, hitting .222. 2 for 3 today with a run batted in. Lefty versus right-hand hitter. Here's the pitch. That's in the air to the first baseman. He'll catch the soft liner for the second out. New pitcher for the Cardinals, Herman Bessie, will step in. This season, he's pitched 6 in the 3rd innings. He's allowed 2 hits, no earned runs. He's walked 5 and struck out 4. His earned run average is 0. Pinch hitter in for the Cubs. They send up Don Callaway, the right-hand hitter. He is 0 for 1 on the season. 2 out, Lowry at third. The Cubs trail by 3. Top of the 8th inning. Here's the pitch. Lefty versus righty. On the ground to first. It's by him into right field for the hit. The run will score. And Lowry scores on the base hit. The pinch hit. Cubs draw closer. It's now 4-2. Here's the pitcher, Judd. He'll hit for himself in the top of the 8th. Here's the pitch from Bessie. Lefty versus lefty. That's in the air, and that's a base hit to left field. Runner on second is hit it for third, and he'll be thrown out by a country mile. He's out at third, and that ends the inning. 1 run and a runner left on. The Cubs draw closer. It's 4-2. Bottom of the 8th inning, advancing until there's a runner in scoring position. The Cardinals have Bill Dickey at second, Tom McBride at first, and the hitter is Jim Russell, the right-hand hitter, versus the new pitcher for the Cubs, Joe Page, will take the mound, the left-hand pitcher. Joe Page. Joe Fireman Page. Lefty versus righty. Nobody out. Cardinals lead by 2. Here's the pitch. He squares to bunt, and he bunts it in the air, and the pitcher will catch it for the first out. Here's Ken Keltner, the right-hand hitter. He's the number 2 hitter. The third baseman's hitting .341 with a homer and 8 runs batted in. He's 2 for 4 with a run batted in today. Here's the pitch from Joe Page, the left-hander, to the right-hand hitter. That's in the air to right field. Near the wall he stands, and he'll make the catch. As he gets it back in quickly, that's 2 out. Here's Frank McCormick, the number 3 hitter. The first baseman is hitting .214 with 7 runs batted in. He's 0 for 4 today. The left-hander Page delivers. That's in the air to center. He's there, and he'll make the catch to retire the side. That's all for St. Louis in the 8th. The Cardinals get 2 base runners, but none scores. The score remains 4-2 St. Louis. Top of the 9th inning. The Cubs trail by 2. It'll be Pesky, Blattner, and Furillo, the top of the order, due up. Johnny Pesky is cold. He's hitting .200, and he's 0 for 4 today. He has 8 hits and 40 at-bats this season. New pitcher for St. Louis is Allie Reynolds. Allie Reynolds here to close it out. Reynolds is 0-1 on the season, 8 2/3 innings pitched, 11 hits allowed, 4 earned runs, 7 walks, and 8 strikeouts. His ERA is 4.15. Here's the pitch to Pesky. Right-hander against the left-hand hitter. Cubs trail by 2. That's in the air to the shortstop. The soft line drive is caught for the first out. Right-hand hitter Buddy Blattner steps in. He's 2 for 4 today, hitting .231 on the year. 1 out. That's in the air to center. Routine. Oh, it went over his head. And that's extra bases. It goes all the way to the wall, and he'll slide into second with a double. They scored a double. Looks like he misplayed that one. The center fielder Dave Philly for the Cardinals. So Blattner is at second, and the tying run will come to the plate in Carl Furillo, the right-hand hitter. The number 3 hitter is hitting .263. He's 1 for 4 today. Right-hand pitcher Reynolds delivers to the center fielder Furillo. That's in the air, and that's in the gap. That's to the wall. The runner rounds third and will hit home. He slides into second with a double. Back-to-back doubles, scores a run, and the Cubs draw to within 1. Buddy Blattner scores. Furillo knocks in 1 with a double. It's now 4-3. Furillo at second base, 1 out, top of the 9th inning. Cubs trail by 1, and Ted Williams will step to the plate. The left-hand hitter facing the right-handed Allie Reynolds. Williams is hitting .258 on the year with 1 homer and 8 runs batted in. He's 1 for 4 today. 1 out. Here's the pitch. That's in the air to left field. It's carrying, it's deep, and it's gone. A 2-run home run for Ted Williams will give the Cubs the lead 5-4 here at Sportsman's Park. And the fans are not happy. Let's look at the tail of the tape. 379 feet, just inside the foul pole. 101 mile an hour exit velocity. A 70 mile an hour screwball is sent deep by Ted Williams versus Allie Reynolds. So the Cubs lead 5-4, and Eddie Mayo will step in, the pinch hitter. He's 0 for 4 on the season. Left-hand hitter versus the right-hand pitching Reynolds. Here's the pitch. He hits it in the air. The first baseman catches it. That's 2 out now. Here's Ray Sanders, left-hand hitter. He's hitting .216 on the season. He's 1 for 4 today. Here's the pitch. That's in the air over the second baseman, into right for a base hit. He's hit it for second, and he tried to stretch that into a double, and he's thrown out at second base, attempting to stretch it out. So 3 runs score for Chicago, and they take a 5-4 lead here in the top of the 9th inning. For Chicago, Joe Page in his second inning of work, the left-hand pitcher. For St. Louis, it'll be Cullenbine, Sternweiss, and Sturgeon due up, the 4, 5, and 6 hitters. Roy Cullenbine hitting .190 on the year, no homers, 4 runs batted in. He's 1 for 2 today. Here's the pitch from Page, left-hand pitcher to the right-hand hitter. That's in the air to right field. It's deep, but he's there to make the catch for the first out. Cards trail by 1 here in the bottom of the 9th. Here's Snuffy Sternweiss, right-hand hitter, facing the lefty Joe Page. Sternweiss is 0 for 4 today. The pitch. That's in the air to right field, and that might get down for a hit. It does. It skips off the base of the wall. He heads for second, and he's there standing up. A double for Snuffy Sternweiss, and the tying run is at second base. Right-hand hitter Bobby Sturgeon will step in, the number 6 hitter. The shortstop is 3 for 4 today. Lefty versus righty. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. That's the second out of the inning. Dave Philly will step in, the center fielder. He's hitting .333. He's 2 for 6 on the season. Facing the left-hander Page. He's the last chance for the Cardinals. Tying run at second base. The pitch. He hits it in the air to right field. He races in and he'll make the catch, and the Cubs pull it off. They defeat the Cardinals 5-4 here at Sportsman's Park. Here are the totals for today's game. First, for the victorious Chicago Cubs, who even their record at 5-5. 5 runs on 13 hits, 1 error. The Cubs left 10 men on base. For the Cardinals, 4 runs on 11 hits, 1 error. They left 12 men on base. Cubs squeezed by St. Louis 5-4. The St. Louis Cardinals got a sterling performance from pitcher Thornton Lee, but the Chicago Cubs still prevailed 5-4. Lee threw 7 2/3 innings, allowing 2 runs. The win puts Chicago at 5-5. Chicago needed the clutch hitting of Ted Williams to seal the deal. The left fielder swatted a 2-run home run in the top of the 9th inning to put Chicago on top 5-4. For the game, Williams had 1 home run, 1 single, in 5 at-bats. "We'll put this win in our pocket and go after the next one," said Williams. Player of the game is Thornton Lee, the starting pitcher for the St. Louis Cardinals. The winner is Joe Page. He's 1-0. His earned run average remains 0. The losing pitcher in relief is Allie Reynolds. He's now 0-1. And he gets it 0-2, I'm sorry. And he gets his first blown save. Herman Bessie does get a hold. The final score, the Cubs win one on the road, defeating the Cardinals at Sportsman's Park 5-4. So that ends the day, Saturday, April 27th, 1946, in the Players' League. Here are the player performances of the day. The number 3 performance, Schoolboy Rowe of the Pittsburgh Pirates. 9 innings pitched, 7 hits allowed, 1 earned run, 1 walk, 3 strikeouts in the win and the wind in a 3-2 victory over Cincinnati. The number 2 performance of the day, Bill Nicholson of the Chicago White Sox. Went 2 for 3 with a double, a home run, and 4 runs batted in, a run scored, and a walk in a 7-5 victory versus St. Louis. The number 1 performance of the day, Billy Johnson of the Philadelphia Phillies. 4 for 5, a double, a home run, 3 runs batted in, 3 runs scored in an 11-9 victory over the Red Sox. No, I take that back. The Braves. Finished today. That moves us to Sunday, April 28th. Let's take a look at the standings. The Tigers and the Pirates lead their respective leagues. Leading battle war belongs to Willard Marshall of the White Sox and Thornton Tucker of the Yankees in the American League. In the National League, the battle war is Pee Wee Reese of the Phillies and Whitey Kurowski of the Reds. Pitcher war, 3-way tie between Newhouser of the Guardians, Virgil Tux of the Yankees, and Tex Houston of the Athletics. Trucks has a bruised hand. He's day-to-day, moderate, 5 days. In the National League, Max Lanier leads in pitcher war for the Brooklyn Dodgers. $14 games scheduled for Sunday, April 28th. And that will be the end of week 2. The league is on the air. It's Sunday, April 28, 1946. The last day of the week, week 2. 14 games scheduled for today, including 6 doubleheaders. Here are the current standings. The Tigers lead the American League. They lead the Yankees and Athletics by a game and a half. In the National League, the Pirates lead. They lead the Giants by 2.5 games. The Athletics are on a 5-game winning streak in the American League. The Red Sox are on a 6-game losing streak. In the National League, the Cubs have won 3 straight, and the Reds have lost 10 in a row. All the games today will be quick played. First, the White Sox host the St. Louis Browns. Pesso versus Feldman. Here's the result. The Browns defeat the White Sox 8-2. Pafko leads Brown to win. Player of the game, center fielder Andy Pafko for the St. Louis Browns. Pesso with the win, Feldman with the loss. The Athletics host the Red Sox. Tiny Bonham versus Harry Breachin. Here's the result. The Athletics win at home against the Red Sox 5-1. Breachin now 2-1 after subduing Red Sox. Player of the game, Harry Breachin. He's the winner. The loser is Bonham. The Tigers host the Guardians. Johnny Sane versus Johnny Vandermeer. Here's the result. The Tigers win big at home, 13-4. Tigers win. Robinson goes 3 for 4. Player of the game, Eddie 25 years old. The winner, Vandermeer. The loser, Saint. The Senators host the Yankees. Mickey Hafner versus Ken Raffensperger. Here's the result. Yankees get past Washington 2-1. Player of the game, starting pitcher Mickey Hafner. He gets the win. Raffensperger gets the loss. Raffensperger. Now to the National League games. The Braves host the Phillies. Gil Blackwell versus Harry Taylor. Here's the result. Blackwell goes the distance in 2-1 win. Philadelphia defeats Boston 2-1. Gil Blackwell is the player of the game. He gets the win. Losing pitcher is Harry Taylor of Boston. The Reds host the Pirates. Couldn't be two more disparaging records. The best against the worst. Pirates have won 10 games. Cincinnati has lost 11. Mort Cooper for Pittsburgh versus Al Brazel for Cincinnati. The result. Reds pull out late game win, 7-6. They win in the bottom of the 9th inning. Player of the game, right fielder Elmer Vallow. Winner is Don Great, relief pitcher. And the loser is reliever Charlie Gassaway. Let's take a look at this box score. Reds pull out late game win 7-6. The Cincinnati Reds down the Pittsburgh Pirates 7-6 at Crosley Field. The Reds were led by Elmer Vallow. Vallow went 4 for 5 with a double and 3 singles while scoring 2 runs. The winner in relief was Don Great. He's now 1-0. The right-hander allowed no runs on 1 hit in 2 innings. Pittsburgh is 10-3 after the defeat. The clutch at-bat came in the bottom of the 9th when Cincinnati center fielder Guy Curtright, facing Charlie Gassaway, had a run-scoring groundout. It gave the Reds a 7-6 win. We took advantage of our opportunities. Curtright told the Cincinnati News. It's as simple as that. Vallow is now hitting .245. The Giants host the Dodgers. For the Dodgers, PHILLIES. For the Giants, Ed Lopat. Here's the result. Lopat sparkles in 9-0 blanking of Brooklyn. Player of the game, Ed Lopat. He's 3-0. He gets the win. Losers, PHILLIES. The Cardinals host the Cubs. For the Cubs, Preacher Row versus Shawnee Rigney for the Cardinals. Here's the result. St. Louis absorbs 2-1 loss to Chicago. Player of the game, starting pitcher Preacher Row for Chicago. Now 2-1. He gets the win. Rigney gets the loss. Now for the second game of the Twin Bill in the American League. The White Sox host the Browns. The Browns won the first game 8-2. For St. Louis, it'll be Bob Feller. For the White Sox, it'll be Randy Heffernan. Here's the result. The Browns sweep the doubleheader. They win 2-1. Feller masters Chicago in complete game win. He's the player of the game. He gets the win. He's 3-1. The loser is relief pitcher Joe Krakowskis. The Athletics host the Red Sox. For Boston, Red Munger, he's 0-3. Versus for the Athletics, Spud Chandler, 1-2. Here's the result. Edwards leads Athletics to 6-4 win over Red Sox. Player of the game, right fielder Hank Edwards for the Athletics. The winner, relief pitcher Hank Berman. The loser, starting pitcher Red Munger for Boston. The A's are now 9-5. And now for the nightcaps in the National League. The Cardinals host the Cubs. Cubs won game 1, 2-1. For Chicago, Bill Bevins 1-2 against Fred Hutchinson of St. Louis, who's 2-1. Here's the result. Cubs win 4-1. St. Louis is now 0-6 at home. Cubs top cards 4-1 behind Bevins. He's the player of the game. He gets the win. He's 2-2. Losing pitcher Fred Hutchinson. He's 2-2. Cubs sweep the doubleheader. They're now 7-5. They've won 5 in a row, I think. The Braves host the Phillies. Phillies won game 1, 2-1. For Philadelphia, it'll be Vic Lombardi on the mound. He's 0-1. For Boston, the Braves, it'll be Joe Bowman. He's 0-0. He has a 9 ERA. Braves are 0-4 at home. Phils are 4-0 on the road. They won game 1. Here's the result. Boston topples Philadelphia 8-7. Player of the game, shortstop Buddy Kerr for the Braves. Relief pitcher Dick Malney is the winner. Starting pitcher Vic Lombardi is the loser. Let's take a look at this box score. Boston topples Philadelphia 8-7. Buddy Kerr was a vital contributor to the 8-7 Boston victory over Philadelphia. The Braves shortstop went 2 for 3 with 2 singles and a walk, while scoring twice. The loss dropped Philadelphia to 7-6. Had Mike Sandlock not delivered a key base hit in the bottom of the 7th, the outcome might have been different. Instead, with 2 down and runners on first and second, Sandlock hit a 2-run triple. That made the score 8-7 in favor of the Braves. It was a solid team effort, said Kerr after the game. Mike Sandlock sets the National League regular season game record for triples with 2 in the game. Catcher for the Braves, Mike Sandlock. The Giants are 8-4. They host the Brooklyn Dodgers. For Brooklyn, it'll be Max Lanier on the mound versus the Giants' Fred Martin. Here's the result. Giants won game 1, 9-0. Here's the result. Dodgers split the doubleheader, winning 5-1. Dodgers win 5-1 at New York. Lanier is player of the game, starting pitcher for the Dodgers. He gets the win. Fred Martin gets the loss. The Reds host the Pirates. For Pittsburgh, it'll be Johnny Smits. And for Cincinnati, Bobo Newsom. Here's the result. Schmitz baffles Cincinnati batters. Pirates win 4-0 on the road. Cincinnati now has lost 12 of 15 games. Starting pitcher Johnny Schmitz is the player of the game. He gets the win. Bobo Newsom gets the loss. That's all the games for Sunday, April 28th, 1946. Let's look at the performances of the day. The number 3 performance of the day, Andy Pafko of the St. Louis Browns, went 5 for 8. 2 doubles, 4 runs batted in, 2 runs scored, and a walk in an 8-2 win versus Chicago. Second performance of the day was Hank Edwards of the Athletics. He went 5 for 9 with 2 home runs, 4 runs batted in, and 3 runs scored in a 5-1 win versus Boston. And the number 1 performance of the day was Les Fleming of the Philadelphia Athletics. He went 3 for 4 with a homer, 6 runs batted in, 2 runs scored, and a walk in a 5-1 win versus Boston. Finished today, and it's a new week. Current standings. Tigers lead the Athletics by a game. The Yankees by a game and a half. The Senators by 3.5. In the National League, Pirates are 11-3. They lead the Giants by 2.5 games. The surging Cubs by 3, who's won 5 in a row. Athletics have won 7 straight. Red Sox have lost 8 in a row. Cubs have won 5 straight. The Cards have lost 3 in a row. That's the end of week 2.